Really, I need this to just not be a million years long, but it's gonna be. Well, here we go. After 3 months of reading every single piece of lore in this whole game, I'm finally ready to recap it for everybody. This video will include the entire main story and then all of the initial run of cards and their intimacy room stories. And then the event stories are gonna be in 2 separate videos. I'm gonna do 1 video for all the events that were in 2022 and then 1 video for all the events in 2023. I should also note that this game's story is ongoing, so in this video I'm not gonna be able to tell you everything that happens because it's not all out yet. So potentially in the future I'll make more videos to cover future stuff as it comes out. Who knows? This whole video might just be so much work that it drives me insane and I'm never gonna do this again. Okay, so let's just get some general information out of the way for anybody who doesn't know what this game is. New Carnival is a mobile BL or yaoi visual novel game. And for those of you who don't even know what BL or yaoi is, that means it's a gay game, gay sex game. It is developed by Infinity Alpha Studio, SG Arts, and Pink Core, and it was released in February of 2022 and has over 2 million downloads worldwide, despite not being allowed on the Apple App Store or Google App Store because of the actual porn, which I think is really iconic. Also, since I wrote this script, there's actually been a censored PG-13 version of the game released on both of those app stores. Anyways, so the game description from the website reads, centuries ago, elemental spirits were running rampant across the Klein continent. In order to quell the chaos, Grand Sorcerer Huey erected 5 altars infused with powerful seals. However, approximately 20 years ago, Huey vanished. Natural disasters ravished the land, and the dreaded dead zone began to spread, slowly destroying the harmony Huey had created. Now, 2 familiars created by Huey utilize a mysterious art and summon a man from another world, a man named Eden. As you might notice, nothing in that description mentions sex, literally at all. It's not even horny in any way, so that's how you know you're in for something fucking crazy, bitch. That's not even scratching the surface, as you can see by the length of this video. It's crazy. And I want you to know, by the way, up front, the amount of times that I actually talk about sex in this video is, swear to God, less than 10%. All of the shit that I'm talking about in the whole rest of this thing is plot. It's insane, and I love this game so much for that reason. Also, I do pronounce his name Eden instead of Aiden, because it sounds cooler. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Aiden, but I just don't care. I started pronouncing it Eden, and I'm not gonna stop now, so sucks. Anyway, moving on to the main story, starting with the prologue, the game opens with a threesome. So that's happening. And then in the middle of that, you get one of those classic anime freeze frame, how did I get here moments for the main character Eden. And then it cuts to Eden back in his office. He's a sex toy designer for a company that makes commissions for really fucking rich people. It's his dream job and he has no shame. So note number 1, I'm in love with him. He just got a commission from this rich guy. They call him the butt plug billionaire, by the way, which is hysterical. This particular guy got his hands on a rainbow gemstone at some black market thing, and he wants Eden to make a toy with it. So Eden stays late at his office and starts working on this commission after everybody else has left. As he's working, he is reminiscing on his past jobs and stuff and thinking about how much he loves this one and it's his dream job and everything. But when he's reminiscing, he lists off some jobs he had in the past, and this is the iconic beginning of a long-running gag that continues to this day of Eden mentioning old part-time jobs that he's had, and there's a million of them, so I have them all in a list and I'm gonna point them out as they come up and put a counter somewhere. Eden jobs counter. Editor, put that bitch up. Okay, so in this first moment, he mentions working nights at the supermarket, working for a security firm, doing delivery for a laundromat, and dog walking. So if you count those plus his current full-time job as a sex toy designer, that's 5 jobs off the bat. So, ding, 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 ding. The rainbow neon gemstone, it's rough and jagged, like it's a broken piece of a bigger gemstone, which is interesting to note, but we'll get into that later. Eden looks at it and he's like, I've never seen a gemstone like this before, and he thinks that it holds some sort of magic essence, but then immediately after thinking that, he's like, what the fuck am I talking about? What the fuck is magic essence? And then he goes, don't tell me I'm reverting back to my wild teenage otaku phase. So he's just like us guys. He's a weird little weeb, and just it's representation. He also thinks thinks that the gemstone feels familiar somehow, but before he has time to expand on that thought, the room starts shaking and spinning and he passes out. He wakes up in an unfamiliar room with the two people that we saw earlier in the threesome. They're arguing on the other side of the room about what to do with him, and they mention a summoning they performed to summon their master. Eden yells at them to stop arguing, which is hilarious because he has no idea who they are, but he got so immediately fed up with their fighting that he was like, bitches, stop. He notices also that he feels strange and like hot and he's bricked up, so he thinks this is all a dream and he starts flirting with them, which is hysterical. They introduce themselves as Aster and Morvay. They say that he's clearly just a regular human, but he does have master's scent, whatever the fuck that means. So I'm gonna do a little quick rundown for each of the characters as they come up. So now that we have Aster and Morvay's names, I'm gonna give you the basics. They're both familiars created by Huey, the Grand Sorcerer from the game description. He used some of his own essence, which essence is like the magic juice or whatever the fuck that they have in their bodies. So when they say master's scent, they're talking about Huey's scent, and they're saying that Eden's essence is the same as Huey's essence, which is gonna play a very large role in the story going forward. Aster is a vampire and Morvay is an incubus, both of which needing to feed on essence to survive. As Aster will explain to Eden later, essence is best transferred through bodily fluids. So I think it's so genius that whoever came up with these characters was like, okay, essence will do bodily fluids, and then who needs to drink bodily fluids? That's right, vampires and incubi. Like, that's hilarious and genius, and just, yep. Aster was created first about 100 years ago. Morvay is 20 or 30 years younger than Aster. They argue all the time. Anyway, Aster is very money hungry, so he jumps at any chance to start a new business, and he's constantly putting Morvay to work, and Morvay is constantly complaining, but doing it anyway. So that concludes the prologue. Now we can move on to chapter 1. Aster and Morvay think Eden could maybe be a descendant of Huey's, and they talk amongst themselves about his essence or whatever, and then Eden realizes that he's dizzy and figures this could be because he only eats diet supplements and drinks energy drinks, which I'm mentioning that because we will come back to it in like a long time, but we'll come back to it. And then Aster and Morvay decide that they're going to call him Master for the time being, since possible descendant of Masters is way too long of a title, so they call him Master for the entire rest of the game, so get used to that. Then Morvay is like, Aster, do you feel that? His essence is out of whack. We should take responsibility and fix it. And that's when the threesome scene from the intro happens. And then he's fine. He's recovering and whatever. Recovering from those events. And Aster and Morvay talk about how different he is than Huey. Eden realizes that he feels better after the fucking, and then they go outside to the garden where Eden almost gets attacked by a giant wolf-looking thing. The wolf thing is one of Aster's pets named Momo. Aster likes to keep dangerous monsters as pets and currently has 3 of these wolf things named Momo, Pee-Pee, and Bobo. Cut to chapter 2. So they got the wolf situation figured out. They just like, Aster was like, Momo, don't do that, and then it was fine. Aster and Morvay are explaining to Eden that essence can be stabilized and replenished through sex because bodily fluids contain high amounts of essence, because Eden was asking. This is where the sex as essence regulation function becomes a thing. This will be very important for the entire rest of the plot of this game, as you probably could have guessed based on the fact that this is called the gay sex game. Eden tries to use magic, but he can't, despite magic existing all over the place in this world. Aster explains that it's probably because Eden can't borrow power from the elemental spirits yet. He explains that there's a near infinite number of elemental spirits all over the place, like just floating in the air, that belong to the 5 elements that make up this world, being fire, water, wood, light, and darkness. And in case you're wondering, yes, those elements are used as game mechanics in the fighting, just like Pokemon cards, because in this game, you know, you get the cards and then you fight through the levels. The elemental spirits are invisible, but people can use their innate essence to borrow their power and use magic. But most people have a very low level of essence, so they can barely use any magic. They can only do things like making themselves run slightly faster or making themselves be able to lift slightly more weight or something. But Eden, Aster, and Morvay have very high essence levels and therefore more magic power. Also in this chapter is when Eden brings up that he's an orphan with no idea who his parents are, and he grew up in an orphanage without ever being adopted or fostered. So that's the beginning of the Eden lore, which will be very important. They end up going to the library because Eden wants to start reading books and researching about this world that he's in. Oh, I forgot to mention also, the room he woke up in was a bedroom in Aster's mansion, or Huey's mansion, but Huey is of course missing, so it's Aster's mansion now. So they go to the library and he realizes he can't read the written language, so he just looks at the pictures in the books and asks Aster and Morvay to explain everything to him. So then we get some lore about the world that we're in, the continent that we're on. So the Klein continent is made up of 5 territories, 1 for each element. Aster's mansion is in the light territory within the protected zone of the royal city. Aster explains to Eden that the Kleinster kingdom is ruled by a human king, but since he can't see everything all the time, he appoints nobles to rule over each territory. Aster says Eden doesn't have to worry about getting into trouble because the nobles that run the light territory are easily bribed, and Aster has a reputation around here since he sells luxury items to the nobles and spends lots of time gathering dirt on people that he can then spread around and use however he pleases. Also, Aster took that piece of the gemstone that Eden had and made it into a necklace that Eden now has to wear at all times, and Eden wants to learn more about the gemstone, thinking that it will probably help him return to his home. So then in between chapter 202 and 203, we get like some undisclosed amount of time passing. Get used to that. It happens a lot. So Eden decides he's gonna go explore beyond the mansion, and Aster and Morvay of course go with him just in case, but they're in their smaller flying animal form, which I will be referring to as their little guy forms because they are little guys. They can transform between these little flying versions and their big humanoid versions. Aster says something about natural disasters being common in this area as of late, along with monster invasions, and he says it's because the dead zone is spreading, but he doesn't elaborate yet on what the dead zone actually is. They stumble upon a dispute between some residents of a small village in the light territory and a bunch of knights that are trying to set up a checkpoint in said village. The knights are saying it's for protection from monster invasions. The people aren't having it because last time that the knights tried to set up a checkpoint, they ended up just stealing all the crops and leaving. So they don't really trust these bitches to be in their town. They see some guy named Yakumo getting hit by a knight while he's trying to stand up for the village people, and Eden is like, girl, don't hit my boy Yakumo. How fucking dare you? Do they know each other? No. But he's like, girl. So he steps in to stop the fight. This, of course, is the Yakumo reveal, so I'm going to explain Yakumo's basics. Yakumo is a serpent yokai who's descended from someone called the Great Serpent of Disaster. He has a lot of power because of that, like magic ability, but he doesn't know how to control it, so it only comes out when he gets overwhelmed by a really strong emotion, which is typically rage. So yeah, he's one of those guys. And he's also very socially anxious, and he cries a lot, all the time. So he's very sweet and like a cute little guy. So Eden somehow manages to kick a knight into the ground, and a fight breaks out between the townspeople and the knights. Eden steps over towards Yakumo while they're fighting, and he gets this burst of energy. Then he's able to attack and dodge the knights super fast, and they exchange a few words during this fight, and their bodies have a strange reaction to each other, which is basically like magic horniness, I don't know. Anyways, they kick the knights' asses and the knights leave, but as they're leaving, they knock over Yakumo's grandparents, and then Yakumo gets really mad and goes crazy mode goblin mode, and his essence goes crazy, and a cloud of black mist forms behind him. It's kind of iconic. And then he starts trying to kill the knights because he isn't really in control of what he's doing. So Eden, Aster, and Morvay have to stop him. Then afterwards, Aster convinces everyone nearby that Yakumo is an earthworm monster so that they'll run away and like they can just sort this situation out without the townspeople being around. So Yakumo calms down and he gets all self-conscious about his power, saying that like, I swore never to use it to hurt anybody, and then he runs off crying to find his grandparents and make sure they're okay. Like I said, he cries a lot. He's baby girl, you know what I mean? He's one of those grown men that's baby girl, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. So Aster tells Eden that they have to capture Yakumo and bring him back to the mansion, and Eden is like, what the fuck are you talking about? So turns out there's this thing called the Sorcerer's Gemstone Clan, and basically a long time ago, Huey, the Grand Sorcerer, you know, Huey, whatever, he used his near infinite amount of essence to create these 5 gemstone altars, one in each territory, to control the elemental spirits in the area and minimize their negative effects on quote-unquote all forms of life. I don't know. But he split up his essence and gave it to some people that he deemed adequate so they could help with like maintenance on the gemstone altars, regulating them. And that group was called the Sorcerer's Clan. But since Huey disappeared, the gemstone altars have been losing power and causing the dead zone to spread, which in turn causes the natural disasters and monster invasions that Aster mentioned earlier. Yeah, they also explain, Aster and Morvay explain to Eden that if nothing is done about this, the entire continent could fall to ruin. And so they also tell Eden that since he has a piece of Huey's gemstone and Huey is gone, that means he's effectively the new Grand Sorcerer, which means Yakumo is part of Eden's gemstone clan. So they explain that there will be a natural kind of connection between Eden and anyone else they find that's in the gemstone clan because of the magic and the essence and the whatever, which explains the bodily reactions, if you will, and the energy boost Eden got while they were fighting. Each clan member has a physical gemstone embedded in their skin somewhere on like one of their body parts as a physical manifestation of Huey's essence and as proof of contract with Huey via offering up one of their body parts. Yakumo's gemstone is this like obsidian gemstone on his ear. Aster also explains that the gemstone clan was formed centuries ago, so most of the clan members that are alive today are just descendants of the original clan members. He also explains that any clan members they find must be captured and brought back to the mansion, but he really just wants to use them as servants. So anyway, they go catch up with Yakumo, who's just running into a part of the dead zone that he has to go through to get back to his grandparents' house. They run into a bunch of monsters and they have to fight them off, and then during the fight, Yakumo defends Eden from a little slime-looking thing, and they have another magical horniness connection moment. Yakumo is all, "Why is this man being so nice to me? Like, you know, I'm just a little piece of shit, like whatever." And Aster is like, "Let's get fucking moving, lovebirds. We got places to be." So they make it to Yakumo's grandparents' house, and Yakumo starts crying and saying he should have protected them, and they apologize to Eden and Morvay and Aster, and they're like, "He's always been a bit of a crier. Don't mind the crying. Sorry about that." And then Aster is like, "You know, we're so tired from saving all these lives and protecting everyone. You should let us stay overnight in your house." So he's like, "Me and Morvay can sleep anywhere, but Eden is gonna need a nice, comfortable bed." So then obviously Yakumo is like, "He can sleep in my room." Then Aster is all like, evil chuckle, "It's all going according to plan." And by that, I mean he says, "We'll leave him in your capable hands." And then they leave. Aster and Morvay leave. Eden's essence is getting all weird again, probably from all the fighting, and he notices Yakumo's gemstone, and he's looking at the gemstone and he's like, "Man, that's crazy." And then Yakumo is like, "Aren't you scared of me?" And I have a note that just says, "It's giving Twilight." So this is the gemstone of a killer, Bella. So Yakumo tells Eden that he's a descendant of the Great Serpent, and he says he was born with the gemstone embedded in his skin, but once he gained a human form, he thought it would look weird, so he disguised it as an earring. It's like a snake thing. He explains to Eden that he can't control his power when he wants to, but when he doesn't want to, it always comes out anyway, such as what happened just now with the knights and everything. And Eden looks closer at the gemstone and he's like, "It used to be more vivid." But then he immediately also thinks, "What the fuck? I've never seen this guy before." So something's happening. Something crazy's going on. Anyway, so Eden explains that essence can be regulated via sex, and Yakumo is like, "I only know the snake sex way. How do humans do it?" Which is hilarious. And then Eden explains human sex to Yakumo, and then they smash. Also, I should mention, this game makes it very clear that every character is above 18. They're not trying to make Yakumo like child coded, he's just virgin coded. So then we get the chapter 2 H scene. An H scene, in case you don't know, that's the sex. My only note in my notebook, which by the way, I read all this shit and I wrote physical notes. I have like 3.5 notebooks full of stuff. I should sell them after this. I should auction them off for $1 million. But anyway, my only note on this H scene just says Yakumo sex. So do with that what you will. Also, in case you were curious, Yakumo is in fact a top. Guess you weren't thinking that was gonna happen, huh? He's a top, baby. Yup. He's like a service top, though. He's mostly a service top. Anyway, that's a whole character arc that we can talk about later. But after they smash, they both feel better, and then they sleep, and then the next morning, they convince Yakumo to move to Aster's mansion. And that's the end of chapter 2. Chapter 3 already? That's crazy. So now everyone is back at the mansion. Some, undisclosed amount of time has passed. Aster has put Yakumo to work organizing reports of something. Eden is thinking about what the people back home are probably thinking of him. He thinks they probably think he stole the gemstone and like fucked off. He thinks he's gonna get home and they're gonna accuse him of stealing. Little does he know, he's not getting home anytime soon. Let me tell you that. He also is thinking about how the fuck he's supposed to find these other clan members that Aster was talking about. He's like, bitch, I don't even know where I am. How am I supposed to find these people? And Aster shows up out of nowhere and he's like, actually, there might just be a clan member in the living room right now. And Eden's like, what the fuck? So they head to the living room and they find the vice captain of the Klein Kingdom Knights is waiting to request assistance from them. That's crazy. This knight is our resident British freak, Edmond. He's not actually British. I just like to think he is because his name is Edmond and he's a knight. I mean, it's kind of British. Edmond is a human. He was born with his gemstone in his hand. He's a knight. What else do I really have to say about it? Edmond is requesting that Aster and Eden help with regulating the light elemental gemstone because it's been going wacky goofy mode recently, and he's like, we're out of options. Well, actually, it wasn't his choice to come here. He was sent by like the king or whoever the fuck sent him. Aster, of course, sees this as an opportunity to score a free clan member. So he's like, yeah, we'll help you in exchange for that gemstone on your hand. And then Edmond is like, what the fuck? Huh? That's fine. Take it. I don't give a shit, Except he says that in his very, he says it in the rich guy, noble sentences. But to me, basically what he means is, what the fuck? Fine. So then Edmond goes to leave, but Eden follows him out of the room and is like, let me ask you a couple questions. And Edmond is like, let me just be real with you right now, bitch. I don't think the kingdom should rely on your stupid magic to regulate the altars, and I think that you're a fraud, and it's highly suspicious that Huey disappeared 20 years ago and now suddenly there's just a new guy. Then Eden is like, watch me prove myself, and he touches Edmond's gemstone since he knows that Edmond's body is gonna react to his essence, And Edmond is like, what the fuck did you do to me? And he goes to attack Eden with his sword, which by the way, of course, he's a knight, he's always got his sword. And then Yakumo shows up out of nowhere and is like, Eden, run! The girls are fighting. Well, they're not fighting yet, but Yakumo notices Edmond's knight uniform and he's like, all you knights do is cause trouble. First you hurt my grandparents and now you want to hurt Mr. Eden. So he goes wacko sicko mode again and Eden gets them to calm down before they kill each other. And he tells Edmond to reconsider the deal he made with Aster, and he's like, if you tried to remove that gemstone, it would be like committing suicide because the essence is intertwined with your nervous system or whatever. So Eden obviously doesn't realize that Aster never intended for Edmond to actually remove the gemstone. Aster was asking for Edmond himself, as a reward. But Edmond, ever obsessed with etiquette as he is, says, I never go back on my word, and then he leaves. As Edmond is leaving, Eden notices that his gemstone is also faint and its essence is unstable, just like Yakumo's was, but he knows there's no fucking way he would be able to convince Edmond to smash. So he just lets Edmond leave, and then he's like, all this excitement made me really hungry, so let's go see if lunch is ready. And Yakumo is like, the chef taught me how to make waffles yesterday. He says with a bit more practice I could open my own shop. So this is the big reveal that Yakumo is a bit of a cook, a bit of a chef. He always be cooking, and the amount of times he makes soup for people in this game is unreal. Thus is the origin of this Tumblr post, the Snoop Tumblr post. Every time that I see any mention of soup in the game or otherwise, I'm like, Snoop, Yakumo reference. Anyways, so Eden tells Yakumo the whole thing that happened with Edmond and all the context and whatever, and Yakumo is like, yeah, it is impossible to remove a gemstone because I've tried and nothing worked. He says that he tried a ton of times back in the day because he just wanted to be normal. So he was trying to remove his gemstone, but it hurt so fucking bad that he couldn't even make a dent or a scratch. And Eden asks what having a gemstone is like, and Yakumo says that before his essence was regulated, aka before they smashed, he would lose control of his power to the point where he would pass out and wake up and find out that he had caused a bunch of destruction. But now, since meeting Eden and learning how to regulate his essence, aka learning how to smash, it feels like a natural part of him and he hardly notices that it's even there. He also mentions that the skin around his gemstone is incredibly sensitive because duh, it's the gay sex game. So Aster explains to Yakumo that his ancestor, the Great Serpent, offered up one of his body parts when he made the deal with Huey to become a clan member. If the contract ends or if it's broken, Yakumo would lose the hearing in his left ear, which is where his gemstone is. Also, random little tidbit, but Aster says in this chapter that eating meals with everyone has been the highlight of his day recently, and that just really gets me. Especially if, like, once you know his story later, his lore, it really gets me. Anyway, so Eden noticed that the power of his gemstone increased after he regulated Yakumo's essence, aka smashed. So he thinks if he finds all the clan members and smashes all of them, he might get enough power in his gemstone to go home. So he decides to help with the altars and find all the clan members along the way, or attempt to. So Aster, Morvay, Eden, and Yakumo go to the building in the royal city that the light altar is kept in, and when they meet up with Edmond sees Yakumo and he's like, hey, I looked into what happened at your village, because remember when Yakumo was about to kill him, he's like, oh, all you knights do is cause trouble, first you knock over my grandparents and whatever. So Edmond, I guess, went home and was like, what the fuck was that bitch talking about? So he looked into this and he's saying he wants to personally apologize on behalf of the knights, even though those guys weren't directly under his command. He also tells Yakumo that the villages who suffered damages will be compensated, and now they're on good terms. Yakumo's like, oh, he's actually nice. And then they kiss. They make out in the street. Not really. I wish. I don't know, man. Call me crazy. I feel like they should kiss, though. A little bit. Thoughts? Anyways, Eden and Edmond go to the light altar. They get headed into the building anyway, and the rest of the gang stay back. Eden notices once again that Edmund's essence is unstable, but again he thinks, you know, there's no way I can just tell him to smash. So what he says is, well, the truth is I placed a curse on you so that you'll fall in love with me. And Edmond is like, what? How dare you, you scoundrel, or whatever. And then Eden is like, you've noticed your heart racing when you're around me, right? And your body gets hot? That's the curse. And Edmond is like, no fucking way, that's crazy. But of course, you know, what he actually says is like, you rapscallion, or whatever the fuck. Obviously the effects of, you know, heart racing and your body getting hot and whatever is just from the essence and the gemstones interacting, but Edmond doesn't know that because he's a magic hater and he's never looked into it. So yeah, Edmond believes him, which we also find out later was because not only is he a magic hater that doesn't know shit about shit, but he couldn't think straight from the wavy essence, the waviness, the squiggles. So anyways, they get to the light altar and Eden is like, well, we can have the rest of that conversation later. And he looks at the light altar and he's like, it's more dim than I remember. But then he's like, what? How would I remember this if I've never been here before? It's crazy. Did I mention that it's crazy? It's crazy. The two of them start regulating the light altar, and I know you may be thinking, they're fucking it? No. They're not fucking the rock. They're like sending their essence through it. Okay, picture like those guided meditations where it's like, imagine a light radiating from whatever, you know, imagine the energy. That's like what this is. Like guide the energy with your hands. That's what they're doing. So it's kind of just like a sense of like the essence goes this way and I do this and that and it does. So there's no fucking going on right now. In case there was any confusion with the word regulate. This of course only works with people who have high essence levels. So like every clan member has like a high essence level because of Huey's essence that they borrowed and all that stuff, yada yada. So regular like human people can't do this. At the same time as they're sending their magic around to regulate this gemstone, they're also arguing, which I love. So Edmond is being all, you fraudulent sorcerer, you fucking fake bitch, and he says he hates magic, and Eden says, no, you just hate not being in control, which is so fucking funny. He ate him up. He gagged him a bit. So they finish that little moment. They get the gemstone figured out, but they're really tired. Their essence is drained. So Eden is like, now I gotta come up with an excuse to get this guy to smash me so that I can save him and also myself. And his big fucking genius plan is, he goes, actually, I will be dead soon, and the only way to save me is to smash. And that is clearly not the case. Well, I guess you could argue that it is the case that Eden is dying, because I think if your essence depletes all the way, you would die. Anyway, Edmund believes him because, again, clouded judgment can't think straight because of the essence and the whatever, and then they smash. But like I mentioned before, Edmund is all obsessed with etiquette, so he would never initiate sex. However, he's kind of a horny freak. So the best thing Eden can do for him is to give him an excuse so Edmond can act like it wasn't his like idea. That's kind of a running thing that they do, and it's this time obviously it's not on purpose, but later it gets to the point where Eden will do this on purpose because he knows Edmond. So he's like, okay, if I have just like an excuse to where we can give him the plausible deniability of it not being his fault or whatever, I'm golden. It's kind of adorable. He's like really thoughtful. Anyway, so Edmond also, because of his whole etiquette thing, he's all like, what do you think you're fucking doing? Whenever Eden touches him, you know, he'll do his like, stop, no, like whatever. And then if Eden actually stops, which he does pretty much every time, Edmond is like, carry on. It's very like, there is explicit consent. This game, they do a very good job of all that. I'm very happy about it. So yeah, then we get 3H, the chapter 3H scene. I hate this one. The pose is really weird. I'm not gonna like critique all of these, but just whatever I think of off the top of my head, because there's no notes for this room. Like I have nothing to say that's like plot relevant. It's just the pose, the way that they drew his arm, one of Edmond's arms, it like bends the wrong way too far and it looks weird. So I can't take this one serious. Can anyone take any of this serious though? Let's be honest. It's serious to me. It's serious in my heart and my soul, okay? Also, in case you were wondering, Edmond is a bottom. Makes total sense with his whole I didn't initiate thing. Sometime later, again, undisclosed amount of time, Edmond shows up at Aster's mansion and says that since his gemstone can't be removed from his hand, he's staying at Aster's mansion from now on to help investigate the altars and the recent monster attacks and everything. But he's still also a knight, so he'll be like, he's not at the mansion very much, but he has a bedroom here that he stays in occasionally. Anyway, so Eden is like, how are you feeling? Like, are you feeling better? And Edmond is like, I'm feeling perfectly fine. And also, I cannot believe that I was fooled by your laughable acting skills. He literally says word for word, thinking of how I was fooled by your laughable acting skills makes me want to dig a hole in the ground and throw myself in. Which, hilarious. And then Eden is like, I'm sorry. He's like, I'm sorry for tricking you. I know that's a bad thing to do. And Edmond is like, there's no need to apologize. I almost killed you. He's like, now that I can control my essence, I've accepted that this gemstone is a true part of me. He wants to observe Eden more so that he can learn the secrets behind the Grand Sorcerer's miracles so they can turn miracles into common occurrences, which, first of all, means that Edmond no longer thinks that Eden is a fraud, which is nice, except for that he is a fraud. Pretty much, he is. That is the end of chapter 3, moving on to chapter 4. So another, of course, unspecified amount of time passes, and Edmond comes to the mansion to tell Eden and Aster that there's been reports of monsters attacking the water elemental gemstone, which is in the Holy Temple of Water. These monster attacks have been going on for 3 months, but he's only just heard about it, and so now he's asking Eden to help. The Holy Temple is in the water territory, obviously because it's the Holy Temple of Water. The city that it's in is a very important religious city, so the vibe of the water territory, or at least this part of the water territory, is pretty similar to the vibe of the light territory that we've seen so far. And by that, I mean it's, you know, it's a city, there's a lot of people around, there's lots of stores and restaurants, and, you know, also because they're both in cities, the light altar and the water altar are the two that are usually the best kept. So these two territories haven't lost any land to the dead zone yet. This is when we finally get an explanation of what the fuck the dead zone is, by the way. Morvay explains that the dead zone is caused by the elemental spirits leaving once the gemstone altar loses its power. This specific temple is on the edge of the city, right by a recent dead zone expansion, which they literally phrase it like that, a recent dead zone expansion, which makes it sound like it's a building that they're, you know, it's Walmart. The dead zone is Walmart. Anyway, so the monsters are really close, basically, is what's happening, because the dead zone is right by the Holy Temple. So they get there in their carriage, or whatever the fuck, they show up to assess the situation, and they find some knights arguing about who gets to deliver the letters to the priest. And Eden's like, that's fucking weird. Also, like, random little tidbit, Morvay yawns when they get there, and then Edmond is like, I hate to think it, but that strange little creature snoring on the handrail of our carriage just now couldn't have been you, could it? And Morvay is like, what do you mean strange? I shrunk into my energy-saving form specifically to let you and Master enjoy a little alone time together, and you didn't even hold hands. It was so boring to watch that I fell asleep. And then Eden is like, hey man, I wish we could hold hands, but we're on official business, I guess. And Edmond says, it's not like we can't, cough. I'm gonna go over there and talk to those knights. Bye. So funny haha little gay moment. Anyway, so Edmond leaves and Eden and Morvay talk about how it seems like the altar hasn't actually weakened at all, because they can, they can sense the magic in the air and the fucking whatever. They can sense the vibe. They can vibe check, and from the vibe check, they're gathering that the altar actually isn't weakened like the light altar was. And the air smells like shit. Specifically, it smells like the scent that Momo gives off. If you recall, Momo is one of Aster's pet monsters. So Morvay thinks that the monsters nearby are probably drawn to whatever that smell is. And Eden is like, that's crazy, because that would mean that the altar has essentially reversed its function, which typically is warding off monsters. Keeping the dead zone at bay. But the temple isn't in a residential area, so there's no, monsters harming random citizens. It's just the people in the temple itself, which, coincidentally, is just the resident priest. There's just one. How suspicious. Anyway, Morvay leaves. He's in his little guy form, and he goes to do a little flyover assessment of the area, and right as he leaves, this specific priest comes to talk to Eden. This priest is, of course, our next clan member. His name is Olivine. He's a human man with a gemstone on his belly button. He's only been the priest at this temple for 3 months, but his family has run it for generations. So his parents put a shit ton of pressure on him to be like the perfect priest and the perfect religious man and stuff. So, of course, that leads to him having this whole issue with sex, but it's not just sex. He actually thinks that priests shouldn't desire literally anything other than being a good priest. Even when it comes to desire of a good meal or extra sleep or whatever, he literally doesn't think you should have any desires at all. And he puts everyone else's needs before his own, and he doesn't ever talk to anyone about his own negative feelings because he's too busy being a priest. Classic priest. You're probably thinking, wow, there's a priest in the gay sex game? That's fucking insane. Yes, it is. This game is camp, and it's hysterical. You'll see what I mean. We'll get into it. Also, everybody in this whole city is obsessed with him. He's basically like a local idol, hence why those knights were arguing about who gets to go talk to him. He's just really charismatic and pretty, and he's got huge boobs. So anyway, the water altar is in the basement of the Holy Temple, which is the temple that we're at, the temple that Olivine runs. Usually it's Olivine's job to look after the water altar and repair it and stuff. Olivine's parents left 3 months ago to go on a pilgrimage to visit other temples around the continent and stuff, which of course was also the time that he became the priest, so he's been here alone. Well, he wasn't actually alone. His parents left, and then once it got dangerous with the monsters, he sent his younger brother and sister to live in a different town, and he refused help from other priests and stuff because he's like, it's so dangerous to have people here, I can handle it myself, which isn't suspicious at all. Blank stare into the camera. Not suspicious at all. Let me resituate. My fucking knees hurt, bruh. What am I, 90 years old? This sucks. Okay. Eden helps Olivine move some supplies to the storage room inside the temple, and they talk while they move this stuff around. And you might be wondering, where the fuck did this stuff even come from? Eden and Edmond brought a bunch of supplies to donate as not a peace offering, but what the fuck is that called? They brought things, okay, to be nice. Anyway, Olivine is really, really strong, so he's carrying pallets of shit around with his bare fucking hands, and Eden is that's wild. So they're talking, they're chit-chatting. Eden finds out that Olivine has been here by himself this whole time, and he's working real hard, and Eden is you should take some time off and do some traveling or something, because otherwise you'll end up hating your job, which, foreshadowing, haha, I wonder when that's gonna happen. Eden, of course, also is talking from experience, because he was really overworked at his previous job as a sex toy designer, but Olivine says that he can't travel because he's fully responsible for this temple, and then Eden is well, if I convince him to take some time off, then I'll be able to investigate the altar better, so I should convince him to leave. Olivine does seem interested in traveling, he seems interested in learning about other territories and stuff, because he's asking Eden a whole bunch of questions about what the light territory is like, which of course gives us a little bit of a hint that Olivine hasn't been allowed to fucking go anywhere since he doesn't even know what the light territory is like, which is the territory right next to the water territory. He says he sometimes has a desire to go travel far away and learn about other places and their cultures, and then Eden says something that will be incredibly important for every Olivine character character arc for the rest of the game, which is, why don't you follow your desires every once in a while? To which Olivine responds, desires are not something a priest should have. After this conversation ends, Edmond comes in and asks to talk to the person in charge, which of course is Olivine. He explains the whole situation with the gemstone and whatever to Olivine, and Olivine just lets them go investigate without any problems, which I find kind of funny. Anyway, Eden then tells Edmond that Olivine is a clan member too, and Edmond is like, so it's true. And then Edmond tells Eden that Olivine has been well known. He's been well known in this area since like he was born, because he grew up in the temple, so all the temple regulars know him, plus the people outside the temple know him for being so charming and nice and whatever. So since the monsters are scaring people away from coming to this temple, there's a lot of pressure on the knights to fix this because everybody really wants to see Olivine again. So Edmond and Eden get to the water altar and they notice that scent again, and they notice that the essence flows within the gemstone are really weird, but they can't get close to it because the power of the strange essence won't let them anywhere near it. Eden gets this feeling like if he put his hand there, it would cut his hand off. So he's like, we can't touch it. We can't get close enough to do anything. So they leave the room to discuss, and Eden realizes that the smell is monster semen. It's monster nut. He mentions Momo again and says that Aster said they give off that smell when they're in heat. So some kind of hormone is causing the monsters to be attracted to the gemstone. Eden also says that there's pharmacies in the area that sell stuff containing monster semen to boost male sex drive, which is insane, but not gonna question that. So a little bit of time passes, the sun starts to set, and a whole bunch of monsters start rushing out of the dead zone towards the temple. So the girls have to post up outside and fight them off. Mostly Olivine doing the fighting because he is very good at magic. Very good at fighting with magic. In the middle of the chaos, right, Eden, who can't fight for shit, so he's kind of not doing anything, he's just like trying not to get himself killed, he looks at Olivine and he notices that the look on Olivine's face, he seems to be kind of enjoying this chaos. So he's like, interesting. So the fight ends, the monsters retreat. Edmond says he's gonna go check on the knights and stay at their camp, and Eden says he wants to stay at the temple so he can talk to Olivine more about the altar. And Edmond is like, well, I guess Morvay is gonna be here too, so it's fine. So they go their separate ways, and Olivine prepares a room for Eden to stay in. He makes him dinner. He treats his wounds from the fight. He ends up talking about the expectations and the pressure involved in being a priest and everything. And Eden is like, it must be hard having so many fans with such high expectations. And Olivine is like, I'm nowhere near as grand as you're making me out to be, which is also gonna be something that comes back a lot with his character stories and stuff. So Olivine asks Eden if the pressure of being the second Grand Sorcerer is a lot, and Eden is like, yeah, it actually sucks. I'm just some dude, and I don't know what I'm doing. And this title is kind of a lot. But he also says that he wishes he could help everyone, since he received a lot of help growing up, like in the orphanage and stuff. But he says there's limits to what a person can do, and since it's wrong to force others to do things, isn't it also wrong to force yourself? And Olivine is like, interesting concept. You know, it seems like he's kind of getting in Olivine's head a little bit with that, which of course is a good thing. So Olivine leaves and they get ready for bed and stuff. Olivine goes back to his room, but Eden realizes that Olivine forgot his holy book. So of course he brings it back to Olivine's room. And when he gets there, he's greeted with a bit of a shocking sight, if you will. And by that, I mean Olivine is straight jorking it in his bed with the door open. I think the door was like cracked or something, but anyway, they make eye contact and then Olivine keeps going, but this is like so, like, just every once in a while the absurdity of what I'm saying will just hit me as I'm saying a sentence, and it's just like really, anyway, Olivine keeps going, but he's very like, Eden can see the shame on his face, you know? All that classic Olivine stuff. So Eden is like, can I confess something? And then basically he says, you're hot and I've been thinking about your titties all day. And Olivine is like, what? Olivine is like, hold on. You don't think I should be ashamed of myself? You don't think this is gross and bad? And Eden is like, you want my honest response? I think this is dope. There's a hot priest jorking it. This is sick. And Olivine is like shocked, like fully floored. And he's like, I wish I was more like you. More open about my desires and more honest with myself, but wouldn't people shun me if I indulge too much? And Eden is like, shut up, freak. No, that's not what he says. He asks Olivine if he's ever had a rebellious phase, or like if he's ever had a time where he thought something was wrong with the world and he hated all the rules, so he rebelled, you know? And Olivine is like, well, to be honest, I feel like that right now. And he tells Eden that he doesn't want to be a priest, but he didn't realize that until it was too late. And he says that his parents said his gemstone's power was a gift from the Grand Sorcerer, and then therefore a gift from the god of Klein, so he had to devote his entire life to the temple, and Olivine just never doubted that. And then we get chapter 4, H. In case you're wondering, Olivine is also a bottom. Bet you wouldn't have guessed that. Yes, you would have. Olivine, afterwards, tells Eden that this is the first time he's ever told anyone about these desires he has. Desires, of course, of sex, but also of leaving the temple and all that stuff. And he says that it feels like a huge weight has been lifted off his shoulders, and he thinks Eden has some sort of special ability to help people. And then he admits that he caused the monster jizzification of the gemstone on purpose in an attempt to destroy the temple so he could be free. So he wanted to be free of all these rules and expectations and all the pressure, but he did not plan on it getting bad enough that there was actually like monsters attacking people. So he didn't want anyone to get hurt, but it got out of hand. And then he also tells Eden that the reason he was jerking it was because he thought Eden was coming to punish him for being a terrible priest. And he was like, hey man, might as well just make it worse or have a little fun or whatever it was. So yeah, as it turns out, Olivine is a fucking freak. So if any of you were like, oh, I hate that stupid like sexy priest trope or like sexy nun thing where it's like the whole kink is like the corruption of innocence, that is not what's going on here, babe. He is crazy. So Eden is like, well, okay, how about as an apology, you help us regulate this altar so that this area will be safe again and nobody fucking dies. And then Olivine says thanks to the god of Klein for this chance at redemption, which, like, bitch, shut up. You should be thanking Eden, not God, but like whatever. And he agrees, of course, to help. And then they go to regulate the altar, and Edmond comes and everything. And Eden lies to Edmond and says that like some traveling merchant sold Olivine monster luring drugs disguised as a gemstone varnish because he doesn't want Edmond to think badly of Olivine. And he doesn't want the rest of the knights to find out about this. And then Edmond and Eden kind of kidnap Olivine and convince Olivine to start living at Aster's mansion instead of the temple. They just kind of like randomly bring him back to their carriage, and Olivine's like, okay, but like, where are we going? And then they explain to him the whole situation, and Olivine is like, oh yeah, dope, I'm down. Cause yeah, he didn't really want to be like at the temple anyway. So if I remember right though, it's like the conversation goes something kind of like, you know, helping with the altars would be an extension of your duty as a priest. And then he's like, oh my god, you're right. Edmond did more of the convincing than Eden did. And then they're talking to morvay in the carriage. I think it's morvay, Eden, Edmond, and Olivine are in the carriage on the way back. And Olivine says something about like, you know, my soul has been saved, or like I've been given a second chance or whatever. And morvay is like, oh, so they fucked. And then Edmond is like, you didn't force the priest to do anything weird, did you? And Eden is like, no, I would never do that. And then Edmond is like, well, okay, that's all right then. So this is where the polyamory representation starts. This is where it gets epic, if you will. I really love these moments. There's like quite a few of them where the characters will literally acknowledge the fact that Eden sleeps with everybody in the room, and they'll all go, nice. Like it's just, yup. Usually any type of game where the protagonist has like explicit romantic or sexual relationships with any of the other main characters, there's like multiple routes that happen in alternate universes for each character. But in this game, there's just one story, and they're all in love at the same time, and they're all smashing at the same time, and all the characters know it, and they all support it, and it's the best game of all time. So, thoughts? Agree or disagree, leave a comment, leave a like, subscribe. So yeah, and then we get a little moment of Olivine's point of view, and he's thinking about how exciting it is that he's taken the first few steps to leave the temple, but he's also anxious. But then he's like, as long as I'm with Eden, I'm sure I'll be fine. So literally all it took to get Olivine to like basically fall in love was like empathy, sympathy, 2 kind sentences. So it's really not looking great for the characters in this game, but it's okay. They'll be healed through the power of love and boyfriend and gay sex. And that's the end of fucking chapter 4. It's time for chapter 5. Chapter 5 starts with Olivine receiving word from the temple that the knights and priests that usually go to the wood altar in the wood territory to regulate it cannot find it anymore. So oomphs go on a trip to find it. Oomphs being Morvay, Eden, and Olivine, by the way. But before they leave, Aster and Morvay cryptically mention some troublesome person that lives in the wood territory, and they're like, ooh, watch out for that guy. Do they tell us who he is? No. But they're like, oh man, that troublesome guy lives there. So anyways, they get set out, and they're talking about this place that they're going. This area of the wood territory that they're headed to is called the undeveloped zone because it's inhabited by tribes that don't like outsiders. So there's no well, it's undeveloped. Also, the essence in this part of the woods is incredibly dense, and Eden says some shit like, it feels like it could create life, and then Morvay is like, it does. And he explains that there's been instances of creatures in this area transforming into humans due to the powerful magic in the area. And he also says that Yakumo's ancestor, the Great Serpent, likely originated from this territory. And then Eden thinks to himself like, oh, that's probably why Yakumo didn't want to come with. So yeah, Yakumo stayed home because he doesn't want to be in the woods, which we will definitely get to later. But just not like in this chapter, but that'll come back for sure. So Aster sent a bunch of gifts with them, quote unquote gifts, as peace offerings for the tribe, but it's actually just a bunch of like bullshit that the king pawned off onto Aster. And by pawned off, I mean like dumped on him because he was clearing out his storeroom. He was like, oh, Aster and Eden helped with the altars. I'm gonna just give them all this shit I don't want and call it a gift. And then Aster was like, ooh, I'm gonna give the tribes all this shit I don't want and call it a gift. So yeah, on their way, they run into some big ass monster, but their magic isn't working correctly for some unknown suspicious reason. Cough. And some huge buff blonde guy with a stoat on his shoulder jumps in and saves the day before they all die. The narration literally says a huge figure descends from the sky, which is hysterical. But anyway, he kicks the monster's ass, and then Morvay is like, oh, you guys should be safe with this guy around. I gotta go check out something over here. Bye. And then he just fucking leaves. So this guy's name is Quincy. Quincy lives by himself in the woods, and he is on bad footing with the nearby tribes. Despite him being one of my top 3 favorite characters, top 2 actually. I don't really know what else to say, so I'm just gonna let you figure the rest of it out as I tell it. Also, a little tangent, but I want to make a public apology here for anyone from my Tumblr who watches this. Somewhere in chapter 5 or 6, Olivine asks Quincy, is there such a thing as a non-wicked yokai? And Quincy responds by just saying me. So, since I had been seeing a lot of people referring to Quincy as a human, I made this salty fucking post being like, by the way, quick friendly reminder, which by the way, when people say friendly reminder, it's never a friendly reminder, that's passive aggression. So I was like, friendly reminder that Quincy isn't just an old ass human man, he's actually a yokai. Thanks. And then people in the comments were like, oh, I thought he was a human. And I was like, nope, because see here he says he's a yokai. I was being all like, I know everything about it, and then he is actually just an old ass human man. I have no idea why he says he's a yokai in that one moment, but several times after this, he says that he's a human that just doesn't age because of the Huey magic. So he is just a guy, and I was wrong. So, public apology. Sorry. Anyone who was personally victimized by the saltiness of that post, I'm sorry to you. Anyway, so Quincy tells Eden that this place is dangerous, and he's all like, you should leave. But Eden is like, we're here on an important mission, actually, bitch. And then their gemstones resonate for a moment, but neither of them say anything. And then Eden asks Quincy to show them to the wood altar, and Quincy is like, it's too troublesome. Troublesome is Quincy's favorite word, by the way. He says it all the time. So he also says that Eden should let troublesome people solve their own problems, as in why are you going out of your way to help Huey or whatever, which is funny. And Eden is like, well, I agree, but everyone has helped me so much already that I'd like to try my best at helping them. So Quincy still is like, yeah, fuck you. Olivine is like, can you instead just show us to the local tribe since we brought stuff for them. He says that Quincy can have some of their things, like some of their gifts in exchange. And Quincy is like, is it really okay for me to take stuff since I'm not from the tribe? And Eden and Olivine are like, you're not from the tribe? What the fuck are you doing here then? But then they're like, yeah, it's fine. And he takes a bunch of food and a few other things. Then he shows them to the tribe, and Eden is like, didn't you just say it was too troublesome to show us around like a second ago? And Quincy is like, you've given me food, so I must reciprocate. So then Eden starts like grilling him. He's like, do you live nearby? Do you live alone? Like yada yada. And Quincy only answers in one word responses. And then Eden is like, do you ever say full sentences? And Quincy just is like, you talk too much. He's great. When they do show up at the tribe, the elder is like, I was wondering when we were going to hear from the temple again, but why are you with this guy? So Quincy is like, I was their guide, and then the elder never says anything else to him after this for this entire interaction. So this is, they have beef. Also, the tribe elder says they don't usually accept gifts from outsiders, but also they're not allowed to waste food, so they have to accept the gifts, which is funny. He also says they don't allow outsiders to stay overnight in the village, but there's a camp nearby they can stay at. So Quincy starts to leave, but Eden is like, hey, you should probably stay and help us so we don't fucking die out here in the woods, because we don't know what we're doing. What he really is trying to get to is getting Quincy to show them to the wood altar. He thinks if he can like get to know Quincy better, he can like convince him. So Quincy's like, fine, I'll help you set up camp, whatever. This next part is so funny. So they're setting up camp, and Eden is all, man, I was always so jealous of the kids that got to go camping in summer camp. I used to listen to their stories of berry picking and making campfires and making new friends, and I wanted to go so bad. Once I started junior high, I joined the scout club, but it wasn't the same, and I never did get to go camping. I loved hiking though. And he keeps going, and then Quincy isn't responding, so he's like, am I boring you, or am I just annoying, or are you angry at us for not helping set up? And then Quincy is like, I was listening, I just didn't feel like responding. It's so funny. Yeah, I'm gonna go crazy. Anyway, so Olivine and Eden try to set up the tent, but they have no idea what they're doing. So Quincy takes over, and the little stoat on his shoulder, that is still here by the way, is like running around and grabbing things, like tools and stuff, and holding things for Quincy. It's really cute. And then Quincy leaves to grab some firewood, and Olivine tells Eden that the tribe elder warned him to stay away from Quincy because Quincy has lived in the forest for decades, but he's never aged. Olivine says, rather than disliking Quincy, it seems like the tribe is just scared of him because they don't know where his power comes from or whatever. Then Quincy comes back and sets up a fire, and then he's all, this would have been much less troublesome if you just went home. And Eden is like, yeah, but you still helped us, so you're actually a pretty warm-hearted guy, huh? And then suddenly a member from the tribe comes running out to Olivine saying a kid in the village is sick, and he was like playing in some part of the forest that's infested with mosquitoes, and they bit him and he got sick. This guy explains that the mosquitoes recently infested the area, and now all the pathways are covered in thorn bushes, so everyone told the kid not to go out there, but he went anyways. Eden notices that Quincy seems worried about the kid, which he finds strange, since of course Quincy is all like, I'm a tribe hater and we have beef and whatever. And Olivine is like, I can help if you bring me to the village to see the kid, and the tribe member is like, I'm not allowed to bring people into the village. And Eden is like, you're still thinking about your stupid laws? This kid could die. And then the tribe member is like, okay, yeah, you're right. I'll bear the responsibility and break the rule and let Olivine help, but only Olivine. So then Olivine leaves, and then Quincy and Eden are alone. Oh my gosh, what's gonna happen? So Eden, he explains the whole situation and again asks Quincy for help with the altar. And he's like, you're the best person to ask because you're clearly strong and you know about the forest and you know how to survive. And he also points out that he was like, I noticed that you didn't use magic at all while you were setting up the camp. So do you not like relying on magic or something? And Quincy is like, yeah, you're right. He explains that in order to get to the wood altar, you have to go through the northern jungle, which is apparently a dangerous place, more dangerous than the place they're already in. But before he explains anything else, he asks Eden, like, what the fuck, why do you want to go so bad? And Eden is like, don't you already know? You're a clan member. And Quincy's like, no, I'm asking you personally. And Eden is like, I want to pay back everyone that's helped me, so I'm trying to help regulate the altars and the gemstones. And he also says that if he regulates the gemstones and increases his own gemstones power, he'll get closer to his goal, but he doesn't say what his goal actually is. And then Quincy asks what relation Eden has to Huey, and Eden is like, I don't know. And Quincy is like, don't play dumb. You have his essence. And Eden is like, no, genuinely, like, I don't know. I'm not even from here. I just have been using his title, and it's helped me to feel like I fit in, or like I have a place to belong. He also says that when he reads the books that Huey left behind, or he visits the gemstone altars, he feels a kind of strange yet reassuring familiarity. So do with that what you will. He also says that back where he came from in his world, he never really had a place to belong, and he was constantly moving from job to job, obviously, and from house to house, and it gets all found family, and he's like, since I came here, I found my people, and all that stuff. And Quincy says those kinds of bonds can be troublesome sometimes, and Eden is like, how about your bond with this stoat? Is he troublesome? And then he asks if the stoat has a name, and Quincy says no. He actually says some fuck-ass line about like, animals have no use for a name, they're only for human convenience or whatever, and it's like, okay, like he cooked, but like shut up, like get over it. Also, I should mention Quincy can understand everything that the stoat says, but Eden can't. So since the game is usually from Eden's point of view, typically the stoat, the dialogue, it just says squeak, 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 squeak. So that's his language. Eden also asks about the tribe, and Quincy says they're afraid of him for several reasons, and they usually blame any strange happenings in the forest on him, and Eden is like, are they wrong? And Quincy says, only sometimes. And then Eden says, like, it must be frustrating that they don't understand you, like constantly being misunderstood, and Quincy doesn't confirm or deny, but he does fall asleep while Eden is talking, and then Eden falls asleep shortly after that. As Eden's falling asleep though, he thinks about that sick kid from the tribe, and he starts thinking about how he used to be treated at the orphanage he grew up in when he would get sick. The teachers and stuff always thought he was lying, and if he did manage to get a sick note, he'd have to go to the pharmacy himself and get the medicine alone, and then just like tough it out alone until he felt better. When he opens his eyes, he's in a different location in the forest, and the air around him feels like essence but not quite, and there's a slight purple hue in the air, but I'm not certain if the purple hue is canon, like if Eden can see it, or if it's just a visual effect in the game. Anyway, he's being lured into the forest by a voice that's saying it'll return him home, but he doesn't actually want to return home, so he gets like partway there, and then he's like, wait a minute, I don't want to do that. And then he wakes up to Quincy's stoat friend squeaking in his ear, and then suddenly the trees around them start to wake up and run around and run towards them, and then Quincy shows up just in time to grab Eden and throw him over his shoulder and then dip. And Eden says, if possible, could you carry me like a princess and not like a sack of potatoes? And Quincy doesn't say anything and just runs off, and Eden screams. They get back to camp safely, and Eden says he feels like he's fucking dying, but Quincy says anyone who can escape one of that man's illusions won't die so easily. The man in question, as Quincy puts it, is a dangerous yokai that Eden should try his best to stay away from. Quincy also says he didn't realize Eden was gone until the stoat woke him up to tell him, and Eden says he now suddenly cannot remember what happened. Also, Eden decides to give the stoat a name, since it's getting annoying not having something to call him, and he's like, I'll come up with an awesome name. And he sits there for a second, and then the name he comes up with is Twilight Star Show Max Lucifer Topper III. To which Quincy says, Topper will do. And now his name is Topper. Now and forever, the little guy is named Topper. Quincy then explains that those running trees were a type of ancient plant called wood spirits, and it's their pollinating season. And when they pollinate, they run around to spread the pollen. Their pollination season only happens once every 20 years, and since the trees are moving, that's why the paths are different to get to the wood altar, even though the wood altar hasn't actually moved at all, so people can't use the same landmarks to get to it, and then they can't find it, you know what I mean? Also, important, Quincy says that Huey never spoke to Topper, even though Topper's been around this whole time, which is Huey's first L. I have maintained a list of Huey L's as I took my notes, and by L's I don't mean losses. I mean things that Huey has done that fucking suck. So ignoring Topper is definitely a bitch-ass thing to do. So that's on the list of Huey L's. I'm a Huey hater, and I hope you will join me in that. Not really, you can do whatever you want. But also, if you like Huey, I'll kill you. Just kidding. This is not a threat to anyone at MSNBC. Anyway, my script, dude, okay, my script says, imagine being around Topper and not talking to him. You gotta be some kind of sick freak in the bad way to never talk to Topper. And that's exactly it. Huey is a sick freak in the bad way. Anyway, so Quincy continues and says that compared to Huey, Eden is much warmer, and he says that Huey is a lot colder than most people imagine. And Eden is like, oh, like, do you know him very well? And Quincy is like, I've known him for decades, but I don't feel like I know him at all. Eden's like, are you on bad terms with Huey? And Quincy says, it's hard to explain. fine, but that Eden being different to Huey is a good thing. So Quincy is also a Huey hater. Kind of. Because Eden is so much nicer than Huey, and because Quincy wants to see the other ways that Eden differs from him, Quincy agrees to take Eden and Co to the wood altar. And Co being just Olivine, I guess, whenever Olivine comes back. Eden's energy is depleted from all the chaos, so Quincy tells him to get some rest since it's important to conserve essence and energy, and Eden does his horny little shit face and he's all, I've heard there's other ways to replenish essence. And then Quincy just is like, bet. And he pulls Eden into his lap, but then after already having done that, he says, I hate doing troublesome things. Me when I lie. Me when I'm a fucking liar. Also, I forgot to mention, Quincy's gemstone is on his hand, like in the same place, same position as Edmond's, but on the opposite hand. And Eden says that he feels a sense of familiarity and comfort when he touches it, so of course he does. Really important thing about chapter 5H, the H scene for chapter 5, is that it's the first time Eden has kissed any of the characters. So I'll just leave that right there for you to ponder and chew on. Also, in case you were wondering, Quincy is a top, but he's a switch in my heart. So someday we'll get Quincy bottoming. I fucking swear to God. I swear, you guys. So the next morning, Olivine wakes Eden up, and Eden was so deep in sleep that he's like really out of it. And then Olivine points his magic book at Eden, his magic holy book at Eden, and he says, please get up within the next 5 seconds. And he starts counting down, and then Eden jumps up and he's like, okay, I'm up. Relax, fucking chill. It's really funny. And then Olivine is like, the kid is doing better now. And then Eden fills Olivine in on his findings about the trees and the altar and everything. And then they set out into the jungle, but there's a thick white mist that they cannot see through. And Quincy says the yokai from before is lurking in the mist waiting for them. And then Eden is like, wait a minute, where did Morvay go? And he thinks something might have happened to him. But he's like, we can keep going anyway. And that's the end of chapter 5. So, moving on to chapter 6. Eden and Olivine are following behind Quincy and talking about how amazing it is that he can still tell where he's going. And Quincy says, I'm not looking with my eyes. And they're like, whoa, you have some kind of spiritual connection with the forest? And he's like, no, what the fuck are you talking about? He's just using his essence to like sense the location of the wood altar, I'm pretty sure. But that's never explicitly stated, I guess. And then Eden and Olivine are both kind of fangirling. They're like, you're some kind of forest protector, forest guardian. And Quincy is like, okay. And then Eden is like, yeah, like, you were like worried about that sick kid from the tribe, and it's time for ASMR while I look at my Twitter notifications. Sorry, I'm fucking losing my fucking mind. So Eden is like, yeah, you can act confused all you want, but you were all concerned about that kid from the tribe. You seemed upset when you heard about that. And Eden is like, I think the thorny vines blocking the paths were your doing. And Quincy is like, yeah, I planted them so that nobody would go out and get hurt by the pollinating trees. And then Olivine is like, why don't you just tell the tribe the truth? And Quincy says the truth is meaningless to these types of people that worship the mountains and pray to the trees. But if thorny vines randomly show up, they'll find a different way because they know forest etiquette. So, fair enough, King. Eden then asks why this mischievous yokai is even bothering with the fog if Quincy can find his way to the altar without having to see where he's going. And Quincy says that yokai never would have expected Quincy to help them. And then a voice calls out from beyond the fog and says, hey, old friend, you really are trying to make me look bad. I put a lot of effort into preparing these gifts for the new Grand Sorcerer. And Eden recognizes the voice as the same voice that tried to lure him into the forest last night. And Olivine comments on how the voice seems to be coming from inside their heads instead of, coming from a person. He also says that it isn't regular elemental magic, it's something else. But we don't really ever get an explanation of what this guy's magic actually is. So just know that it's different. He's built different. And then the yokai calls Eden an imposter and sends a bunch of monsters to try to fucking kill him. As they're fighting, Eden asks why the yokai called Quincy old friend, and Quincy says, we just happen to live close to each other. We're like neighbors. Me when I lie, me when I'm lying, again. And Olivine is like, is the yokai dangerous? And Quincy says everything in the forest is dangerous, but he's never seen this guy lure people in for food. He just does it for fun. So a whole shit ton of monsters keep coming, and their magic is being stifled just like before with the like big monster that attacked them and Quincy had to save them. As it turns out, when Morvay left, he went back to the mansion to get Yakumo and Aster's pets. Remember Momo, Pee-Pee, and Bobo, who were able to locate Eden by his smell after sniffing a pair of his underwear. And they come and distract the monsters while the rest of the gang makes a break for it. So they saved the fucking day. The girls are no longer fighting. Well, the yokai is still fighting with Quincy. He's beefing with Quincy and Eden. Anyway, Morvay explains that he went to check around the tribe yesterday and didn't find anything suspicious. So then he realized the source of the problem was this yokai, so he went back to the mansion to get reinforcements, but he didn't have time to tell Eden where he was going. But he knew Eden would be fine as long as Quincy was there, and then Eden's like, so you've known Quincy for a long time? And Morvay is like, yep, he used to go on all sorts of missions with Huey. Then he also says that this yokai is also a clan member, and Eden is like, shouldn't he be helping us then? And Quincy is like, not a fucking chance. He says this guy rarely ever approves of anything, and Huey is one of the very few people he even acknowledges. And Eden thinks about how it would be impossible to try becoming like Huey, and everyone is like, you're great as you are. And Morvay says, don't worry, you're living in a fantasy world if you think you can get everyone's approval. Which is just some good life advice. Thank you, Morvay. I have a screenshot of that in my phone for when I need it. So the pep talk works, and Eden gets another burst of energy, so he yells at this yokai. He's like, we're not gonna back down, and it's 5 against 1. And then the yokai is like, are you talking to me? And he materializes from the fog. And then Quincy and the yokai, whose name is Kuya, by the way, start arguing. Quincy says Eden isn't trying to be Huey, and Kuya is like, yes, he clearly is, because he's using his title, but he can't do anything right, so he's nothing like Huey. Kuya is like, I originally just wanted to scare you out of the forest, but now I've changed my mind. And then he has one of those moments kind of like Yakumo where like black mist forms behind him, but instead of forming a little serpent shaped cloud like Yakumo's was, Kuya's is a tail. So now that we know his fucking name, I can give you the Kuya basics. He's a fox yokai that lives, of course, near Quincy in the wood territory. He is also very old and also lives alone, similar to Quincy, except I think way older. His past with Quincy is very vague, but it's clear they've known each other for a long time and are somewhat close despite all the fighting, so basically they're divorced. Kuya and Quincy are 2 of the only remaining 3 OG clan members. I forgot to mention that with Quincy, by the way, that he made his contract with Huey like in his lifetime. He wasn't born with his gemstone, and Kuya also made his contract with Huey in his lifetime. And I think he was the first clan member out of everyone we've met so far. Also, when I say that Quincy and Kuya are 2 of the only 3 remaining OG clan members, I just mean 3 remaining like that we've met. He's really old, so he's got chronic boredom from being so old and having done everything. So he's constantly tormenting people and animals in the woods, and he goes out of his way to go places that he thinks something interesting might be happening. So that's the basics. He's a freak, and he's old, and he's an annoying bitch. And also, I love him. I love all of these characters. They're all bestie. So anyway, Eden thinks they should talk it out, but everyone else in the group is preparing for a battle. And then as soon as Eden tries to actually talk to Kuya, Kuya shoots a hole towards Eden's face, and Eden almost dies. But he gets like moved out of the way just in time. And then Kuya says some bitchy remark, and then Eden gets mad as fuck, and he's like, you might hate it when people talk shit about Huey, but I hate it when dumbass pricks talk shit about me too. Which, by the way, is word for word. That's a direct quote. A lot of the stuff that I'm saying is not direct quotes, as you can tell, but that was word for word. And then everyone goes ham. They keep fighting for a while, but it's basically not going anywhere, so they give Kuya a stern talking to, and Quincy tells him to knock it off, and Kuya responds with, I'm not as kind-hearted as you, old friend. Never using one's own power, blindly relying on others, I find it extremely difficult to approve of this weak, naive, senseless young master. Young master being Eden. And then suddenly a huge fucking monster comes out of nowhere. Kuya realizes it's from the dead zone based on the feeling of its essence, and Quincy is like, you brought monsters from the dead zone? And Kuya is like, no, I'm not crazy enough for that yet. And then Quincy notices that the tree smells like pollen from the wood spirits, the tree being the giant monster that just came out of nowhere, and Kuya starts laughing up a storm with that stupid shit-eating grin on his face, and he's like, the wood spirits you frightened started running around and spreading their pollen into the dead zone, and now there's tree monsters from the dead zone. Then he goes, well, have fun. I'll stay here and watch the action. He just sits there and does nothing, like in a tree or something. He loves to sit on a tree branch. He's very Cheshire Cat coded, but anyway, one of the tree monster's roots comes flying up out of the ground directly in Kuya's direction, and Eden jumps in front of it to protect him and gets sent flying into the air, and then he passes out. And then he wakes up in Kuya's bed. He doesn't realize he's in Kuya's bed, of course, and he sees there's a hanging decoration above him, and he thinks that it's something like what you might hang above a baby's crib. And he's like, wow, whatever little child lives here is really lucky to have this decoration and, you know, to be pampered like this. And then he like surveys his body for any serious injuries and realizes he's fine. And he gets up and starts looking around, and there's a whole bunch of like strange ornaments and decorations and stuff. He's like, where the fuck am I? And Kuya is like, you're in my house. So yeah, Kuya's house is full of like random items and different furniture with a whole bunch of different like styles mixed together. So then Eden is like, so if I'm alive in your house, does that mean we can have a civil conversation? And Kuya is like, and what if I refuse? Eden's like, even someone as dumb and weak as me could tell that you could have easily won that fight and killed me, but you didn't. So there's no way you have no interest in talking. So they talk about how Kuya thinks Eden sucks. He's like, you're weak and you seek everyone's approval and blah, blah, blah. And Eden's like, I don't actually care if you like me or not. I just don't want to die. And Kuya is all, I could kill you in an instant. And Eden is like, yeah, but you caught me in your tail when I fell out of the air. And Kuya is like, yeah, because you risked your life to try and save me, even though that monster couldn't have laid a single scratch on me. And Eden is like, yeah, well, I didn't really have time to think it through. And I don't need a special reason to try and save someone. But if I would have had more time, maybe I would have acted differently. And Kuya is all, you're just as contradictory as every other human. You truly aren't special. Did I mention Kuya hates humans? Classic. He's so fucking annoying. Every single chance he gets to shit on them, he will. So this is one of those moments. And Eden says that it's cruel to think people are worthless just because they aren't special. And Kuya is like, well, having the gall to call someone cruel to their face does deserve a little bit of praise. I must admit that my opinion of the young master here has raised by approximately the size of half a leaf. So he's got half a leaf to go with now. Eden does, that is. And then Kuya's like, just because the other clan members helped you doesn't mean I have to. And Eden's like, yeah, I guess I was wrong to think like that. I'm sorry. I don't like being compared to Huey, so I suppose you wouldn't like being expected to act like everyone else. And Kuya is like, I don't mind comparisons. The most important thing for me is showing off my individuality and special qualities. And then he says that it was just Eden's subpar performance and the fact that he was abusing Huey's good reputation that ticked him off a little. And Eden is like, if ticked you off a little means I almost fucking died. He doesn't say that out loud, he thinks it though. He's like, this guy is nuts. Also, this is a very like straightforward moment for Kuya to just be like, here's exactly what made me mad and why and whatever. I feel like he doesn't do this later. Maybe I'm tripping though. So then Eden goes back to looking around at Kuya's collection of random shit, and he says he's trying to get to know Kuya better so he can like have a better chance of convincing him to help with the wood altar. And Kuya is like, well, is it working? And Eden says, I can see you're fond of collecting things, and collecting and owning is an expression of control, which is so fucking funny. He ate that bitch up. He also explains that he accepted the task of regulating the altars in order to find out more about the neon gemstone so he can get home, after Kuya like asked why he's even trying. And then Kuya is like, you're lying, you don't want to go home. And he puts an illusion on Eden that makes him think he was just dreaming. And then Eden gets really upset, and then Kuya brings him back to reality and is like, see, bitch, I told you. And Eden is like, yeah, well, I only just realized that now myself. So, and then he starts reminiscing about his old life, and at the thought of having to leave all of these new people behind and go home, he starts crying. And Kuya is like, it looks like this was more painful for you than I thought it would be. Which, again, very like, you know, I feel like he doesn't say shit like that later on. He just gets more he just gets worse. And then Eden is like, how the fuck did you know what my office and my coworkers looked like for that illusion? And Kuya's like, I don't know what you saw. My illusions just prey on the memories of my victims. He's like, all I know is that you don't want to return home because if you did, you wouldn't have been able to break out of my illusion from yesterday. And then Eden's like, you know what? Maybe going back to my home world isn't a choice I get to make. So I should just worry about the problems at hand. And Kuya is like, yeah, well, you can't handle regulating the wood altar, but I'm getting bored, so I guess I can help you with it. Plus, it would be bad if I ended up on bad terms with my old friend, meaning Quincy, because they're still in love after the divorce. So Eden is like, you could just kill me right now. And Kuya's like, I've changed my mind. Even if it's only half a leaf, I suppose I'm starting to warm up to you. Seems like it wouldn't be so boring to listen to more of your stories. And it's all downhill from here. Cut to present day, Kuya is whipped beyond belief for this little freak. It's insane, but we'll get to that later. Also, Kuya, he says he loves doing this. Kuya says Eden should stay in the forest and be his servant, which I'm mentioning here now because there will be one reference to this. Actually, I think 2 references to this. One in the Dual Eclipse event story and one in chapter 13. So if I don't remember to mention them, sorry, but they're there. You'll see them, but I might forget to point it out. Who's to say? And Eden is like, be your servant? Wouldn't we be better off as equals? And Kuya is like, yeah, but you can't do anything. You suck at everything. And Eden is like, okay, how about I face you in a one-on-one battle, and if you lose, you have to help us with the altar. And Kuya is like, oh, which, like, Kuya already kind of agreed to help, but anyway. So Kuya's like, okay, fine. How about if I lose, I'll fulfill that condition, plus I'll give you my super special service in bed. Sound good? Which is crazy. Just because what we find out about Kuya later on, it just seems like he's not exactly the type to jump into bed with anybody. So this is a big moment. Okay, anyway. So Eden, surprisingly, is like, wait, huh? Hold on, what? Instead of just jumping at the chance. And then Kuya mentions Eden and Quincy's little moment from last night. And he's like, I haven't had a chance to properly make fun of Quincy yet for being so easily seduced. And Eden is like, I'd rather you didn't watch us, but okay. And then Eden grabs a deck of playing cards that he saw earlier on one of Kuya's shelves. And he's like, we're gonna play Old Maid. And Kuya's like, what the fuck are those? What the fuck is Old Maid? And Eden explains the rules of Old Maid. And then they play Old Maid, and Kuya loses. What? That's crazy. This specific deck of cards, by the way, Eden asks why Kuya has it if he doesn't know what the fuck they are. And Kuya's like, I found it while I was on a trip with Huey. Kuya says Huey said they might have come from another world. And then Eden reads the back of the cards and it says printed to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the Fantasy Magic Enthusiasts Club, but it's in writing from his world. Well, technically, it doesn't say it's from his world, but it says it's writing he can read, so I'm pretty sure it's writing from his world. Anyway, so then Eden is like, wait, that means there's other instances of gateways opening up between worlds, which means I could go home, even though he doesn't actually want to go home. And then, yeah, and then he fucking beats Kuya at Old Maid, which is when we get 6H. Kuya knows Eden cheated, but he doesn't know how, and he's mad that he fell for it, so he's not letting Eden, complete. Yeah, also, in case you were wondering, Kuya is a top. Who would have thought? Anyway, Eden is like, I'll tell you how I cheated if you help me with the altar, which is so funny because it's like he already agreed to help you like 2 times, but okay. So then jump cut to Eden and Kuya back with the rest of the gang. Kuya got rid of the mist, and as it turns out, Kuya actually kidnapped Eden, and everyone else was like frantically searching for him, and then Kuya just was like, I'll let him go. Now Kuya is like, I look forward to more interesting experiences with him, and also more playing cards with more people, which is really cute. I don't think we've actually seen, well, I know we haven't actually seen him playing cards with more of the clan members, but I really want that sometime. We should get an event sometime where it's just them sitting in the kitchen playing cards for like the whole thing. 20 chapters of just them playing cards. Anyway, they finally get to the wood altar, and Eden is like, all right, this time everyone's gonna help. So they all help get the altar regulated. Then Eden explains to Kuya that he cheated by looking at the back of the cards, and he's like, it says it was printed for a magic club, so he knew there would be some kind of trick built into the cards. So there's like a little optical illusion on the back that you can see what the card is. So he knew that Kuya had the old maid, and therefore he won. Eden shows Kuya the card and tries to point out the optical illusion, but Kuya can't see it. And he's like, how come I can't see it? Like, I can see through every illusion, or whatever. And then Quincy looks at it and he sees it, and then everyone else looks at it and they all see it except Kuya. And Kuya is like, what the fuck? Are you guys fucking with me? But they're not. So, get fucked, old man. Your eye's too shitty to I maybe shouldn't say that. His gemstone is in his eyeball, by the way. Crazy. So, that's the end of chapter 6. Bam bam, time for chapter 7. So, now the gang is headed to the fire territory because the fire territory has one of the only 2 remaining altars that they haven't checked on yet. So, Eden, Quincy, Kuya, and Aster are on their fucking way. But there's a huge expanse of the dead zone between the wood territory and the fire territory. So they have to venture through there. And the first thing that Eden notices is that it smells like shit. And Quincy is like, yeah, there's toxic mist in the air. And Eden is like, so this is the end. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna miss you guys. And then Quincy's like, no, it's only harmful to beings that have low essence levels. You're gonna be fine. And Eden's like, oh, okay, sick. They run into a huge bunch of monsters, and Eden gets separated from the group while he's trying to run away, and he ends up running into a guy curled up on the ground asleep and muttering about how hungry he is. And Eden's gemstone resonates with this person, so he knows that this guy is another clan member. So he wakes the guy up and gives him some of the rations he has packed in his bag, and the guy ends up eating everything Eden had in his bag, so he's like, damn, shawty, you got a big appetite. And the guy is like, are you praising me? Oh my gosh, keep going. And then there's a cut, and then Eden is like, Jesus Christ, I didn't think I'd have to praise this guy until I was out of breath, which is hilarious. And then Eden's praise lulls the guy back to sleep. And then Eden's like, you know what? I should probably get some rest too. And then he wakes up to this guy like gripping the corner of his jacket, like curled up next to him, still asleep. He wakes up again and asks the guy's name. He introduces himself as Garu. Eden notices that his whole like vibe has changed. Garu's vibe has changed, like his whole body language and his expressions and stuff like shifted. And Garu is like, did I do anything weird while I was asleep? Like taking your clothes off or something? And then Eden is like, no. What? And Garu's like, sometimes I have these weird dreams where I take people's clothes off and then I laugh at them when they get upset. And then Garu starts like sniffing Eden, and he's like, I've smelled this scent before, but I don't remember where. During the sniff inspection, the sniffing, Eden takes a look at Garu's gemstone, but actually Garu has multiple gemstones and they're inlaid into a metal collar that Garu is wearing, which is crazy because clan members aren't supposed to be able to remove their gemstones from their body. So what's up with that? Question mark, question mark, question mark. We'll get to it. We'll get back to it. Not really. We'll get half back to it. And then Eden asks if he's all alone, and Garu is like, yeah, I've been living here by myself in the dead zone ever since Gramps died. And he says that this area didn't actually used to be part of the dead zone, but it just kind of gradually became dead zone. And Eden is like, you should find someone else to live with, because it's probably kind of bad out here, scary and tough, living all alone. And Garu is like, well, where are you headed? And Eden explains that he's traveling around to resolve important missions, but first he has to find his friends. And then Garu is like, if I help you find your friends, can I become one of your friends too? And Eden, obviously, since Garu is a clan member, is like, yeah, hell yeah, shawty. So they set off to find the crew, and they wander around in the dead zone looking for everyone for literal days, to the point where they run out of food. They straight up run out of food. Eden goes to check on if Garu has found any food yet, and Garu has gone back to his old personality from before he fell asleep on that day that they first met. So now it's time for the Garu Karu intro. You might be wondering, why the fuck did I not introduce Garu when I told you his name? Well, it's because Garu actually has 2 personalities. And I know you're thinking, oh, this is gonna be bad. It's actually not as bad as you'd think. I don't know a ton about DID, however, this is definitely not one of those shitty like evil twin, evil alter things. Garu is a good guy, he's just like different. Also, he is the result of trauma. Something really bad happened to Garu, and then Garu came into existence to protect him, which I think is how DID actually works in real life. So it's kind of lit. I can't say that all of it's perfect because I don't know, but it just sounds better than you'd think. So that's the disclaimer about that. Garu is a young wolf yokai. Young for a yokai, but like he's obviously older than 18. Be fucking for real right now. And he used to live with this guy he mentioned that he called Gramps, who died. I don't know, I already mentioned this, but Gramps made the metal collar with the gemstones and told Garu not to take it off. And then he said, see you later, I'm gonna go die. I don't know, the rest of it, it'll tell itself. The story will tell itself, you know, as we go. Like I said, Karu exists to protect Garu, and he hates humans for beings that we'll get into later, but it's justified, trust me. I don't think I do a very good job with the paraphrasing, like it doesn't really capture the vibe, but Garu is very like puppy vibes, and then Karu is also kind of puppy vibes, but like if a puppy was trying to act scary, you know what I mean? So yeah, also, they have no memories. Garu and Karu have no memories from before they met Gramps, and they have no idea why their gemstones are the way that they are. So, and when Garu is fronting, he has blue eyes, and when Karu is fronting, his eyes are yellow, but I don't think that's canon. I think it's just like a visual thing for the game, but like Eden never mentions it, and the only way that they ever tell the difference, like in the narration, is by the body language, so I don't think the blue eyes, yellow eyes thing actually like happens in the story. Anyway, back to the story. Karu tries to hypnotize Eden with like a coin on a string into like becoming his slave. He's all, ooh, you want to be my slave so bad, and Eden is like, all right, and he yawns, and Karu is like, see, it's working. And Eden is like, I haven't eaten or slept for 2 days. Of course I'm tired. And then he just goes to sleep. And then Karu is like, oh yeah, you kind of have a point. Well, good night. And then Karu goes to sleep too. It's hilarious. So then as Eden's falling asleep, Karu is like, I guess I gotta use my special move, which of course is taking Eden's clothes off. But since Eden is a fucking weird freak, and also because Eden was warned ahead of time, he's like, why are you so calm? Shouldn't you be scared and submitting to my every whim? And Eden is like, undress me if you want. I like guys who take initiative. And Karu was like, yeah, right. I can tell you're shaking in your boots. So then Eden is like, yeah, okay. And he tackles Karu onto the ground, easily, by the way, which is kind of saying a lot because Eden is a little scrimp. And then Karu is like, what the fuck? If anyone's gonna be on top, it should be me, you stupid human. You're about to get a first-hand look at my incredible power. And then he tries to get out from under Eden, but it doesn't work at all, and Eden starts tickling him. So Karu begrudgingly agrees to a temporary surrender, but he swears he'll get revenge someday for this shameful humiliation moment. Then we get a little time skip to, I don't know, like a day later or something, and they've finally made it out of the dark forest, which apparently they were in a dark forest. I don't fucking, like, just, you know, they're setting up camp next to a dried up creek, which there's just no fucking water in the dead zone, I guess. And Karu finally tells Eden his name, and he calls Garu a simpleton. He's like, don't call me by that stupid name. Karu also explains that undressing people in their sleep is part of his master plan to conquer the human race. So yeah, he like thinks he's a supervillain, but he's just kind of a scrunkly little dude. He also like breaks character like all the time. So like Eden will be like, yeah, okay, do you want some like beef jerky? And then Karu's like, oh yeah, dope. You know what I mean? Like just moments like that where it's like he's not really that invested in this plot to overthrow humanity. He also insists on like having different opinions than Garu. So like Garu likes ice cream and Karu likes meat and like that kind of shit. Of course, the biggest difference being that Karu hates humans and Garu loves them, but Garu doesn't actually know that Karu exists. He thinks it's like a sleepwalking situation, but Karu knows that Garu exists, but Karu is like, I'm gonna take control of the body and like fuck Garu and whatever. But he says every time Karu wants to front, he has to beat Garu at rock, paper, scissors, but Garu always forgets that this competition exists, and then Karu can't come out. So it's really funny. And then next time Garu fronts, he finds out everything. Eden tells him the whole situation, and Garu is like, oh my gosh, that's so exciting. It's like I have a long lost brother. And he tells Eden that he wants to stick with him and Karu forever. And Eden is like, aren't you worried that sticking with me could get dangerous? And Garu is like, Gramps always used to tell me that after he died, I would find a super awesome human that I could choose to be my master. And then we'd live happily ever after. I want it to be you. And Eden is like, I don't think Karu would agree to that plan. Then Eden is asking if Garu has ever met a person that he doesn't like. And Garu is like, no. Even if a human insulted me and hated me, I would still really like humans. And Eden is like, oh, I get it. I see where Karu is coming from. So Eden tells Garu to try and talk it out with Karu, and Garu says that ever since Eden explained the whole Karu existing thing, he can like sense Karu in the back of his mind somewhere. And so he like closes his eyes and like talks to Karu while he's still fronting. And Karu basically says, fuck off. Karu is like, tell Eden I'll talk to him later. And Garu relays the message. And then Eden is like, why do I have to be involved? Also, apparently whoever is not fronting can hear everything the other person is experiencing, but they have to like listen on purpose. So they sort of use this as like a, when it's convenient for the plot, Karu hears things that people say to Garu, and then when it's inconvenient for the plot, he doesn't. But anyway, Karu comes out and he's all, tell Garu that if he agrees to help in my quest to conquer humanity, I'll think about sparing his life. And Eden is like, so in other words, you're too weak to beat him yourself. And Karu was like, what the fuck? How did you find out? And Eden is like, because if you could have, you would have done it already. Boom, mic drop. And then Eden has to play messenger for Garu and Karu for like a whole bunch of time. And he's like, just can you please like fucking yeah. So Eden comes up with the idea of choosing a human to do a trial period of like 3 months and then reassess their opinions on humans and see who was correct. Obviously, they pick Eden, and Eden for some reason is surprised by this, and they're like, actually you're the only person that we know. So it's like, duh, they live alone in the dead zone. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So they tell Eden like, yeah, you're gonna be our trial human. And then Karu was like, I'm gonna let that goofball take over for a while. And Eden is like, don't you want this body all to yourself? Why are you letting him take over? And Karu was like, hunting for food sucks, so I'm gonna let him do it. So Eden obviously is like, this fucking guy does not have any intention of killing anybody. So yeah, they settle into a cave to sleep for the night, and Garu is like, I'm officially picking Eden to be my chosen master, which I thought he said that before, but I guess when he said it before, he was like, not for serious, I don't fucking know. But this time it's for serious, for real. And Eden explains to Garu what the Gemstone clan is and all that stuff, and he's like, you're a clan member. And then he touches Garu's collar, and Garu gets that whole magic horniness, heart racing feeling. Eden is like, well, yep, that confirms you're a clan member, but why isn't this gemstone part of your body? And then Garu is like, Gramps found me with a handful of gemstones, and he made this collar for me to wear them, because if they touched my skin, I would get so hot that I couldn't even do anything. So Gramps made the collar to keep them from touching him, but Gramps also somehow knew that the gemstones shouldn't be like too far away from him. So I'm really curious who Gramps is, like what the story is there. I'm sure we'll find out eventually, maybe, hopefully, but we don't know yet. So Eden gives Garu some head pats, and then Garu gets horny for head pats. And then we get the Chapter 7H scene. Woohoo! Everybody clap. As you could have inferred before from Karu saying, if anyone should be on top, it's me, Garu and Karu are both bottoms. So everybody get a little chuckle out of that one. Karu, I genuinely do think he's a switch though, but like, that's a whole conversation for another day, I guess. Anyway, so they smash, whatever. Eden wakes up the next morning and Karu is yelling at him for letting Garu be on bottom, because he's like, I'm a wolf yokai with principles, and that is absolutely forbidden. And Eden is like, sorry man, my bad. And then they fucking finally find the rest of the clan members that they got separated from fucking forever ago. And Garu, who is now fronting, introduces himself to everyone and just is like shaking people's hands and shit. It's so cute. And even Kuya, it says even Kuya can't resist shaking Garu's hand, because Garu is just such a little cutie, such a little guy. And Garu, not realizing that it's kind of like not a normal thing to do to just like bring up that you fucked someone, kind of accidentally mentions that they smashed, and everyone is like, ooh, looks like y'all had fun, congrats, which is another win for Polyamory Nation. And then Kuya asks why Garu has 2 different scents, and then everyone finds out about Karu. And then Quincy says, I foresee troublesome times ahead, which is literally so fucking real and true. So they all continue their journey to the fire territory, and Garu keeps talking to Eden about like, master this and master that and master's orders and whatever, and everyone is just watching, and Eden is kind of embarrassed about it. And then Kuya is like, a wolf spirit who enjoys being ordered around, huh? Seems there's no end to young master's many interests, which is hilarious because there really is no end to Eden's interest. But anyway, they suddenly get surrounded by a huge mob of monsters. Yay! So the monsters start attacking, and Kuya is like, this is weird, they're attacking in groups and they're attacking at our weak points, but these monsters shouldn't be intelligent enough to strategize like that. And then suddenly a huge fucking like bear monster shows up, and the ground starts shaking, and Eden is about to fall over, but somebody grabs his hand to steady him, and he's like, thanks. And then the guy's like, you're welcome. And it's some person that we've never seen before. He has a mask over his eyes and his nose, so we can't really see what he looks like. And he's holding a staff with an animal skull on top of it, which is important. And he says to Eden, no matter whether you wish to express gratitude or remorse, there will be many, many opportunities to do so in the future. Don't you agree, Eden? Until next time. And then he disappears into the toxic mist, and Eden is like, what the fuck just happened? And how does that guy know who I am? Jump scare. Whoa. Boo. So that's the end of chapter 7, and also the end of the initial run of the main story. So this was like chapter 1 through 7 came out on launch day, and then all the chapters after this came out a couple months in between each one, or like a month or so in between each one, you know. Also, the initial run of N cards, R cards, SRs, and the first SSR cards for each of the characters that have been introduced up until now came out at the same time. But I'm gonna finish talking about the main story, and then I'll do all the initial card stories after that. So chapter 8 starts right where chapter 7 left off. There's a little break in the fighting. They're talking about like, oh, this attack is so weird. These monsters are way too smart. Like, they're teaming up with multiple species and attacking our weak points, and they don't do that. That's crazy. And so they start thinking maybe that weird guy that Eden saw is like controlling all the monsters. And Kuya is like, his magic was similar to mine. Recall from before that Kuya's magic isn't regular like elemental essence magic, but Kuya's like, even I can't control that many monsters, so I don't know what the fuck is going on. They realize that the monsters are easily distracted, so they get the monsters to like run into each other, and then they fight each other instead of fighting the group. But then that huge bear-like one that was there before mauls Eden and steps on him, and Eden gets crushed and passes out from the pain and almost dies. But right before he's actually about to die, some random dude shows up and he's like, don't worry, Huey, I'll save you. And he kills the big ass monster in like 2 seconds, and then he picks Eden up and runs off. And then Eden wakes up in his house, as in the guy's house. The guy's name is Blade, but he hasn't been introduced yet, but I'm just gonna call him Blade already because fuck it. So Eden wakes up and he's like, oh holy shit, I'm in so much pain, I can't even move. And he's like in so much pain that he has to constantly be gritting his teeth, so he can't talk either. But he's sitting there and he's thinking about when he was in the orphanage and he broke his arm and leg from falling out of a tree, and the teachers only visited him twice in the hospital. Just more sad Eden lore. Blade keeps calling Eden Huey, but since he can't talk, he can't correct Blade. Blade is of course also a clan member. He has a big ass gemstone right in the middle of his chest. So he's giving Eden kisses to like replenish his essence, which is cute. Also, Blade tells Eden that it's been several days since he almost died, and he's been in and out of consciousness 7 times. And then Eden spends several days, maybe weeks, maybe months, I don't fucking know, recovering in Blade's house, and Blade trying his best to nurse Eden back to health. So time for the Blade reveal, the Blade explanation. Blade is an E-droid, which is like basically an android that runs on essence. He's a special type of android that is capable of like feeling emotions and thinking and stuff, which is partially because of Huey's magic, but also not really, but we'll get into that like in the Rusted Nation event story. He's silly goofy and he loves collecting little cute items, but of course his idea of cute is like really random, so he'll pick up like a pine cone and be like, isn't it so cute? He also reads tons of books, and he can read them really fast, like just by kind of scanning them. He doesn't have to actually sit there and read. So he's read like probably thousands of books, a lot of which are about human behavior. So he's trying to learn how to be more like a person or whatever, but he often comes to the wrong conclusions about when to apply the behaviors he sees in books. He's cute and he's bestie. So Eden keeps trying to explain that he's not Huey, but Blade insists that they must be the same person because they have the same essence. Blade thinks that Eden just like forgot or something, even though they don't look anything alike, and Blade acknowledges that. He's like, yeah, you don't look anything alike, but your essence is the same. So like you have to be him, duh. At this point, Eden takes some time to look around Blade's house. It's a small house, the walls are all slanted, and the place is packed full of random items. Like I mentioned, Blade collects random shit that he thinks is cute, and just everything is kind of just wonky. And Eden is like, what's with all this stuff? And Blade is like, I think they're all so cute. But then he says that the cutest thing in his house is Eden, and Eden is like, oh my god, what? That's crazy. And then they kiss. No, they don't. Eden starts asking about if the other clan members are okay and like what happened with the fight, and Blade says he hasn't seen any of them, but he did go back to the place where the fight went down, and he says he didn't see anybody and he didn't see any carcasses. Any carcasses? What the? He says he didn't see anyone and he didn't see any corpses. And Eden is like, Why would you say it like that? Eden tries to reassure himself by thinking that the clan members, thinking about how powerful they all are individually and the fact that they probably had no issue escaping when he wasn't there, that they had to like protect him, but he's still very worried about them, of course. Blade also says in the 20 years he's lived here in the dead zone, he's never seen monsters attack that way. And Eden is like, what the fuck? You've been here for 20 fucking years? That's crazy. And Blade is like, yep. Also, I have to mention, while Blade is making a new sling for Eden's arm, Eden is like, you're doing it wrong. Trust me, I saw him do that a million times when I worked as a security guard at the hospital. So add that to the job list counter. Also, Blade is terrible at cooking, but he's been trying to cook obviously for Eden because Eden has to eat, but Blade does not have to eat. He can, just to like look more human, but he doesn't have to, and so he has no concept of like what's good for you or like what tastes good or whatever, so he just kind of makes weird shit. Also, of course, the ingredients he can come by in the dead zone are like not very normal, but he gives Eden some flytrap saliva berries one day, and Eden is like, oh, they're so good. And then Blade feeds him the same berries every single day for the rest of the time that he's staying at Blade's house. Eden also, at this point, does not know yet that Blade is an E-droid, so when Blade says stuff like, oh, I don't have to eat, I don't have to sleep, Eden is like, huh? But he doesn't really ask questions until later. Over the course of the time that he's still recovering in Blade's house, he keeps, saying, I'm not Huey, don't call me that. So Blade is like, oh, you don't want to be called Huey? Okay, I'll call you Darling instead, because that's what you call your most special person. I read that in a book. And then Eden thinks about explaining that Darling that's not really how that works, but he doesn't want to because he doesn't want to hurt Blade's feelings because Blade is so cute and innocent. Innocent, don't get me started, but that's the word they used. Hey man, I'm just saying, don't shoot the messenger. So Darling it is. And then for the entire rest of the game, Blade calls him Darling. And it's very cute. Also, this is the part where Blade explains that the reason he's been in the dead zone alone for 20 years is because Huey left him on standby here and then disappeared, which I am going to count as a Huey L at this time. Any complaints can go to the complaint department. Fill out this form. No, I'm kidding. No complaining allowed. All right, a little bit of time passes in between chapter 8-7 and 8-8, probably just like a day or whatever. But anyway, Eden can get up now. He can get out of bed. So he gets up and goes walking around outside, and he sees that Blade is gathering materials for something. And he's like, what are you doing? And Blade is like, I'm building an extra room since you're going to be living here. I read in a book that you need more space for 2 people to live in a house. And Eden can't bring himself to say that he's not going to be staying here forever with Blade, but he can't really understand why he can't explain it. Also, I'm counting another Huey L here because this reveals that Blade had to build his own house. So that means that Huey left Blade alone in the dead zone with no house, and that's fucked. So that's another Huey L. So Eden asks if Blade treats Huey like his master, like Aster and Morvay do, and Blade says no because he's not a familiar, which shows us that he knows Aster and Morvay, which is cute. He explains that Huey gave him his core, aka his gemstone, and ordered him to go on special missions, which I'm assuming was just helping with the altars. And Eden looks closer at Blade's core and says it's beautiful and asks to touch it. And then Blade says that Huey used to say that he hated Blade's gemstone because it was colorless. So we're also adding that to the Huey L list because he's a bitch. He's a bitch-ass hater for that. That's terrible. And Eden is like, if he didn't like it, why did he give it to you in the first place? That guy is fucking weird. And Blade says, that's because I failed my mission to assassinate Huey. And then Eden is like, what? And so Blade explains the whole thing. He's like, yeah, I was given a mission to assassinate Huey a long time ago in a continent across the ocean. He says he killed a lot of people, and then he met Huey, who defeated him and made him a clan member, which caused Blade to be able to think about things other than his mission, which Blade seems happy about. He explains that he went on trips with Huey and the others to regulate altars, and then Huey ordered him to stay here in the dead zone and observe the changes, and Blade did exactly that and just like stayed here for 20 years watching all the plants and animals and scenery become worse and worse. And then the days continue to pass. Eden is still having a hard time telling Blade that he can't stay here, but he knows he has to say that eventually. And Blade is still gathering materials for a house expansion, and they go off into the forest a little bit and end up in a dangerous area and get ambushed by monsters. And then Blade's leg gets injured, but there's no blood, and it's all bent, but it's not broken because he doesn't have bones. This is when Eden finally finds out that Blade is an E-droid, and Blade explains that his core automatically repairs him if he gets any injuries. Then Eden is like, but can you feel pain? And Blade is like, yeah, but it's okay, I'm used to it. And then Eden, he says he doesn't want Blade to feel any pain even if he's used to it. And Blade doesn't quite understand, you know, that Eden just like cares about him. But since he thinks that Eden is Huey, basically, he's like, well, I'll try. But like, I don't get it, but okay. Blade explains, you know, E-droids are powered by essence and yada yada. And Eden is like, I cannot believe I didn't realize you aren't human until just now. And he recalls, you know, Blade not eating or sleeping and whatever. And Eden asks about Blade's core, and Blade explains that without it, he wouldn't be able to move or use essence or magic or anything. And then Eden says something about how crazy it is that Blade seems almost identical to a human being, and Blade immediately gets all anxious and he's like, almost? Is that a bad thing? Do you not like E-droids? Do you want me to be more human? Can I not be your special person if I'm not a human? Can you not be my special person if I'm not a human? And Eden is like, no, you don't have to be human to have a special person. And there's another, you know, another moment of like, you're perfect the way you are. Eden says, you might not be so quote unquote normal, but neither is anyone else I meet here. Plus, I kind of like your uniqueness. And then Blade is like, what is normal? And Eden is like, I don't really know, which I just thought was cute. And then, you know, he reiterates again, you don't have to act human, just be yourself. And then Blade is like, do you pinky promise? Do you really, really mean it? And Eden is like, the proof, there's this whole moment. They have a moment, and Eden is like, the proof is when I'm with you, my heart races, and when I sleep with you, I get so excited. Sleep as in like sleep. And then Blade is like, oh, excited? Do you mean down there? And he giggles, and then Eden is like, you don't have to say that out loud. It's normal. I'm normal bodily reaction. And then Blade is like, well, my heart doesn't beat, but I feel excited too when you touch me or whatever. And then Eden touches his core, and you'll never guess what happens next. Anyways, chapter 8H. So at this point you might be wondering, why does Blade have pee-pee? I don't know. I can't answer that. Well, I can answer that. The real answer is because this is the gay sex game. What did you think he was gonna have? But the plot answer is, I'm assuming it's because when they built him, they wanted him to be able to blend in with humans. So they gave him LPP. Why can he nut though? That I do not know. Also, Blade explains during this room that he can feel both pleasure and pain, because if he couldn't, he might use up too much of his essence during a mission and then like die or pass out or whatever. So there's an explanation for that, at least. Then Eden talks about how Blade is better at this than he expected, and Blade starts citing books he's read about sex. Classic. He also says that he's read a bunch of books about sex, but this is his first time actually having it due to the fact that he's been in the dead zone by himself for 20 years. And also he's a top, in case you were wondering. Literal definition of service top though. So then the next day, or whenever this is, you know how it is with the undisclosed amounts of time, they're about to eat lunch, and Eden is like, I'm finally gonna do it. I'm gonna tell him I have to leave. So he's like, Blade, I have something that I need to talk to you about. But then before they actually get to that conversation, Karu comes running in, and Eden is like, oh my gosh, I thought everyone forgot about me. And Karu is like, it's because this place is crazy and it's impossible to follow your scent, so we couldn't find you. He explains that everyone's fine and that Aster got a little bit injured and couldn't fly, so Morvay asked Karu to come find Eden instead. And then Blade calls Karu Garu. He has these cute nicknames for everybody, but this one, he's like, oh my gosh, hey, it's Garu. And Karu is like, I've told you a million times to stop calling me that. So they explain that they know each other because they've both lived in the dead zone for a while, and Garu used to come look for food with Blade, but Blade always made the weirdest fucking food, so Garu stopped going. And then Karu tells Blade that he was sent to rescue Eden, and Blade is like, what do you mean rescue? And Karu is like, oh my god, I'm not explaining this. Eden, you explain it. I'm gonna go find Morvay. So Eden then finally has to explain this whole thing to Blade, which he does, and then he says that he can't abandon his duties, so he can't stay here, but he of course invites Blade to come with him instead. And in that moment, Eden realizes the reason why he couldn't tell Blade before was because he was nervous that Blade wouldn't want to join him, which is adorable. Then of course Blade is like, oh my gosh, I'd love to. And he's like, you're my special person. he's like, I understand now what you meant when you said that your heart races when you're around me, because I felt excited when you said you wanted me to join you. Blade also says this is the first time anyone has ever told him they need him, which really is gonna make me throw up and die. And then Blade goes to pack up his stuff. Thus ends chapter 8. All right, now is a good time to take a little moment, assess your physical situation. Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Do you need to get up and stretch? Do you need to pee? Take a minute if you've been absolutely locked into this video. I often forget to drink and eat, so I'm just saying that for those of you who can relate. So go do that and then get back here, because we've got work to do. Chapter 9 starts after another undisclosed amount of time has passed. Everyone is back at the mansion, including Blade. There's this little scene where they're all like in the kitchen or something, or like in the dining room, and we find out that most of them know Blade already. So like Quincy and Kuya know Blade, Aster, Morvay, and Garu also know Blade, which we already knew. So Aster explains that he knew Eden would be safe as soon as he saw Blade coming to the rescue with the monster fight. And Quincy is like, yeah, I agree. I've seen Blade's power in battle before. I knew you'd be fine. And then Eden apologizes for scaring everyone and disappearing. And Kuya says this shit about the hardest part was subduing some of the more impulsive members of the group. And then Yakumo starts crying and he's like, I'm sorry. So I'm just imagining Yakumo going fucking nuts after Eden gets injured, and then Kuya and Quincy just tackling him onto the ground. That's just what I'm just saying. Anyway, so they talk about, you know, what the next move is, and they get back to planning their trip to the fire territory, and then literally everyone is like, I should go with to protect you, and I should go with, and I should go with, and Eden is like, guys, have some faith in me. I'm gonna have to be able to do stuff by myself if I'm gonna be regulating all these altars and stuff. And so then everyone is like, okay, fine, we trust you. And then Edmond is like, also, permits to enter the fire territory are pretty hard to come by recently, so only a small group should probably go. And that group ends up being Eden, Aster, and Blade. Then we also get a quick recap of events since that monster fight from everybody. Edmond says that since then, monster activity has increased, so he's been working on sending more knights to patrol nearby territory borders. He also asks Yakumo to go warn the people of his village of all this stuff. And then Quincy and Garu say that they searched the whole dead zone. Well, not the entire dead zone, but they searched a lot of the dead zone for the masked man that showed up during the monster fight, but they couldn't find him. And Quincy describes his essence as troublesome, but of course doesn't really explain any further than that. Eden at this point realizes that he can't even remember what that guy looked like, but he recalls what he could remember, and then Blade and Garu say they've never seen anyone like that in the dead zone before, or at all, but they lived in the dead zone, so you know. But Garu also mentions that his memory has been fuzzy ever since he gained a human form, so he can't really quite be sure. Meanwhile, Morvay had been doing a flyover investigation of the fire territory in preparation for the trip. He gets back and gives Aster his report, and his report mentions a person in the fire territory. Morvay's report mentions a person in the fire territory that may be able to help them with the altars. So Eden, Blade, and Aster get headed out. Chapter 902 starts when they're like pretty much showing up. They're almost there, and they're talking about Solaria, which is the city that they're headed to in the fire territory. Aster and Blade say they've both been here before, but they say it was smaller and dirtier in the past. So little side thing that I should bring up. The problem with the fire territory and Solaria's ruler, who we'll get to, is that there's a lot of like Orientalist stereotypes surrounding them. You know, it's like fire territory, desert nation, things like referring to Solaria as exotic, but at the same time dirty and full of crime, or like Solaria's ruler has like pet tigers and shit. There's a lot more examples, but yeah, so just be aware of that going ahead with the rest of this chapter and any chapters that take place in Solaria in the future. Just kind of like think a little bit critically about it. Also, I will say these type of stereotypes are pretty common in Japanese gacha games. I don't know why, and I'm of course not saying that that means it's okay, but I just wanted to add that bit of context for those who don't know, because this isn't a new Carnival specific issue, but like obviously still a problem. Anyways, back to the story. So they show up and Eden is like, you guys said we should lay low here because of all the crime, but it doesn't look that dangerous to me, which is a win. And then they're waiting to meet the ruler of Solaria, who happens to be the person Morvay mentioned in his report, who is also a clan member, of course. And Aster tells Eden that this guy is known for being really scary, so none of the nobles or even the king mess with him. And so this ruler's bodyguard comes out and says that the Sun Lord, who is the ruler of the Sun Lord, is busy, so they'll have to wait. And Aster is like, this is an outrage. What the fuck? He says that the Grand Sorcerer has been busting his ass to get here and we can't even see the Sun Lord. And then Blade goes to Eden and is like, have you really been so busy? Everyone always says you spend all your days lazing about at the mansion, which is hilarious. But obviously Aster is just trying to make a fuss so that they can see the Sun Lord sooner. And then they have to wait anyway, so they go like eat lunch or whatever. And this poor hungry looking kid comes up to Eden with a little knife and is like, you're rich, right? Give me all your money. And Blade is like, why do you think we're rich? And the kid is like, that gemstone around your neck looks expensive. Of course, referring to the neon gemstone. This particular thing that the kid says will come back later, so stay tuned for that. Blade then asks if the kid is alone and the kid says yes. And then Blade asks Eden if they should give the kid all their money, and then he starts pulling piles of various coins from different locations out of his pockets and handing them over. Nobody has any idea where he got all those coins. And then Eden is like, okay guys, play along, and he starts to act all scared. And then Aster plays along and the kid is like, it worked? There's a first time for everything, I guess. And then the kid runs off before he gets caught, and Eden asks Aster why there's still kids starving if this place is supposedly so much more prosperous than it was before. And Aster explains that since they're in such a hot desert climate, they can't really grow crops, so they have to spend half of their annual budget importing food and supplies from other nations. And he explains that their money comes from mining valuable minerals and using the old monster bones from the desert to make special ointments and medicines and decorative things. And then Eden decides he's gonna go buy a shit ton of food from the market and hand it out to people who need it. Chapter 903 starts with them handing out food to a bunch of hungry kids, and then the Sun Lord's butler, who is also a child, comes to stop them, and Eden is like, hold up, you're just a kid, why are you working? And the kid is like, Sun Lord Dante saw potential in me, which is like, relax. So this butler is like, Dante has requested a one-on-one meeting with you, by the way, you being Eden, regarding the disturbance. Disturbance being the disturbance he caused by handing out all the food. So now that we know Dante's name, I can do a little quick Dante rundown, but I don't really have much to say because we already kind of know, you know, he's the ruler of Solaria, he's all mean and tough and whatever. He's also a top and he's terrible at sex, which is just the best thing ever. I love, it's so funny. There's this Tumblr, I'll put it up on screen, but there's this Tumblr post that says like, I love that they made a guy who's toxically masculine and his dick game sucks. Like that's it. That is it. And it's so funny. Anyway, also, it seems like I'm shitting on him all the time, but I love him. He's one of my top 3 favorite characters. I think he's like number 3, and then Quincy and Ray are interchangeable top 2. With actually recently, Ray has been kind of solid number 1, and Quincy number 2, and then Dante number 3. Anyways, not that anybody gives a shit. Yeah, so I shit on him all the time because he's just so like, I mean, he's toxically masculine. His dick game sucks. Like, I'm gonna make fun of this bitch, but I do love him, so I'm not an actual Dante hater. Same with Kuya. I'm like, oh, fuck this guy. He's annoying and he's a freak and whatever, but like, I love him. Back to the story anyway. So they meet up at Dante's villa, I think they call it. But anyway, it's like his fucking big fancy house. And Dante randomly reaches out and touches Eden's gemstone. And then he's like, oh, so it's true. A clan member's essence does resonate with their masters, which is funny that he calls Eden his master because like he would not be caught dead ever doing that again after this interaction. So he says he wanted to see if it was true that one of his ancestors, by his words, so recklessly entered into such a contract. And he wanted to see what kind of man Eden is. But the main reason he asked him here was, of course, because of the food that he was giving out with the kids. And Dante explains that in his eyes, the fact that Eden gave so much money to that kid that was trying to rob him means that he aided and abetted a crime, or in other words, cooperated with a thief, because clearly nobody would actually be scared of a little kid with a tiny knife. And he gives Eden a chance to explain himself, and he says that in Solaria, everyone has the right to defend themselves, even criminals, and Eden is like, we should be able to give money to whoever we want, right? Like, I don't need to ask permission. And then he says, plus, even though I'm not perfect and I didn't solve the actual issue, there's nothing you could do that would stop me from helping a child in need. And Dante is like, You really think you can help them? Such naivete. And Eden is like, oh, so you have better ideas? And Dante is like, are you questioning my authority? And Eden is like, so what if I am? Thus sets the tone for the entire rest of their relationship. They are fighting. The girls are fighting. So Dante is like, I don't need to explain myself to you, you little shit. You little fucking weird freak. And he's like, tell me where that kid went and I'll let you go. And Eden is like, you're gonna arrest a kid? And Dante is like, criminals deserve to be punished. And if he's an orphan, that's all the more reason he needs to be educated. Which of course makes Eden pissed as fuck because Eden is an orphan himself. And he has many experiences of people acting like he's gonna be a trouble child or whatever just because he's an orphan. So he's like, yo, fuck you. And he fucking winds up to punch Dante, and then the chapter ends, which is so funny. Well, the little episode ends, not the chapter, but So then the next one starts with Eden throwing a punch. But as you may recall, Eden is a little scrimp boy. So Dante just catches his fist and is like, what the fuck are you trying to do? And then he pushes Eden to the ground and he says, if you wish to criticize my methods, then you should endeavor to convince me to change my ways. Otherwise, you're nothing more than a meddlesome troublemaker. And let's be real, he kind of ate. He kind of cooked with that. But then he says something about excessive empathy is bad and foolish and whatever. And Eden says, I knew it. Arrogant noble types like you living in fancy houses and ordering around servants all day long. How could you understand those without any family, with no one to rely on, helplessly trying to survive all alone? And he keeps going and he calls Dante a fool and all that shit. And Dante says, excuse me? And he glares down at Eden, who is still on the ground. And Eden suddenly gets the feeling that Dante could kill him at any moment. But before Dante commits murder, the young butler from earlier comes in and he's like, I heard a commotion, is everything okay? And Dante is like, takes a little moment to recollect, and then he says, no problems here. Please escort this guest from the premises before I accidentally break his neck. So Eden gets kicked out of the casa, and then the butler, shows him to the front gate and such, and he asks if Eden is okay and if they had a disagreement, and Eden is like, yeah, basically we did. And the kid says, from a personal standpoint, I want to say thank you, but of course, as Dante's butler, I can't approve. And he explains that since Solaria is so close to the dead zone, the area used to be overrun by bandits, and it's been hard to keep everything under control. And the butler says, I know you might not approve of Dante's methods, but he doesn't have much choice. And then Aster comes to get Eden, and Eden is like, I don't think we have any chance of that guy helping us. And Aster is like, did you get bullied by that little rascal? Which they're so funny. Aster always calls Dante like a little shit or a little whippersnapper or something, and it's so hilarious. So Eden is like, what do you mean little rascal? And Aster is like, according to Morvay's investigation, Dante is only about 21, which I think makes Dante the youngest clan member and also one of very few that actually has a confirmed age. The others being Eden, who is exactly 23, and then Aster and Morvay, who I mentioned earlier, are about 100 and then about 70 or 80 or something. So it's like they have close estimates, but anyways, then Eden goes to find a place to rest outside the city, and he ends up at like this little oasis place, which of course there's a fucking oasis in it, whatever. He finds that thief kid from earlier hiding in a bush, and they start talking, but then in the middle of their conversation, they get attacked by a giant tiger, and Dante shows up to save the day with his fire magic, which of course is something that happens all the time. These characters constantly be showing up to save the day at the last moment. Like, it just, every chapter, there's somebody doing that shit. I live for it though, but it's like, it gets predictable after a moment. Anyway, Dante of course says he just so happened to be in the area looking for a new pet, and then he goes to take the kid for punishment, and Eden like steps in front of the kid and is like, what are you doing? And the kid is like, hey man, let me go. I did a bad thing. I deserve to be punished. It's fine. And Dante is like, see? You fucking freak bitch. Even this little scrimp ass kid knows more than you. And Eden is like, I'll only let him go if you agree to not give him too harsh of a punishment. And Dante is like, yeah, okay, whatever. Anyways, you're under arrest for harboring a fugitive. And Eden is like, what the fuck, dude? And then Dante is like, well, since you're so intent on getting involved, you get to experience this city's law for yourself. Cut to the next day. As it turns out, the punishment is lifting a bucket of water above your head and doing a whole bunch of squats. So Dante says the more repetitions Eden does, the less the kid has to do, which is hilarious. And again, Eden is not fit. The kid gets done with all his repetitions and he's like, I learned my lesson not to commit crimes, but I have no way to care for myself. And Dante says, don't be childish, which is funny. He literally is a child, but he's like, don't be childish. You have no parents, so you should have no illusions that anyone is going to care for you. And Eden is like, hey, what the fuck, Chief? Don't you think that's a cruel thing to say? And Dante's like, what? No, not at all. I don't have parents either. I'm just stating facts. And then Eden is like, what? Because of course Eden didn't know that Dante was also a fucking orphan. So Dante does this thing where he says shit that is like really mean, but he doesn't realize it. He's just saying that, like, you know, in his mind he genuinely is just stating facts, I think. And I think that's kind of hilarious. I always end up reading his sentences in the wrong tone though, because the main story chapters aren't fully voiced yet. They're getting there, but they actually weren't voiced at all when I was reading them for this video and before that. So I always would read Dante's sentences in the tone of like, fuck them kids, like, fuck you, bitch. But then he would say, you know, he says like, no, I don't think it's cruel. I'm just stating facts. So I think his tone probably wasn't actually that aggressive. Or if it was, he didn't mean for it to be. I don't know. But anyways. So then Dante hits us with another banger. He says, even if I were to be lenient on him, he still must face the harsh realities of the world. There's little meaning to life if you can't find worth in your own existence. So he's kind of popping off with these one-liners. These two-liners. That was 2 sentences, wasn't it? Well, anyway, then he fucking leaves and he's like, I'll make sure I send my butler to make sure you do the rest of your repetitions. And then Blade shows up with water for Eden, and Eden is like, thanks, but what are you doing here? And Blade is like, the butler called me here. He said you were doing some special exercises filled with love and your legs might have turned to jelly. He explained that the butler said, even though the exercises are tiring, you'll recover and it'll make you stronger. And then that kid is like, we'll become really strong? And the butler shows up and is like, that's right, Dante designed this particular punishment with the idea of combining exercise and discipline into one. So here's our first little hint that Dante is actually not just a crazy, like, asshole freak. He's a warm-hearted little guy, and he's very thoughtful about people other than himself, but he doesn't want to show it because he thinks that being nice is a weakness. Or whatever the fuck. Which we'll get into why that is later, by the way. He's not just like a hard ass for no fucking reason. There is actually a lore reason for it, which I love, because a lot of the time when you get characters like this in games, they're just fucking weird for no reason. It's never explained. They're just like, well, okay, we gotta go down the tropes list. We gotta have one guy who's toxically masculine. Let's just throw him in there. But this game, they actually do like flesh out the characters very well, so you get the lore. Anyway, and then the kid is talking to the butler, and the butler is like, oh, this is just how Dante does things. I hope there's no hard feelings. And the little kid is like, no, there's none at all. I know I did a bad thing, so it's fine. And then he says, also, are you Mr. Gyro? And the butler is like, it's been a long time since anyone called me that, so I'm gonna refer to him as Gyro from now on, because young butler is just trash, especially now that he has a name. Anyway, so apparently Gyro used to be a criminal kid in the slums too, so a lot of the kids there know him or know of him, and he explains that he's an orphan too, and Dante took a liking to him at a point where he just so happened to be in need of another butler, so he hired Gyro, and he's been working for Dante ever since. And then Eden is like, oh, no wonder you wanted to thank me back then. And Gyro says, not just me. I think Dante wanted to thank you too, but you didn't hear it from me. And then Gyro leaves, and Blade says, looks like Dante has a lot of fans. And then Eden is like, yeah, I guess he's not as cruel as I originally thought. And then they kiss. No, they don't. I usually say that as like completely a joke. I'll be like, oh, and then they kiss. But with this game, you kind of, like, they actually might. So anyway, Eden goes to ask Dante to help with the fire altar, and Dante is like, no, it's fine. I've used a method that should keep it safe for the next several years. And Eden is like, pretty please? And by pretty please, I mean I don't know what the fuck he says, but of course he would never beg Dante because they're fighting. But Dante is like, listen, helping you would be the easiest thing to do, but if you were to disappear and refuse to help us in the future, we would be in a bad situation. And also, if you decide to use the regulating the altars as a bargaining chip, there's not a single person on the entire continent that could refuse you, which is very smart. And then Eden is like, I would never do that though. And Dante is like, how do I know that? And Eden says he has his own reasons for doing this, and Dante is like, and when those reasons are gone? And then Eden hesitates for a moment because he's thinking about what would happen if he got the gemstone back to its normal amount of power and then he still couldn't go home. Then Dante is like, see, look, you're hesitating. Putting your fate in someone else's hands is the most foolish thing you could do. Thus, I decided I would take on this responsibility. It's that simple. So basically Dante's like, no, fuck you, get out of my fucking house. And then Eden asks, what about the people? What about the people of Solaria? And Dante says, as long as he remains powerful enough to live a good life, the citizens of Solaria all have chances at better lives too. And then Eden is about to leave and be like, fine, fuck you, you're not gonna help, whatever. But suddenly a wave of essence comes up from the ground, and then Dante is like, you can feel it too. And he explains that these essence fluctuations are akin to the legendary cries of the earth, quote unquote, which I don't know what that is yet, but that's what he says. Cut to Eden and Dante out in the streets of the city telling everyone to calm down and take shelter in their homes. And Dante tells everyone that the fluctuations are coming from the fire altar and he's gonna go investigate immediately. And Eden, of course, follows him. The gemstone altar itself is in the middle of some ruins in the desert, and they look at the fire gemstone and it's all dark and purple, even though it's supposed to, of course, be red because fire is red and orange and whatever. And Eden thinks it looks like it was consumed by a black mist that spreads out from its core. And he also notes that the essence in this area is full of impurities, which I don't know what that means, but it's impure, I don't know. And he thinks that it's even worse than when Olivine put the monster nut on the water altar. And Dante is like, I know what you're thinking, but it wasn't originally this bad. And he's like, let's deal with the issue at hand before you start pointing the finger. So they get to regulating the altar, but the gemstone is rejecting their essence. Remember, like, you know, they just kind of do the push the essence with their hands thing. It's not working. And Dante says it's different than the last time he was here. It's darker and more clouded. And then Dante recommends absorbing the clouded essence from the gemstone into their bodies, purifying it in their bodies, and then transferring it back, which is literally fucking crazy and sounds like a terrible idea. And it is a terrible idea. And Eden is like, is that, like, what the fuck? Is that safe? And Dante's like, well, that's how I normally do it. And Eden is like, okay, I guess if we die, we die. So then they try this and they do their classic, like, we're regulating the altar and let's have a deep conversation moment or an argument or whatever. And Eden asks about Gyro saying Dante wanted to thank him too and what Gyro meant by that. And Dante is like, why do you care so much about those orphans? And then Eden is like, because I'm just like them. They're just like me for real. And he notices Dante's expression soften for just a moment before he goes back to his resting bitch face. And then Dante says he has no intention of dying today. He's like, even if we have similar backgrounds, you have your companions waiting for you, and I have the citizens of Solaria waiting for me. So they lock in, and Eden is like, this essence is making me feel like shit. And Dante is like, that always happens at first, just bear with it. And Eden is like, damn, this dude really like comes out here and does this completely by himself all the time? That must be really hard and sad. So he's sympathizing. Oh my gosh. So they barely manage to finish regulating it, but it only looks normal for a second before the mist returns and the gemstone fucking explodes into a million pieces. So, and then the mist expands like it's about to swallow them. So Dante uses the last bit of his energy to get them back to the horses they came on, which I guess they came on horses, I don't know. Get them back to the horses so they can get the fuck out of town and they get to a safe place. And Eden is like, we should regulate our essence so we don't both fucking die. And he explains the sex method, and Dante is like, okay. Fun fact about chapter 9H, this scene, Eden makes a joke about Dante being a virgin, or he says something about like, you have no bedroom experience or whatever, and then Dante doesn't respond. So I thought for the longest time that was implying that Dante was a virgin before this, but he's not, because then in a different room, he mentions that he has had sex before, so I just was an idiot, I don't know. But turns out he was just mad because Eden was teasing him about being bad at sex, which is going to be, of course, a theme that is recurring in these rooms. After that, cut to everyone is searching for all the tiny gemstone pieces, but they're like literally like fucking as small as grains of sand, and the explosion had so much force that they landed in the city, which, remember, we were outside of the city in some ruins in the desert. They landed in the city and they landed like way off into the desert. So Eden and Dante are talking about this whole situation, and Dante says that the gemstone seemed like it had some other source of essence adhered to it that sucked the essence out of it until it reached its limit and blew up, which means it exploded because they added their essence into it. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot longer for it to like get that much essence to explode. And Dante says he's ordering more patrols to investigate because because this was clearly a planned attack, but he doesn't know if it was an attack on him or an attack on Eden. And then they split up and Eden goes to collect up all the pieces. Well, Dante gets back to investigating the fucking fire altar. While Eden is searching, he happens across that same thief kid from before, hiding in an alleyway, and the thief kid is like, do you need money? I don't have money anymore, I gave all of it away. And Eden is like, why do you think I need money? And the kid is like, I saw you picking up those shiny red stones off the ground. And then Eden is like, wait, this kid has a pretty good eye for valuable looking items. And then he has a genius idea and he enlists the help of this kid and a bunch of his friends. And they somehow manage to find all the fucking gemstone pieces and put the gemstone back together. And it's still kind of cracked, but it is holding together and, you know, functioning as it's supposed to again. And then Dante is like, I cannot believe you managed to find all those pieces. He says the gemstone shattered into 208 fragments and the city guards found less than half of them. And Eden says that it took 7 full days of searching. He says, I found 10 pieces, Aster and Blade found 30, and the rest were gathered up by that kid from before and a few other orphans. And Dante's like, what? No fucking way, that's crazy. And Eden is like, yeah, so you better compensate them for their hard work. And Dante is like, yeah, of course, who the fuck do you think I am? Of course I'm gonna compensate them for their work. And then Eden is like, also, you should apologize to the kids about all the mean shit you said. And Dante is like, under no circumstances. And Eden is like, don't tell me you've never apologized to anybody before, which is when Dante gets flustered and doesn't say anything. So he deadass has never apologized to anyone in his life, I think. And then Dante does say that those kids did a great deed for Celeria, so he'll have Gyro find suitable jobs for them. And then Eden is like all conflicted about it because the fact that this city is even as good as it is all thanks to Dante, like single-handedly, but at the same time Eden doesn't agree with like child labor. So Eden ends up telling Dante that he still can't stand him even though they come from similar backgrounds, and Dante is like, only someone who desired my attention would say such a thing. And Eden thinks, what a cliche line. And then Dante continues with, in this regard, I must admit, you have succeeded. And then the narration says, with a big smile on his face, he swaggers off into the sunset. He's so funny. So that's the end of chapter 9. And then we start getting into the crazy shit where the chapters have 2 parts. So the next chapter is chapter 10, part 1. This one seems to pretty much pick up where the last chapter left off. It's still Eden and Blade in the fire territory. So Eden, Blade, and Dante are at an oasis in the desert, and there's tiny little glowing red essence particles floating around in the air, which Dante calls blessings of the elemental spirit of fire. And he explains that a long time ago, his ancestors made a deal with the most powerful elemental spirit in the fire territory. The deal being that his family would devote their lives to defending the fire territory, and in return, the elemental spirits would create a new oasis every once in a while to bless and protect Celeria. The fire essence particles, the little glowing red things, react with the markings on Dante's skin, and they glow a little bit. And then Eden is like, oh, what's up with that? And Dante explains that the markings are proof of the treaty and that his parents also had them. And then Blade gets all excited and asks a bunch of questions, and he's calling Dante Lord Jackass, and Dante's like, I told you to stop calling me that. Turns out Blade picked up the nickname from hearing Aster say it. Dante then resumes his explanation by saying that the treaty gives him an innate connection to the fire altar, which is why he was able to perform routine maintenance on it. As he's talking, a red cosmic flare flies across the sky, and Dante says that the elemental spirits send a cosmic flare every time a new oasis is created, but Dante notices that this one is acting weird. But before he can say anything about it, Gyro shows up and says that there's urgent news. So they hop in their carriage and rush back to the city, and Eden thinks about how Dante probably has no time to rest since there's always stuff going on, which just, I don't know, I thought I'd mention that. It's not really plot relevant, but he's so thoughtful. Anyway, the urgent news is that the dead zone is expanding very fast into the fire territory, and there's a huge group of monsters marching towards Celeria and surrounding the fire altar, and the border patrol is completely outnumbered. And Dante thinks that the weird behavior of the cosmic flare could have been a warning, and then he calls all of his troops to prepare for war. Cut to Eden coming to talk to Dante while Dante's trying to plan the fight. He's figuring out battle plans in the middle of the night. Eden notices that Dante's essence is fluctuating, and Dante tells him he's been having this feeling like the fire altar's essence has changed. So then Eden is like, well, I'm coming with you when you move out for the war tomorrow morning. And Dante is like, what could you possibly do in battle? And Eden is like, yeah, maybe I can't help with the fight, but you'll need someone to help with the altar. And Dante is like, fine, but you better not get in my way. And then Eden says, I know my own physical limits well enough. Time might be a little tight, but I can at least learn 1 or 2 moves to defend myself. Before Dante can say anything in response to that, though, Gyro shows up again and tells them that a squadron of knights from the royal capital have shown up to help, and Dante is like, what the fuck? I didn't tell them about this. And Gyro says that one of them wants to speak to Dante. I wonder who it is. We might know a knight from the royal capital, possibly. Anyway, it's Edmond. He explains that a few days ago, the knights got word that monsters were gathering in the dead zone, right outside the light territory, so the king sent scouts to investigate, and the scouts saw that the monsters were headed towards the fire territory, so the king sent the knights to help. But Dante doesn't want any help, so he's like, fuck you, leave. But then Edmond is like, yeah, okay, well, I guess all this research I did on these monsters, I'll just take all my knowledge and leave. And he explains that the monsters are a pack of griffins that are drawn to places with high concentrations of essence, such as the elemental gemstone altar. And he also says that they usually only appear in the dark territory, and they're cold-blooded and they have to draw power from sunlight, so if they attack at night, they'll have way better chances. And Edmond says that he brought knights that are specifically trained in nighttime combat, and then Dante is like, I still don't want your help. And then Eden is like, pretty please, and Dante is like, fine. Cut to the next morning. Eden asks Blade to teach him a few self-defense moves, but Blade doesn't have any idea what the physical limits are of like a human person compared to himself, so the stuff that he's trying to teach Eden is like insanely hard. So Eden is like fucking dying, but then Aster and Morvay fly in to distract, and then Eden gets a nice little break while they fly around and argue in the sky. Also, Blade is coming, he's helping with the fight because he's a super weapon. So they talk about this, and Eden is like, promise you won't get hurt. And Blade is like, I don't really understand what you're asking, but I'll try. He's like, I promise. And then they go back to training. And then we cut to Aster and Morvay being like, I hope Eden didn't see through our fake fight. So apparently, while Morvay was doing a flyover investigation of the dead zone, he got attacked by the griffins and they had Huey's scent on them. So then Aster is like, we should investigate more before we say anything to Eden because he's already stressed with all this other stuff going on. And then cut back to Eden, who is now going to ask Dante to teach him a couple self-defense moves after barely surviving Blade's training. Dante explains that him and Eden will be at the back of the battle formation, and he's like, what, you don't think I can protect you? And Eden is like, of course I think you can protect me. I'm not doubting you, I'm doubting myself. And he says he doesn't want to be a burden. And then Dante is like, so you finally decided to ask for my help. And then Eden says that he acted immaturely when he first got here because he misunderstood Dante and Dante's intentions. And then Dante teaches Eden about the Griffin's movement patterns. I don't know how he knows them, but he might have learned them from Edmond or something. But yes, he teaches Eden like where to stand to not be in their field of view and that kind of shit. And then he gives Eden a bracelet, and he says it's a fire prayer bracelet, and tells Eden to wear it when they leave. Eden says thanks for helping him out and leaves to prepare for the fight. As soon as Eden leaves, Gyro, who was like standing in the doorway or something, goes to Dante and he's like, isn't that bracelet a family heirloom? And Dante immediately starts blushing and he's like, well, it serves no purpose if I wear it. It's just a precaution. And then bam, cut to everyone heading out to battle. They stop at an oasis to rest, and then Eden and Edmond talk about Solaria and Dante and such, and Eden says something about how Dante seems mean but he's not that bad, and Edmond says he even approved entry permits for all the clan members so we can get in easier next time. And Eden is like, what the fuck? When I asked him to do that, he said he didn't feel like doing me a favor, and then he went and did it anyway? What a bitch. So that's Dante for you. But then, as they're trying to relax and chill and vibe, a bunch of these monsters that were previously asleep start getting up. So Edmond and Dante call everyone into battle formation. As this fight starts, we cut to Aster and Morvay, who are flying around in their little guy forms not far from the rest of the group. The entire area is surrounded in kind of a purple mist, and they suddenly hear Huey's voice telling them it's too dangerous for the two of them to be out here, so they follow him off into the distance. They follow the voice off into the distance, anyways. At the same time, the soldiers and the rest of the gang are still heading towards the fire altar, but they can't see where the fuck they're going because the mist is really bad, so Eden is like, I better make sure I stay next to Edmond and Dante. But then he realizes that Aster and Morvay, who were previously behind him, are gone, so he turns around to look at where they went, and as soon as he turns back around, Edmond and Dante and everyone else are also gone. And he's suddenly at the fire altar by himself, and there's a bunch of griffins laying asleep around the altar. Eden also notices that there's a pack of griffins circling the gemstone and occasionally attacking it, but he's like, okay, I gotta remain quiet and back up slowly. But then, of course, one of the griffins wakes up anyway. It roars, which wakes up all the other griffins. Then he's like, oh shit, fuck, oh shit, oh fuck. But then that masked man from before, you know, the guy that said, whether you wish to express gratitude or remorse, there will be several opportunities to do so in the future. So this guy suddenly shows up, and he uses his magic staff to create like a little ball of magic and chuck it off into the distance, and then the griffins follow it. And then he turns to Eden and he's all, I've placed a seal on the altar. He says he placed a seal on the altar, and then he's all, how about we go inside before the griffins return? Inside where? I literally don't know. Like, there's no building. What the fuck does inside mean? They're out in the ruins in the desert. I don't know. But they go inside fucking somewhere. And then this dude is all fucking weird. He's like, I've been dying to see you, but you're always surrounded by those troublesome characters. But he says he's been watching everything Eden does with great interest. And Eden is like, this guy is fucking creeping me out. And he starts backing away, but he notices his essence is fluctuating. And then he asks who the guy is, and this dude says, on this continent, I'm the one who cares for you more than any other. You and I share a special connection. My name is Rin. Dun dun dun. No, it's not really a cliffhanger, but like, I have beef with this man. I mean, we'll get into it. I'll just keep going. So Rin, after he introduces himself, touches Eden's cheek for some fucking reason, and Eden immediately gets chills. Just note here how Eden never has any positive thoughts about this guy. Just so we're aware of that all of Eden's thoughts about this man are negative and bad. Cool. Awesome. Just wanted to point that out. So then Eden is like, oh, you're the guy that set all those monsters on us back in the dead zone. Don't tell me you're behind this too. And Rin is like, oh yeah, I am. I did this too. But then he says that everything he does is for Eden's protection, to protect him from the filth of the world, whatever the fuck that means. And he's like, if you don't trust me, I'm gonna be very mad. And then Eden is like, ew. This guy is shady boots, what the fuck? But he's like, I should probably figure out what he's planning. Then he notices that he can't sense any essence coming from Rin, but yet Rin is affecting Eden's essence somehow just by touching him. And he thinks that it feels like a kind of emptiness flowing through Eden's body. And then Rin is like, you can sense it, right? How could someone with such weak essence as me pose any threat to you? Haha. Which is so funny, like he's literally controlling armies of monsters. But then he's like, I'm just so small and weak and frail. How could I possibly ever do anything to you with all this absence of essence? That's crazy. And then Rin sticks out his tongue, and there's a little rainbow gemstone in the middle of his tongue. And he's like, I too am one of your clan members. And then the narration says, familiar yet strange, afraid yet joyful, a double existence, an imitation of oneself. So I'm going to take this moment to share a theory about Rin. First, I want to note that his name is in white, like on the dialogue, you know? And all the clan members have blue names, even before they're introduced as clan members, or before they're like officially joining the group. Their names are always in blue. And Eden's name is always in orange, but Rin's name is just white, which is the color of all the other side characters. Like, it's just white. There's no special anything. And since Rin's gemstone on his tongue is rainbow, or it looks pretty fucking rainbow to me, I don't know, maybe I'm losing it, but it looks similar to Eden's gemstone. I think that Rin is like another piece of Huey, and like Eden could be a piece of Huey as well, or something, you know, because remember, Huey has been gone for more than 20 years, and Eden is 23, so like, I'm just saying, I don't know, but I think it would be really cool if Huey's gemstone like broke and it made a whole bunch of guys out of him. Like, I don't know, that would be kind of sick. So Eden feels nauseous and his essence is all crazy, and Rin is like, you know, still talking about, see, look, I have a gemstone too, that means I'm a clan member. And Eden is like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then Eden notices that the gemstone altar looks like it's about to like die out, like just fucking fade out. So Rin is like, oh, if you don't fix that right now, Dante is gonna die. Doesn't that sound great? And Eden is like, what the fuck? So yeah, Rin is trying to kill all his clan members. And he knows that since Dante has that whole treaty to protect the fire territory, if the altar dies, Dante dies too. So he's trying to destroy the gemstone to then destroy Dante. And Eden tries to regulate the altar by himself, but it won't work. And then Rin is like, well, I guess if you really want to save Dante that bad, I can help. So he starts helping, and it immediately works. So he asks Eden if he wants him to keep helping or not, saying he'll do whatever Eden says. And then Eden is like, yeah, keep helping. And Eden pours all of his essence into the gemstone. And literally he notices that he's never had to use this much essence before, but he's like, that's so weird. And then he just keeps going. And then he notices some sort of impurity combining with his essence. But by the time he realizes that, it's too late. And Rin has used the gemstone to transfer all of Eden's essence to himself. Then he's being all fucking weird. He's like, oh, your essence inside me, how nostalgic. It feels great. It feels better than I imagined, or whatever. And then he's like, Eden, or rather I should call you, dramatic pause, brother. Which is when he takes the mask off and it's revealed that Rin, his face, is the exact same as Eden's face. And then it fades to black. And now it's time for Chapter 10 Part 2, which picks up exactly where Part 1 left off. So Eden is like, why did you take all my essence? And Rin is like, only you and I together can achieve this because we're bound by fate. And he starts talking about how nice it feels to have Eden inside him. So yeah, I'm calling the fucking cops. Like, what the fuck? And he tells Eden to stop regulating the altars and talks about how his clan members are tainting him or whatever the fuck. And Eden is like, you're literally insane. But he can't move because his essence is drained so bad that he like literally can't fucking do anything. So Rin is like, how convenient, you can't move because I have all your essence, teehee. And he puts his palm on Eden's chest and he whispers some sort of fucking spell, and he's like, I'll show you how I'm gonna eliminate all the clan members. And then Eden sees a vision of a fake Eden luring Edmond and Dante separately into harm's way and saying really mean shit to purposefully hit them right where it hurts and distract them from the incoming like monster attacks. And then it switches to Blade, who is walking into a pit of quicksand, and fake Eden is all, yeah, there's these medicinal herbs in the middle of this pit of quicksand that I totally desperately need right now. And Blade is like, yeah, don't worry, I'll get them. It's fine. So Eden comes back out of the vision, and Rin says there's no need for him to play Huey, which he refers to Huey as the so-called Grand Sorcerer, which kind of implies that he has no respect for Huey, which I think is interesting. But anyway, so then he says from now on, Eden can live happily ever after, assumedly with him. But that's not fucking happening because he's a freak and Eden hates him. And then he's like, don't tell me you're worried about those terrible clan members. And then Eden is like, I'm not worried. I know they can take care of themselves. I'm just mad that you used my mouth to spout all that bullshit. And then Rin is like, everything I do for you. And Eden is like, as if I give a shit. Stealing my essence and tampering with the altars, how is any of that supposed to help me? When you said you were a clan member, that was a lie too, right? And Rin says, any lies I tell to protect you. So I'm hoping that that means he's not a clan member. Please, because I do not need the pseudo-incest situation or actual incest. I don't know if they're actually brothers or not because Rin is full of it, but we don't need that, guys. I'm sick. I'm sick of it. So then we cut back to Edmond, who takes out the monsters and realizes Eden is not Eden at the same time, because he notices that the fake Eden is standing to the side of the attacking griffins when the real Eden had just told him before they left that you're supposed to stand in front of them because their eyes are on the side of their head. And then we cut to Blade, who actually doesn't realize Eden is fake on his own, but Aster happens to be flying by, and he sees them and immediately realizes that Eden is fake, and then he tells Blade that the real Eden would never let Blade get hurt like that, and Blade remembers that Eden was telling him to promise not to get hurt, and then he's like, oh my gosh, you're right, and he tosses the fake Eden into a pack of griffins, and then Blade and Aster make their escape. And then they take a second, and then as they're doing so, they see a bunch of red flame signals show up in the sky to guide them to safety. And Aster is like, wow, Dante sent those, how considerate of him. And then Aster tells Blade that Edmond is already out of danger too, and then they head to safety. Cut back to Rin and Eden. Eden touches Rin to try to take some of his essence back, and then Rin is like, oh my gosh, this is the first time you've touched me of your own choosing, I'm so happy. And it's like, just, oh my gosh, I need him dead. I need him gone, painfully, suffering right now. Dude, and then Rin is like, wow, it's such a shame that your essence is so dried up that you can't even do anything, because I know you have other methods of exchanging essence. And right as he says that, it zooms in right on Eden's fucking crotch and his pants. Like, what the fuck? And then Rin is all, unfortunately, we can't do that right now, brother. And it's like, did you really have to add brother at the end? Just for that, just for what? Just to emphasize that you're a fucking freak bitch. And then, while Eden still, of course, is too weak to fucking move, Rin touches him again and uses his magic cane staff thing to place a curse on Eden. And he's all, I'm placing my mark inside you. I don't really know what that means, but he's, he's placing his mark. I guess he's cursing him. We don't actually have the answers to this yet in the main story, but we'll get them eventually, I'm assuming. Anyway, so Eden makes this really funny pain noise at this moment, and then Rin is like, you'll be safe as long as you behave, and if not, the mark will help you remember. What does any of that mean? I don't know. Nobody knows. It's awesome. So Eden is distracted by the terrible, awful pain in his chest, and he doesn't notice that the bracelet Dante gave him is heating up. And then as Rin continues to spout some weird nonsense, the bracelet releases a fucking blast of fire magic directly at him. And at that exact moment, Dante shows up and says, what makes you think you can torture an honored guest of mine on Solarian soil? And it's so Dante of him for that's the thing he says. And then Eden, upon seeing Dante, is like, wow, he's totally fine. I guess I was worrying for nothing, which is cute. And then the bracelet starts glowing again, and Rin is like, that thing possesses such powers, how irritating. And Rin turns the bracelet to ash, and then we get a Dante versus Rin showdown. And actually, Rin is about to win, and at the same time, Eden is about to pass out, and then Blade, Edmond, and Aster all show up at the same time to save the fucking day. Cut to Eden waking up from a dream / a vision or whatever it was, where Rin is calling him brother again, and Eden is like, I told you to stop calling me that. He wakes up in a bedroom somewhere, and Blade says Eden was asleep for a long time. Eden asks if everyone's okay, and Blade says everyone is just fine. All they saw when they got there was Rin's purple shadow fading away, which means that Rin knows he can't beat all the clan members at the same time, not even half of them at the same time. He's like, I gotta go, I gotta dip. So it's good to know that he's not just incredibly OP for no reason, because that would piss me off as well. And then Edmond comes into the room and explains that they followed Dante's fire signals to show up at the fire altar just in time, and Eden is like, listen, I know that you know he was fake, but I just really want to say sorry for that shit that fake me said. And then of course Edmond and Blade are like, there's no need to apologize, it's you, it wasn't even you. And then we get a little narration moment where the narration says, I always call it the narration, but it's just the stuff that you read in the dialogue of the story that isn't from any of the characters. So it is the narration, but there's not a narrator. I mean, there's a narrator, I guess, but they're not a character in the thing. Anyway. So yeah, the narration says that the group learns that Rin's bullshit extended across the entire battlefield, so he used those imitations as distractions while he kidnapped the real Eden. So that vision that he showed Eden, I think actually was taking place right when he kidnapped Eden in the first place. So then that's why by the time that Eden was dying, they were already at the fire altar. They had all that time to run, basically. And then we get a little moment of Aster point of view where he's wondering if that scent that morvay picked up, you know, Huey's scent from the griffins, had something to do with Rin, but he doesn't mention it yet. And then Edmond talks about how there's certain magic things you can do to disguise someone, and Eden thinks to himself, I don't know why, but I get the feeling that that wasn't a disguise. And then he tells everyone about the mark, saying that it hurt so bad he thought his heart was going to split in two, but now he says he feels totally fine. And Dante says that he had his doctor take a look at Eden while Eden was asleep, and he found nothing out of the ordinary. So who knows what the fuck happened. Like I said, we still don't really have answers for this. I'm just kind of mentioning things that seem like they'll probably be important later. And then Dante says that the fire altar is fine, but it still has a few impurities remaining, whatever that means. And then Eden finally realizes that morvay is still gone, and he asks where he is, and then it cuts to Aster with this sad look on his face. And then it cuts to Aster and Eden outside by themselves talking about this whole situation. So I think Aster kind of filled everybody in that morvay was missing, and then he just went into more detail during this moment where he explains the whole hearing Huey's voice thing. And he says that he doesn't actually know where morvay is. He thinks the Huey voice was some sort of trap, but by the time that Aster turned to warn him to not follow the voice, morvay was already gone. And then Aster gives Eden kind of a background, like, lore dump for himself, and he says that he was Huey's only familiar for a while, and Huey didn't like Aster flying around and bothering him all the time, so Aster kept telling Huey to make him a buddy, which is when morvay was eventually made. And Aster says that all he does is cause me problems, but Eden of course knows that Aster is actually really worried, because Aster's been waiting outside by the city gates all day for morvay to come back. And so Eden says that morvay knows how to handle himself, so they should wait a couple more days, and then after that, if morvay still isn't back, they can go find him. And then Aster is like, you can't go investigate because you need to rest, you need to recover, you're so busy and stressed. And Aster says that morvay is his responsibility, so he'll go find him himself. And then we cut to Eden talking to Dante while everyone else is like standing they're just all like standing outside, and they're looking up at the solar flare, and Dante explains that it looks normal now, and before it was the elemental spirits giving them a warning. And then Edmond talks about how he thought that elemental spirits couldn't think for themselves, and Dante says that they all have motives and whatever, that they all have differences. And Edmond asks if the elemental spirits can really see the future, and Aster says he remembers Huey mentioning something like that too. And he quotes Huey saying, humans greatly underestimate the elemental spirits. They hold many secrets that most know nothing about. And Aster says that certain elemental spirits can take on different forms, and they used to love Huey and would occasionally show him glimpses of the future. And then this is when Aster says that he went to investigate any traces of Rin's essence that were left behind, and he found that they're related to dark territory elemental spirits, and he gives Eden a tiny little fragment of dark essence in the form of like a dark elemental crystal piece thing, the dark crystal, if you will. And then Dante says that the dark spirits were probably the cause of the fire gemstones issues, and Aster says that it seems pretty likely that it was all Rin's fault. And then Eden is like, you said the elemental spirits loved Huey, right? And then he thinks to himself, based on the things Aster and morvay have told him, that guy could be ... and it just never says anything. But I think they were trying to imply that Eden thinks Rin either is Huey or is like directly connected to him, which again is interesting because Rin called Huey the so-called Grand Sorcerer, remember? So it's getting wild, it's getting crazy in here. I have no idea what's going on. And then Aster is like, yeah, all the elemental spirits adored him, but there was a group of dark territory elemental spirits that were particularly obsessed with him, and every time Huey would visit the dark territory, they would improve the weather and create light shows. And Eden is like, what kind of power even is that? And Dante says that he's detected a strange power in this area's strongest elemental spirit that isn't essence. And Edmond then says that the relationships between magic, the altars, the gemstones, and the elemental spirits are still really mysterious, and there's a lot of unanswered questions. And Aster says that Huey used to say, it's not that most people are too ignorant, it's just that the people who do know aren't willing to share their knowledge. And then they start pondering what Rin's motives could possibly be, and Aster is like, like, we're not gonna find out unless we find him ourselves and ask. Then he says, in my extensive experience, I only know of one person who can control monsters like that. Of course, implying Huey. And then Eden is like, well, I guess we're just gonna have to go to the dark territory, especially since the dark gemstone altar is the only one they haven't regulated yet. And then everybody heads out, and it's just Dante and Eden talking alone. How romantic. And Eden thanks Dante, and he's like, it was thanks to that bracelet that you were able to find me, right? It had some kind of tracking power. And Dante immediately starts blushing, and he's like, what? You knew? And then we get the flashback to the moment that Dante realized the fake Eden was fake. So what happened was, the fake Eden was saying some crazy shit about Dante's dead parents, and then he says something about how the bracelet was passed down from generation to generation, and Dante immediately is like, you aren't the real Grand Sorcerer. I never told him the bracelet's history, and at the very least, I know he's not the type to joke about my dead parents. And then Dante destroys the fake Eden in one swipe with a fucking flame sword. And then the bracelet, somehow Dante senses from the bracelet that Eden is in danger, so he shoots up those fire flame marker things that Aster and Blade saw and Edmond saw, and he starts sprinting towards the direction that Eden's in. So then the flashback ends, cut back to the present. Edmond and Dante start discussing defense strategies and building fortifications and such, and Gyro shows up, and he's like, an intimate acquaintance of Eden's is here with an urgent message, and Dante is like, well, let him in. And then Yakumo shows up, and he's like, intimate acquaintance? I didn't say that. I just said I knew him quite well. So Gyro is a knower. He knows what's up. And then we get that funny moment of Yakumo and Dante meeting. And of course, Yakumo is incredibly intimidated. But before their conversation can go any further than just an introduction, which would probably cause Yakumo to have a breakdown, Edmond is like, wait, hold on. Why are you here with no luggage? And Yakumo is like, oh, right. There was an urgent situation with the water altar, so Olivine went to fix it, and now something bad happened to it. And then the chapter fucking ends. So, chapter 11. Part 1. Yakumo explains that the water altar is goofed. Its essence is all weird and it's making cracking glass noises. So Olivine has been tending to it, right? To the best of his ability. And in the meantime, Dante's soldiers are building more temporary fortifications since they don't quite know if the altar is stable or not. Rin is still gone, morvay is still missing, and the gang is planning their next move, when suddenly a messenger comes to tell Dante that a pack of monsters jumped the fortifications and are now heading into the city. Essentially, there's a bunch of lizards running towards the city, so Dante and Edmond decide to stay in Solaria to figure that situation out. Aster and Blade head to the dark territory to search for morvay, and then Yakumo and Eden get headed back to the water territory to help Olivine. As the gang is getting ready to leave, the gang being Aster, Blade, Eden, and Yakumo, since they're all exiting the fire territory, just going in different directions, Gyro is telling them that Dante set up leopard tigers to take them to where they're going. He also set up a team of guards to escort them the whole way because he's an overprotective guy. He's an overprotective boyfriend. And Gyro also gives them Dante and Edmond's notes that they quickly wrote down regarding everything they know about regulating altars, and Edmond told Gyro to tell Eden that once they get to the water territory, if they need any help, they can seek out the local knights. And I'm just kind of imagining like Dante and Edmond sitting alone in a room talking about what they should do to make sure Eden is okay on his travels. Edmond's like, oh, I should write down notes. Okay. And then Dante is like, how many guards do you think I should send? Do you think 2 is enough? And Edmond is like, oh, I don't know, maybe go with 3. And then Dante's like, okay, 5. We'll go with 5. It's just so funny. Like, I'm imagining them just like freaking out, being like, oh my gosh, what would happen to our boyfriend? Oh no, what if he gets hurt? Then how are we supposed to smash? And I'm also imagining Gyro in the corner like, oh my god, these guys are down bad. They're whipped. Well, Eden and Yakumo are on their way in the carriage to the water territory. Yakumo is all kind of zoning out, and Eden is like, what's your fucking problem? And Yakumo, he doesn't say it like that. He's all soft and tender and kind because that's how he is. But anyway, in my words, he says, what the fuck is wrong with you, you stupid gay freak? And then Yakumo says that he's distracted because he thinks he's useless since he doesn't know how to help with the altars because he hasn't, recall, Yakumo has not actually helped with any altar regulation yet. And so he says that he was trying to help Olivine, but he couldn't figure out how, and then Olivine told him to just like take a break, which of course Yakumo interpreted as Olivine being like, it's more of a problem to try to teach you while trying this, you know. Yakumo, being Yakumo, thinks he's a piece of shit, and he tells Eden that the reason he was even in the water territory to begin with is because he was there to sell crops for his village. So he was like, I'll drop in and say hi to Olivine while I'm here. And then he found Olivine already struggling to regulate the altar and then tried to help. It didn't work. So then he decided to go all the way to Celeria on his own to get Eden. And then Eden, of course, gives Yakumo a little pep talk, a little reassurance, a little therapy sesh. He's like, actually, I kind of feel useless too, because I can't do magic either. And Yakumo is like, no, nobody thinks that. And Eden is like, see? Exactly. And then Yakumo is like, oh. Also, obviously, Yakumo being able to go all the way to Celeria by himself to get Eden is an incredibly useful thing to do, but the mental illness is mental illing, so it'd be like that. So then they arrive at the water territory and it's downpouring. It's like flooding, it's wrecking shit. Everybody is panicking and talking about how the weather has never been like this before, and in all this chaos, Eden ends up getting separated from Yakumo while they're on their way to the temple, and he finds his way to a canal and he sees these blue floating specks of light. These specks are, of course, water elemental spirits, similar to the tiny red floating ones from the fire territory, the fire elemental spirits. Eden does not realize that for some reason, though, and he sees them and he just goes, wow, blue specks, that's crazy. And so he sees them floating up out of the water and into the air, and something in his soul, or whatever, his instincts, tell him that they shouldn't be leaving. So he follows one, he chases one down, and he says, I don't know what's happening or how to help, but I know I don't want you to leave. And then these specks show him a glimpse of the future, which he doesn't realize is a glimpse of the future, but that's what it is. And in this vision, Eden sees the water territory drying up and becoming part of the dead zone. And then right when he snaps back to reality, the rain turns to snow. And then Eden goes to find Yakumo, finds him talking to a knight, and the knight is talking shit on Eden, being like, oh, so Huey disappears, and then suddenly there's this new guy, and then suddenly we've got this crazy weather and everything's flooding and it's wrecking all of our shit. That's mighty suspicious if you ask me. And then Yakumo almost fights this bitch, but then Eden is like, whoa, 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 guys, chill, relax. And then Eden takes Yakumo and they finally get to the temple. As they're walking there, though, Yakumo apologizes for almost fighting that guy, and Eden is like, I don't think everyone should blindly put their faith in me. Their doubts serve as a reminder that I need to keep working hard, which I think is a very optimistic, healthy mindset, you know? It's very swag. He's got unprecedented amounts of swag right now. Also, while they're walking there, Yakumo notices that Eden seems a bit pale, so he asks if anything happened, and Eden isn't sure if that shit with the specks actually happened or not, so he asks Yakumo if Yakumo saw any, like, floating specks, and Yakumo is like, no, and then Eden is like, maybe I really was just losing my fucking mind, so then he doesn't explain anything else to Yakumo. So then they finally actually get to the temple for real, and they find Olivine passed out in the kitchen, and while they're investigating, Eden hears random bird sounds, and he's like, what? But then before he can go figure out what the deal is with that, Olivine wakes up and explains that he was starving from constantly regulating the altar, so he came to get food, and before he could get food, he passed out from exhaustion. So after finding out that Olivine hasn't eaten or slept since he left for Celeria, which was several days ago, by the way, Yakumo gets cooking. He's making Snoop. Let's fucking go, baby. Snoop moment. And then while they're eating, they do a little debrief sesh. Yakumo says that the knights said this is the first time the weather has ever been like this, and Olivine is like, correct. The rain started not long after Yakumo left. He says that the other priests went to help with the relief efforts after informing him that the weather has destroyed several buildings and caused a few casualties, so people have literally died. But Olivine, of course, stayed and kept trying to regulate the altar, but it wasn't working. But he says whenever he stopped, it would turn dark and make those glass cracking noises. And Eden is like, girl, so you just kept going for several days straight and didn't eat or sleep? And Olivine is like, actually, I fainted several times, but I would just wake up and keep going. Like, dude, like, relax. just take a nap. I don't, like, classic Olivine though, obviously very in character. So then Yakumo is like, well, it's not making those glass cracking sounds anymore, but it's still dim. And Olivine says that the gemstone randomly stabilized for some reason about an hour ago when the rain turned to snow. And Eden, the genius that he is, makes the connection that that was right after his encounter with those specks. So he's possibly realizing now that he wasn't hallucinating. And Eden also notes that when he looked at the gemstone, it didn't show any signs of being tampered with by Rin, so this is just some random fucking thing going on. And then Olivine passes out again in the middle of their meal, and Eden notices that his gemstone is murky and his fingertips are bruised, meaning he was somehow using his magic to try to regulate the gemstone so hard that it literally bruised the tips of his fingers, and that just seems crazy to me, but hey, it happened. Then he wakes back up again, and Yakumo and Eden are like, you should go to bed. We'll figure it out. You need to sleep. And then Olivine is like, fine. So then Olivine goes to sleep in his room. Yakumo goes to prepare some clean clothes for him, and Eden hears those bird noises again. So he looks out the window and sees somebody walking past, and then he goes over to investigate. And as he goes to open the window, he gets that sensation in his chest that happens when he's near a new clan member. And then he hears the bird sounds again, but this time it sounds like an imitation of an actual bird. And then he sees a bird fly across the sky and land on a dude in the distance. And then the bird and the guy communicate for a little bit in bird noises mixed with some actual sentences, and Eden hears the guy mention that the water gemstone will shatter in a few days, and they're getting farther and farther away. And then Yakumo comes up and he asks Eden to taste test his snoop, but then Eden is like, sorry, I gotta run real quick, I'll be back, swear. And he runs after that guy as fast as he can. And that's the end of chapter 11 part 1. So chapter 11 part 2, of course, picks up right where that one left off, with Eden following that guy around, and he notices that that guy is moving quickly, but he's not making any noise. And then the guy goes into a secret tunnel in the forest floor, and Eden is like, should I keep following him or... And then he's like, if I don't, I might never figure out how to fix the water gemstone. So he goes into the tunnel, and then at the other end of it, the guy opens a mechanical door, and suddenly they're back in the water temple right next to the gemstone altar. And this is when we finally get the reveal of what this guy looks like, which is usually kind of when I would do the character introduction basics thing, but I'm not doing that this time because I honestly think it's better to just let the story tell itself for this guy, because, you know, it's just bits and pieces, like, you'll see what I mean once we get into it. So, Eden is watching from the shadows as this guy, his name is Ray, but he hasn't, like, introduced himself, but I'm just gonna call him Ray already because I'm sick of calling him this guy. Ray pulls out a hammer and a chisel, and he breaks a little piece off of the gemstone altar, and Eden, who was trying to be stealthy up until this moment, just runs out at him and is like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? And Ray is absolutely not surprised at all, and he's like, can you let me go? Because Eden had, like, grabbed his hand. So Ray is like, you're gonna let go of me or what? And then Eden is like, you're a clan member, why are you damaging the gemstone? And Ray is like, you're already surrounded by clan members, what's one more? And Eden is like, well, okay, you're right, I'm not telling you how to act, you know? But, like, why would you do that to the gemstone? And Ray is like, do what? And they look back over at the gemstone and there's no hole, there's no piece missing. And Eden is like, what the fuck? I could have sworn you just... And then Ray holds up the piece and he's like, you're talking about this? And then Eden is like, yeah, give me that. And he goes and fucking reaches for it. And then Ray tosses it to the bird and the bird fucking eats it. The bird fucking eats it. And then Ray is like, this guy doesn't look like he's gonna give up, so you take care of that for now, father. Which, don't even, like, why is the bird named Father? We'll get into it. I'm pretty sure I do know why the bird is named Father. Is he Ray's actual dad? No. But it's like, why would you... Ray is a little bit of a weirdo, I guess. He just decided to call the bird father for some fucking reason. It's strange. So Eden is like, wow, looks like the Klein continent has some pretty rotund sparrows. And then he tells Ray to make the bird throw the gemstone piece up. And Ray is like, first of all, he's not a sparrow. He's a boreal owl of death. And second of all, you better watch what you say. And Ray says, father's not especially fond of those who speak without thinking, which is like just so, you know, So Eden starts asking all these questions about how the gemstone could possibly not be damaged and how this guy knows it's gonna shatter and all that stuff. And then Ray is like responding shittily, and he refers to Eden by his name, and Eden is like, oh, so you know who I am? And then Ray tucks his hair behind his ear, and you can see he has a gemstone in his ear, which is similar to Yakumo's, but it's on the opposite ear. So then Ray is like, see, just like you know I'm a clan member, I can tell that you're the Grand Sorcerer. I can feel it in my chest too, which is so funny because Eden was asking how Ray knew his name, and Ray's answer did not answer that question at all. But Eden does not really notice this flaw in the answer, and he just goes, wait a minute, so you knew I was following you that whole time? And Ray is like, yeah. Ray says something like, I don't care what you do as long as you don't get in my way, which I think is kind of slay. So he knew Eden was following him, but he knew enough about Eden to know that that was not at all a threat, which is really funny. And then Eden finally asks what his name is, to which Ray responds, people used to call me Ray. Why does he say it like that? I don't know, but now we have his name at least. And then Ray is like, well, anyway, see ya. And Eden is like, whoa, I can't just let you get away with harming the gemstone. A man risked his life to protect this. And Ray is like, fine, why don't you just come with me then? Because clearly you're not gonna believe me if I tell you that I don't mean the gemstone any harm. And then Ray says, I don't care either way, but I could probably find a use for you during my experiments. What? Experiments? Yeah, that's right. Ray is a gemstone scientist. He's a gemstone essence researcher, mostly essence. Well, it's kind of like half and half. Anyway, he has basically devoted his life to researching this shit. But as we will find out, he does it by himself. So he's not like a scientist by like job. He's just, it's like a hobby sort of. So what I'm trying to say is he's got autism. So anyway, Eden of course decides to go with him, and he's like, all I care about is finding a way to fix the gemstone. So if you have your own theories on that, I might as well come with so I can hear them. And then Ray walks back past him to go back into the secret tunnel, and Eden notices that he has no scent. And he's like, nobody would ever notice that Ray is there unless you directly saw him with your eyes. So just, you know, just an interesting thing, I guess. So then Eden follows Ray through the woods, and he scratches marks into the trees so he can find his way home if anything goes wrong. And he notices that Ray is taking a really convoluted route, and he briefly wonders if Ray worries about being followed. And then they arrive at Ray's cabin, which is in the middle of the woods, in the water territory though, the water territory woods. So they head in, and Ray's cabin is full of papers, mostly research notes, I'm sure, but like papers and research equipment and random other antique looking items all over the place. And Eden notices 3 things that stand out to him. One is a music box, another is a harmonica, and the third is a strange type of string instrument that he's never seen before. So keep those in your mind for later. We only actually have answers for 2 of them. Anyway. Then Eden is like looking around, and he picks up a drawing of Ray's gemstone off the floor, and Ray is like, don't touch anything. He says that every single item in this cabin has its appropriate place. So this mess is actually, it's organized chaos. So you remember when I said that Ray has autism? Exhibit B. So then Eden puts the paper back down and makes sure it's at the exact same angle that it was sitting at before, which I think is really cute. So Ray takes that essence gemstone piece and he starts releasing his essence into it. And then Eden realizes there's something weird about Ray's essence. We don't really know what yet, but it just says something weird. And he keeps kind of looking around at what he can see of the notes on the ground without moving any of them, and he notices that a lot of them are filled with strange runes, and he thinks that it kind of looks like an ancient language or like a lost language. And then as he's thinking about that, the gemstone piece starts rejecting Ray's essence, and then it shatters into a million tiny pieces. So Ray gathers up the pieces, grinds them into a powder, and starts thinking about what he could possibly use it for. And then Eden is like, so what's wrong with your essence? Like, why is it like that? And Ray says that his essence is unusual and it's always been exceptionally powerful and hard to control, but before he can continue his explanation, he becomes weak and falls to the floor. And then Eden is like, whoa, like, are you okay? Like, what's wrong? And Ray is like, no need to make a fuss. It's just an old injury. And then he starts seizing and screaming from the pain. So no biggie. As somebody who has a real life chronic condition, I think this little, it's no big deal, this is my day-to-day, and then passes out on the floor moment is really relatable. And I think a lot of people with chronic conditions can relate to him. So I love that. Did I mention that he's my favorite character? Because I will be mentioning it. again, several million times. So just so you know. Anyway, so Eden is holding him to prevent him from injuring himself while he's thrashing around, and he notices that Ray's essence isn't fluctuating at all, so he wonders if this is some sort of unrelated chronic condition. And then a shadow starts to spread from the center of Ray's chest along his veins and throughout his whole body, and wherever the shadow touches, black feathers start to appear. And then the bird, Father, flies over and drops something into Ray's mouth before flying back up to his perch and just sitting there. And then Ray explains that it's a basically useless medicine, but it might help just a little bit. And then Eden is like, well, is there anything I can do to help? Like, you know, what do I do? And Ray is like, what if I told you the only way to help is to fuck? And Eden is like, whoa, no. Literally any other time I would jump at the chance, but right now just doesn't seem like the time. And then Ray says, what? Are you trying to keep yourself pure? That doesn't match the stories I've heard about you. So based on evidence that we'll hear later on, I kind of think that he says the stories I've heard about you just to make it sound like he hasn't been stalking Eden this whole time. But I think the stories are just his own personal like observations from watching him. Anyways, so Eden reluctantly agrees to smash, and then we get 11H, which is the last main story H scene as of currently. Because there's one per character, and Ray is the last character to introduce, which is nice. We finally have all the pieces here. So they're kind of smashing, and Eden is like, is it really okay to do this in front of the bird? And then Ray says, Father's seen it all. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, what are we doing? What is this? So the narration says right when they kiss, the feathers go away and the pain subsides. And I just think that's kind of cute, you know? Just a kiss was all it took. It's very fairy tale coded. Speaking of fairy tale, no. So Ray also makes a bunch of observations about the feeling of Eden's essence and such, because he's like, this isn't what I thought the Grand Sorcerer's essence would feel like. It's better and whatever. So, you know, because Eden is so special and different. Also, this is when we learn that Ray is not a fan of like foreplay or like doing anything soft or slowly. He's just like, well, what are you waiting for? Just stick it in me and then we go hard and fast until we nut, right? And Eden is like, whoa, no, it's not how we do it. Which might sound like I'm just saying that for no reason in graphic detail, but I promise you it will be important later. It's a very important Ray trait. And then Ray also says some shit like, oh, my body is just so used to doing stuff like this that it kind of has a mind of its own sometimes. So he's kind of a whore. Which that also is going to be important later. And I want to laugh, but it just makes me so sad. Like, you'll understand what I'm saying later, I swear, but it's just like, I want to be like, ooh, like, slay, he's a slut, he's a whore, but like, I just can't do it, you know? It's tragic. It's tragedy, babe. Anyway, so, of course, Eden is really special, and he has this special essence and stuff, so in the words of the narration of the game, Ray's desire for control morphs into pure lust. So we've got that. We've got confirmed desire for control, and we've got Eden being special, never before seen, such and such. Also, Eden again notes that something is strange about Ray's essence here, and Ray says, and I quote, the urge to fuck is getting stronger, right? And then Eden basically is like, yeah, and then he thinks to himself that it feels like there's something inside Ray that is slowly engulfing him and making him more excited. And then Ray says, everyone I sleep with says the same thing. Do we really have answers for this yet? No. All we have for Ray is questions, bitch. Questions. But I'm so excited to find out the answers. But of course he's all mysterious and fucking whatever, so we're not gonna have the answers anytime soon. He's too silly goofy for that. And then there's so many like actually kind of plot important things that happen in this H scene, and most of the other ones I just was like, oh, they smash and then we move on. But this one, there's like a whole fucking huge paragraph of shit to read. But anyway, so near the end, Ray uses some magic to float the gemstone powder from earlier into the air, and it goes into Eden's mouth, and then Eden's essence, quote unquote, explodes, and then his senses heighten, and Eden notes that it feels similar to when he regulates the gemstone altars. And then Eden wakes up completely naked, and Ray is gone, and he sees more of those blue specks of light like the ones from the canal, and they float around him with a quote unquote friendly kind of warmth. And and then they start leaving, and a dark substance forms in the air and engulfs them one by one, and they lose their glow and fall, and then Eden too is swallowed by the darkness, and that is where chapter 11 ends. So chapter 12 part 1 picks up right where chapter 11 left off, with Eden waking up on the floor again with just a towel covering his belly, and he finds a note from Ray that says, "Had to go out for a while, show yourself out when you wake up. When I need you again, I'll find you." And then Eden checks his pockets to make sure Ray didn't steal anything, and then also checks to make sure he doesn't have any scars that would indicate his organs being removed, which is so fucking funny. He's like, did this guy steal my fucking kidneys and dip? But of course, there's no scars, his organs are still there. And then the note continues, "The marks you left on the trees should be enough to guide you on your way." So Ray knew about that the whole time, didn't say anything. It's fucking hilarious. He's winning the I don't give a fuck war. I mean, who could possibly give less of a fuck than Ray about anything? And then on Eden's way out of the house, he accidentally kicks that strange string instrument from earlier, and then we get a little bit more context with that when Eden puts it away. Context being that it looks like it hasn't been played in a long time. Otherwise, we still don't really know much about that. Eden goes all the way back to the temple and finds Yakumo waiting up for him, even though it's nighttime, and Olivine is already sleeping. So Eden and Yakumo head to bed, and when they wake up in the morning, they find Olivine absolutely out of fucking control in the main room in the temple. Olivine is surrounded by blue sparks, his essence is crazy, and he looks like he's in excruciating pain. And there's a bunch of other priests trying to calm him down, but it's not working because Olivine is launching pews and tables through the air at people. Yakumo had woken up before Eden, so Yakumo explains to Eden that just before dawn, he saw a strange light coming from the gemstone altar, and then Olivine came running out with a distressed look on his face, and then this happened. So Yakumo thinks something went wrong with the altar and Olivine has been consumed by some power from the altar, and the priests think that Olivine's possessed. So Eden tries to say something to Olivine, and then Olivine, with quote-unquote eyes full of rage, shoots a beam of magic straight in Eden's direction, but Yakumo jumps in front of him and immediately manages to create a red serpent-like thing that swallows Olivine's attack. And then we briefly get Olivine's point of view as he thinks about how his blood feels like it's boiling, his joints are in severe pain, and he can only slightly hear Eden's voice through the haze, but it's enough to make him begin to realize what he's doing, so he tries to fight the urge to attack, and even though he can't see clearly, he tries to flee the temple so he doesn't get anyone else hurt. Cut back to Eden's point of view, he realizes what Olivine is doing, so he tells the other priests to stay behind and keep everyone calm while him and Yakumo go after Olivine, who has now escaped into the forest. So they follow Olivine's trail of destruction into the woods, and they end up running into Father, who motions for them to follow him, but Yakumo is like, whoa, that's a boreal owl of death, and boreal owls of death normally mean, you know, death. And Eden says, I know that owl. He doesn't mean any harm. Which is so funny. Like, imagine you're in the woods with your boyfriend and this fucking owl shows up and is like about to kill you, and then he's like, no, that owl's chill. It's like, what the fuck? But anyway, of course Yakumo is like, well, okay, I trust you. And they follow the bird, and in the distance they can hear Ray doing his like imitation of bird language thing, which, by the way, that's another autism moment. Exhibit 3. Exhibit C. I was doing letters, I think. Anyway, so Ray is guiding Father to himself and Olivine with the bird language. And so they get there, and Yakumo is like, oh, Eden, is this that person you mentioned before? So I think sometime in between chapters, Eden kind of briefly explained some of the Ray lore to Yakumo. But anyway, Ray doesn't even say anything to them before he pulls a golden needle out of his pocket and stabs Olivine in the side of the neck. And as he removes the needle from Olivine's neck, all of the excess essence trapped inside Olivine's body bursts out and creates a gust of wind, and then they bring Olivine back to the temple to rest, and Ray explains that if that unstable essence trapped in Olivine's body hadn't been dealt with, his organs would have begun to fail and he would have died, which I think sort of implies that Ray has witnessed that happen to someone, because otherwise he wouldn't know specifically that your organs would fail. He just would probably be able to guess that you would die. So, lore? I don't know. But then Ray also explains that all he had to do was a shallow penetration of the skin, so Olivine only actually lost like a couple drops of blood. It wasn't like really that bad. And then Olivine apologizes to Yakumo and Eden for scaring them and almost hurting them, and he also apologizes to Ray, who he apparently tried to attack several times while they were in the forest. And then Yakumo gives Olivine some medicinal herbs he prepared after receiving them from Ray, which I think is so like, ooh. Like, Ray really tries to make it seem like he's winning the I don't give a fuck war, but then he's like, oh, Olivine is hurt, so I'm gonna give him some of my medicinal herbs. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, they've never even met before. But he's like, oh, I gotta help this guy. It's like, he's so... Anyway, also, these herbs are a special type of grass called essence grass that is very hard to come by because it only grows in steep, rocky cliffs. So Ray not only is giving a medicinal herb, but a rare and expensive one, which he also... Why does he have it? I don't know, but he's, you know. And then Ray essentially tells Olivine, get your shit together, because if he keeps using kind of unstable methods to regulate the gemstone altar, he'll just randomly drop dead. And Olivine is like, you're true. I have to reflect on my actions. And then Ray continues to explain, he's really lore dumping right now, but he's like, if a clan member loses control of their essence, they might lose use of the contracted body part. I don't know how this would work because Olivine, his gemstone is on his belly button. So like, what does that mean? But anyway, then we get a Ray flashback, which I'm basically going to read word for word because it's kind of hard to explain without just telling you exactly what they say. So the flashback is Ray talking to Huey while Ray is like visibly in pain. Huey says, you can barely hear out of your right ear, correct? It won't be long before it stops functioning altogether. A great many forces flow within you and they're all at odds with each other. You've reached your limit. I thought I saw potential in you, but perhaps I was mistaken. If you don't learn to harness the power I've given you, death is all that awaits. To which Ray replies, I was born with this gemstone and I never chose to enter any damn contract. What makes you think you have the right to say anything about me or my potential? And then Huey is like, how about this? I'll release you from your contract and restore your hearing right now, or is my essence too hard to give up? And Ray says, as much as I hate being part of your clan, I have to admit, knowing what you're up to is beneficial to my cause. You have your uses. And then Huey says, you hate everything about me, yet without that gemstone, you will never be able to fulfill your lowly aspirations. And Ray says, Grand Sorcerer, more like a crafty son of a bitch. I'll use my own methods to find what I'm looking for. So thanks, but no thanks. I was born this way and I'll carry this burden to the bitter end, which I think is just kind of a weird thing for him to say because it seems contradictory to what he was saying before. Like, it's a weird switch up. Saying like thanks but no thanks in that way sort of seems like he's trying to, like, he really thought he was showing Huey what's up, like really just doing it to him, but that's exactly what Huey expected him to say. So I don't really. And then also the switch up between I didn't choose to be born like this and then I was born like this, so I'll stay like this is kind of like weird. I don't know. But anyway, that was a lot of really important Ray lore and one of the rare instances we have of actual word for word Huey dialogue. So that's why I kind of read it like that, because you just get a lot from it. But anyway, so the flashback ends and Olivine starts asking Ray about the golden needle. And he's like, am I correct in assuming that that's no ordinary needle? And then Eden thinks to himself, I bet $1 million Ray finds a way to dodge the question. And then Ray just says, I made it with my gemstone. And Eden is like, what? Dude. But then Eden is like, hold on, isn't it incredibly painful to try and remove your gemstone? And Ray is like, yeah, you just need a really high pain tolerance. And then Yakumo is like, oh my gosh, Mr. Ray, you're amazing. I tried everything I could think of and used all sorts of tools and instruments, but nothing worked. I couldn't even make a single scratch. And then Ray is like, normal methods have absolutely no effect on the gemstone. Even after I got a little more inventive, I was only able to remove a small part of it. So then Eden takes a second to really look at Ray's gemstone and notices that it does look kind of scratched and jagged. And then Olivine is like, well, if you're willing to share, I'd like to hear more, because Olivine, ever the student, wants to know everything about everything. And so I think for that reason, Ray and Olivine should kiss, but they're both bottoms. Dun dun dun. Did I forget to mention that Ray is a bottom? I think I did. He's a bottom. He's a power bottom though, of course. So Ray agrees to give the group a live demonstration at the water altar, so they all go to the water altar room, and Ray hits the water gemstone with his needle, and then a little light flashes and a pinprick-sized hole appears, and Ray says all he knows for sure is that the clan members' gemstones and the elemental gemstones have the power to influence each other. However, the elemental gemstones / gemstone altars always regain their original form, but clan member gemstones don't. So then he also tells Eden that the chisel he used to break a piece of the water altar off before also contains a piece of his gemstone. And he uses the chisel to break another piece off, and then Olivine is like, whoa, what the fuck? I didn't know you could do that. So from this whole live demonstration, we can infer that Ray somehow used a gemstone altar to break his own gemstone, but I don't really know how, because like he wouldn't have been able to break a piece off of the gemstone altar without already having a tool with a piece of his gemstone, but he can't break his gemstone without a piece of the gemstone altar. So I'm imagining he somehow used an entire gemstone altar, like he just put his ear on it or something and it broke his gemstone, and I cannot believe that didn't kill him. Like, it just, that seems, you know. Anyway, so the water altar regains its original shape again, and then Eden mentions how the fire altar basically went back to normal after they picked up all the pieces after it shattered, and Ray is like, all my findings are based on small pieces. It would be a whole other thing if the whole thing broke. And then Eden thinks maybe they regulated the fire altar incorrectly and that's why it broke, and it wasn't the gemstone itself, but Rin who drew all the griffins to the altar, because remember, the griffins are naturally inclined to gather in areas with high concentrations of essence. Meanwhile, while Eden is thinking about that, Olivine is thinking to himself how amazing it is that Ray has learned so much through his research. So again, they should maybe kiss. And then some of the other priests show up to check on Olivine, and Ray disappears before they can see him. Turns out though, Ray just went into the kitchen, so Yakumo finds him in the kitchen and asks him for advice on utilizing his essence and regulating the gemstones, because recall, he feels useless for not being able to do that. And then Ray is like, I don't see how that benefits me. And Yakumo, the genius that he is, says, I can tell you're concerned about the state of the altar. That's why you told us all that information. I may be little more than a clan member who doesn't know how to use his own power, but the fact that I have a gemstone means I have the ability to help regulate the altars. To which Ray says, are you saying we should use each other? And then Yakumo is like, if that's how you want to see it, then I guess you're not wrong, but I'd rather think of it as friendly cooperation. And Yakumo talks about how he wants to try his best to help Eden. Ray calls him a fool, and then Eden comes rushing in asking why Ray was saying that the gemstone's gonna shatter, and Ray is like, wow, father, looks like someone is a fan of eavesdropping, and he's not even shy about it. And Eden completely ignores that remark and just pulls the dark gemstone piece that Aster gave him out of his pocket and is like, we found this by the fire altar, and I think it had something to do with it exploding. And Ray is like, whoa, does that contain the elemental spirits of darkness? Give me that shit. And Eden is like, not so fast. I'll give it to you if you help me better understand the gemstones and then help me resolve the situation with the water altar. And Ray is like, isn't it weird, father, that these people do everything in groups? But then he says that he is curious what kind of effect that dark fragment had on the fire elemental gemstone, so he agrees to the deal. And then he tells Eden and Yakumo to meet him at the entrance to the forest right before nightfall. And then before anyone can say anything else, Ray leaves. And then Eden and Yakumo make eye contact and they share a little chuckle, and then Yakumo says, Mr. Ray may be mysterious, but I have a feeling his heart is in the right place. So me personally, I also think Ray and Yakumo should kiss. I'm genuinely kind of insane about them. Like, top 3 new Carnival non-Eden related ships, 100%. Because first of all, Ray is a power bottom, Yakumo is a service top. Second of all, Ray knows a whole bunch about essence and magic and everything. Yakumo wants nothing more than to learn. Like, I mean, what could be better than that? What could be better than that? Honestly. Also, I feel like the dynamic between Ray, who appears to be winning the I don't give a fuck war, and Yakumo, who is absolutely last place in the I don't give a fuck war because he just cares so much about everything that he's crying constantly, that dynamic would just be just something else, you know? Just something else. Anyway, suddenly, while they're having their little chuckle talking about how cute and hot Ray is and whatever, the rain returns, but heavier this time, and then there's a huge group of townspeople that start gathering outside the temple trying to find shelter because, remember, a lot of their houses were already destroyed by the floods before, and Olivine is like, let them all in, we'll make room. So Yakumo and Eden get to work trying to help find a place to get everyone situated. And that is where chapter 12 part 1 ends, and chapter 12 part 2 picks up right where that left off, with them getting everyone situated. Yakumo cooks everyone a bunch of food, and then Eden, Olivine, and Yakumo head out to meet Ray in the woods. And while they're on the way there, Eden remembers the secret tunnel that Ray went in, so he asks Olivine if the temples have secret tunnels. And Olivine is like, when I was a kid, I heard an old priest mention stories of hidden passageways beneath the temples, so I looked all over but I never found anything. And then Yakumo says he has also heard stories of these passageways, and he calls them the legendary royal passageways. And Olivine says that only people from the royal family or the fucking highest of class people knew how to use the secret tunnels. Yakumo explains that the current king, who, if you'll remember from like chapter 1 or chapter 2, the current king is just a human man. He only has one possible heir, which is his daughter, the princess. And Eden thinks to himself that Ray probably isn't the king's son, but if he is, that means he's part of the royal family. So I'm gonna like ramble for a second here about this theory I saw on Tumblr, where people were talking about saying that they think Ray is probably trans, and the evidence they used for that is this moment here where Yakumo says the king only has one heir and it's the princess, and also the fact that Ray doesn't use his birth name. But as we'll find out, Ray, and I guess it was already kind of hinted at with all the antiques in his house, but Ray is very old. He's kind of like Quincy. He's one of those human men that's very old because of the gemstone magic. And since the king is just a human man, it doesn't really make any sense to me that Ray would be the princess. Like, also I feel like everybody would know if the princess had like disappeared into the forest. So that is me kind of debunking that theory, but I wish Ray was trans. I wish we had a canon trans character. Next best thing though is Aster, because as of when I'm recording this right now, which is February 17th, 2024, we have not actually seen Aster's dick. We've seen everybody else's Pathrinus, but we haven't seen Aster's dick. And the one time that Aster actually smashed someone, he was using a strap-on. So thoughts? Anyway, Aster is a trans king in my heart though, okay? So just, anyway, complete tangent, but so Eden wonders why someone from the royal family would be living alone in a tiny cabin in the middle of the woods, and as he does so, they find Ray and Father, and Olivine takes a good close-up look at Father for the first time, and he's like, wow, I've never seen a boreal owl of death up close. This is awesome. And he says it's rumored that boreal owls of death can live forever by preying on souls. And then Father randomly lands on Eden's head and rips out some of his hair and gives it to Ray, and Ray puts it in his pocket for what? Experiments, I'm assuming? But like, girl, huh? And then Ray gives Eden his own notes, as in Eden's notes on regulating altars, and is like, you left these in my cabin last night. I had a quick look over them. And then Eden is like, I could have sworn I had those safely tucked away in my pocket, actually. Eden thinks to himself that. So, if you recall, when Eden woke up and checked his pockets to make sure nothing was stolen, yeah, something was stolen, and he just didn't notice because he forgot. So, king shit. So Ray says Olivine, Edmond, and Dante favor the gemstone regulation method of just injecting as much of their essence as possible, and Olivine is like, I thought that was the right way. And then Ray says, I used to think so too, but after I began my essence research, I remembered a strange remark Huey made years ago. And then we get like a little mini flashback of Huey and Ray regulating a gemstone together, and Huey saying, you can't give yourself, you must give the part of me within yourself. So Ray tells Olivine and Yakumo that their ancestors made contracts with Huey but died before they were completed, so as a result the contracts were passed on to them, but that means that they were born as clan members, so their essence has been the same their entire life, which means they can't really detect the difference between their own essence versus the part of Huey's essence that is in their body. And as you recall from chapter 12 part 1, Ray was also born with his gemstone, so he can't really detect that difference either. And then Eden thinks to himself while Ray is explaining this, how does Ray know so much about Yakumo and Olivine? Don't tell me he's been spying on us. And then Eden remembers that Ray already knew his name when they met, so he thinks, based on his commitment to researching the gemstones, it kind of makes sense that he would want to do some digging into the new Grand Sorcerer and his clan members. So this is why I think earlier when Ray said, you know, that doesn't match the stories I've heard about you, I think it was just him trying to make it sound like he's not a stalker, but he is. So, and then Ray says that maybe only people who have made contracts with Huey themselves can tell the difference between their essence and his. And he says, and I quote, "There's a giant mute and a pain in the ass fox in the wood territory with that exact trait." And so as a response to that, Eden thinks to himself how crazy it is that Ray knows Kuya and Quincy well enough to call them goofy ass nicknames. And then Yakumo says, "You know Kuya and Quincy too?" And Ray says, "You could say that, but not by choice." Me when I lie. Me when I fucking lie. So Ray shows them to this big ass tree in the woods, and he explains that it's a sacred tree that's existed in the water territory for thousands of years. And he says in its prime, the animals of the water territory possessed similar levels of power to those in the wood territory, which is to say a lot, and many would become yokai. And he also explains that the tree is just a shell of its former self because the kingdom decided to build a city in the water territory, so they cut down the tree and most of the animals died or migrated, which caused the forest to shrink. But they can still sense a power coming from within the tree that doesn't seem like essence. And Ray explains that at dusk, which it currently is, the forces of the world begin to converge, and according to his observations, that's when the power of the sacred tree is strongest. And he says that throughout his experiments, he's found a mysterious and unobserved power that exists on the Klein continent that isn't essence. And he says it has the ability to influence all forms of life, and he's been calling it the spirit flow. And he's looked everywhere for more sources of it, but hasn't really had much success, and he only recently discovered it coming from this tree. And then he also kind of randomly out of nowhere mentions that he experimented with adding a fragment of one of the gemstone altars to the essence regulation process, also known as sex, and discovered it resonated with the essence's host, resulting in an extreme state of peace and harmony, which is exactly what he said. He said extreme state of peace and harmony, which, first of all, he's talking about when he did that, like yesterday, with Eden. So Eden thinks to himself, remembering to conduct an experiment even while in excruciating pain, talk about commitment. Second of all, that means Ray just admitted to feeling extreme peace and harmony when he was with Eden, which I think is kind of saying something. He's blaming it on the magic, but listen. Listen, man, I don't know about y'all, but I may explode. Speaking of exploding, Ray goes back to his scientific ramblings to say that the way Eden and the rest of the clan members have been regulating the gemstones isn't sufficient, but if they keep refining their methods, they'll eventually get closer to how Huey used to do it. Does this imply that Ray knows how Huey used to do it and he just isn't telling them? Possibly, but I think since he can't tell the difference between his own essence and Huey's in the first place, I think he's just saying he's kind of figured out a closer way to it, but not quite Huey's way. And also, since he has regulated gemstones with Huey before, he definitely knows what it's supposed to feel like. Anyway, so Ray tells Eden to try channeling some of his essence into the tree, and Eden does that, and he feels the same feeling he felt last night at Ray's house when he woke up and Woked up? There's no way. When he woke up and saw all those elemental spirits floating, the specks, you know? That feeling of peace and serenity, also known as the friendly warmth or whatever they described it as. So then he randomly starts crying, and the narration says, deep down, with a strong sense of clarity, Eden knows that this cycle is as it should be, and this is the state to which he should aspire. And then suddenly the rain lets up a bit, and Eden is like, what if we all channeled our essence into the tree together? And Ray is unsurprised by the rain letting up, and he's unsurprised by Eden feeling at peace or whatever, but he didn't think about everyone channeling their essence into the tree at the same time. So he's like, well, okay, might as well try that. I'm down. He's like, I was just planning on showing you the spirit flow and the feeling of regulating the tree. I did not consider what would happen if we all injected our essence at the same time. So of course they all decide to try it, and so they stand around the tree in a circle and inject their essence, and it causes the rain to completely stop, but then the tree fucking explodes out of nowhere. And Ray says it probably just couldn't handle all that extra power because it was already kind of dying. So Olivine, Yakumo, and Eden get back to town, and they help everyone get back on track and start repairing the city and all that stuff. The rain stayed gone for the time being, and so they're hauling materials around, and Eden mentions another one of his old jobs, which was that he worked for a shipping company. So add that one to the list. Eden then goes to check on the water altar and finds Ray already there, and he's just like, secret passage, which I think is so funny, just sneaking in, chill. Word. So the water altar is back to normal, and Ray says he wants to confirm his theory about people who made contracts with Huey personally being able to sense his essence. So Eden says they should go visit Quincy. And then Eden hands over the dark gemstone piece he promised to give to Ray, and he remembers how Ray said people used to call me Ray when he introduced himself. So he asks if Ray had another name before, and Ray says, Ray isn't the only name I've ever had, but I haven't been able to use my birth name in a long time. Nowadays, my way of life, my calling, is in line with the man known as Ray. So like, just like shut the fuck up. Like, it's so, like, what do you mean your calling? Your way of life and your, like, just, oh my, anyway. So Eden is like, how come you can't use your birth name? A name isn't something anyone should be able to take from you. And then Ray says, next time we meet, I'll tell you my real name, which I personally, I don't know about y'all, but I love a good I'll tell you my real name as a representation of closeness and trust moment. I love that. So personally, I'm looking forward to it. And then the last little sub-chapter episode, whatever, of chapter 12 suddenly cuts to the wood territory with Quincy and Kuya talking to each other. And they've been finding a bunch of dead genzos, which are ancient wood territory creatures, all over the forest. And Kuya is like, you know what this means, right? The forest's end is nigh. And then before anything else happens there, we cut to Ray's house, but Ray isn't home. Instead, there's a team of randos led by a guy named Colt breaking into his cabin. And Colt tells the team to copy down any essence-related notes they find, but not to move a single object. And as they're moving around, Colt is like doing his whole, I finally found you, like fucking thing, which of course implies that he's been looking for Ray for a very long time. And then his eyes land on that stringed instrument from before, and he says, how nostalgic. And then chapter 12 fucking ends. On to chapter 13. So, chapter 13 starts with Eden in the light territory talking to some vendors at the market. He's asking around to see if anybody has seen Quincy recently, and nobody has, which Eden thinks is strange because Quincy never misses a shopping trip. He goes to those markets all the time to buy things and sell things like lumber and stuff that he brings from the wood territory, so this, of course, causes Eden to be very worried. Also, Ray and Father have been following him around this whole time, and they just didn't say anything up until now, but now Ray says something to Father in bird speak, and then Ray says, I'm tired. Huey's mansion is nearby, right? And Eden is like, yep. So they head to the mansion for nappy time. Except it's not nappy time at all. They have business to attend to. So they get there and nobody is home. So before Eden can really process that the mansion is empty and how that makes him kind of sad because he's used to having so many people to talk to when he gets home, Ray is asking about a certain room at the end of this hallway that apparently contains all of Huey's medicinal ingredients. And Eden is like, I'm not even gonna ask how you know about that room, but why do you want to go in there? And Ray says, I want to take advantage of that noisy vampire's absence and browse the Grand Sorcerer's collection. The noisy vampire, of course, being Aster. And Eden is like, absolutely the fuck not. But before Ray can argue anything back, one of the butlers brings Eden a letter from Aster. The letter is informing Eden that Aster and Blade are not making any progress in the Dark Territory because the terrain seems to change at will, so they can't physically get any further in than the outskirts of the territory, which is where the locals live. So Aster says they've been asking around, but the locals are also super weird, so they haven't had much luck there either. But he says they're safe and not to worry. And then Ray says that it's not unusual for shit to go ham fast in the Dark Territory, so the fact that Aster could even write a letter at all is a good sign, which I think is cute because he's comforting Eden. Love that. I have a hangnail. Hold. Pause for hangnail. That's so annoying, but I fixed it for now, I guess. So Ray says that that's a good sign, and before Eden can even say anything, Garu comes running in, and Ray is shocked to see him, and he makes this like sad face for a second when Garu goes to introduce himself. But when Garu goes to introduce himself, he gets a tight feeling in his chest and passes out. So Eden and Ray move him to a bed to get him feeling better, and when Garu wakes up, Ray is like, your gemstone has been split into separate pieces. Is there any pain or any other negative effects on your yokai body? And Garu is like, no, nothing hurts as long as I wear the collar that Gramps made. And he calls Ray Big Bro, but he doesn't actually remember where he knows Ray from, because remember, he has amnesia from before he met Gramps. So clearly Ray knew Garu from before his amnesia, and something happened that Ray feels bad about. Garu suddenly remembers what he came running in for, which is to tell Eden that the wood territory is in absolute chaos. He explains that he went there to ask Quincy to teach him how to cook food over a fire, which is adorable, but Quincy wasn't home. And then Ray asks what the condition of the wood altar is like, and Garu is like, I don't know what that means, which I had forgotten up until this point that Garu had never regulated an altar before, so he's just like, it was never discussed. I don't know, but anyway, he was like, I don't know. So Ray makes an educated guess that the wood altar could be goofed, so they all get ready to investigate. And then on the way there, Eden tells Garu about all the stuff that just happened in the water territory. And then Garu asks if Ray, he's like, did you really save Olivine's life and show everyone the tree and therefore save the water territory? And Ray gets all shy and he's like averting his eyes and he's like, I guess you could say that. And then Garu is like, oh my gosh, you're amazing. We should hurry up and get to the wood territory because you might be able to save the wood territory too. And Ray is still like, gets even more flustered. And he's like, I'll think of something when we get there. Hello LGBT community. What the fuck? Anyway, so they get there, and the wood territory is indeed fucked. Basically, everything is dying, and it's becoming part of the dead zone. And Ray says that that is exactly what was happening in the water territory, but here it's more extreme because, if you recall, the essence in the wood territory is way more dense. But Eden thinks this feels different because he feels something in the air resonating with his essence, but he notes that it feels suppressed as if it's suffering. They come across a dead Genzo, like the ones that Quincy and Kuya were finding, and Ray explains that Genzos live in the deepest parts of the wood territory and are idolized by the local animals and seen as embodiments of the divine by yokai due to their long lives, large size, and gentle nature. So he speculates that they could be dying due to mutations from the dead zone's essence sooner than the other animals. Speaking of other animals, they've all been driven crazy by the dead zone's essence and are eating the Genzo's flesh, which, from what we just heard, is something an animal in this territory would never do, even if a Genzo did happen to die. But before they can investigate any further, a whole bunch of monsters pull up on them. But Ray and Garu are low on energy because of the crazy essence sapping their energy or whatever in the wood territory, so Eden says they should retreat. So they hide in some nearby bushes, and the monsters get distracted and start attacking each other instead. And then Eden says they should go check on the tribe, and the other two agree. So when they get to the tribe, they're greeted by all the tribe's people scrambling to put up defenses while a bunch of their men lay wounded on the ground from recent monster attacks, and a bunch of the buildings have been destroyed. And then one of the boys from the tribe, the kids, comes running up to Eden and starts begging him to use his power as the Grand Sorcerer to help them. So Eden is like, we need to find Quincy. Plus now he's mentally ill because that kid saying, you know, use your power as the Grand Sorcerer to help us is bringing up his feelings of inadequacy due to not actually being able to do a lot of the things that Huey could do. And then suddenly Father, who is of course traveling with Ray as per usual, glares at a specific tree branch and Kuya materializes out of thin air, and Ray is like, oh, here to amuse yourself, are you? To which Kuya says, oh, if it isn't his lordship Master Ray, how very nostalgic. And then this exchange happens. Ray says, tell us, where's Quincy? And Kuya says, we meet so fortuitously like this and not even a how do you do? How very disappointing. And Ray says, why waste my time? It's clear you're not planning to offer up anything useful. And then Eden thinks to himself, I know they're old acquaintances, but they seem more familiar with each other than I thought. Apart from Quincy, I've never seen anyone try to provoke Kuya like this. And then Kuya says, Master Ray, for someone of such high birth, your manners leave a great deal to be desired, don't you think? And Ray says, and for a supposedly wise old fox, your penchant for stalking and spying is rather alarming, wouldn't you say? And then Eden thinks, whoa, I was wrong. Even Quincy doesn't go this far. And then Garu comes over and like whispers to Eden, and he's like, is it just me or is Ray being pretty aggressive towards Kuya right now? And Eden whispers back, I'm surprised too, but I think it's best we don't interfere. So I wanted to just give you like kind of the exact dialogue play-by-play there because it's hilarious. Anyways, yeah, so Kuya is like, yeah, I have nothing useful to provide, but if it's amusement you're after, I might just have something to show you. And he brings them to this lake deep in the woods that's full of floating animal carcasses. And Garu is like, whoa, last time I was here, all the animals had just come here to drink the water and now they're all dead. And Eden says there's something unsettling in the air as if it's frozen in place. eyes. And Kuya says, open your eyes and look closely. And Eden sees the elemental wood spirits, you know, like the specks, floating in the air like the 2 other times he's seen them in the water territory. They're leaving just like before, and suddenly the trees in the area wither and the lake goes completely dry, and then the air unfreezes and a rank wind from the dead zone blows in. And Kuya says the ground beneath their feet has just become part of the dead zone. And then we hear our little squeaky friend Topper come running in. So he's yelling, and Quincy shows up right behind him to translate, and he says, Topper says he won't let the forest die, which is so cute. Like, I'm imagining in Topper's head, he's like this little forest warrior with like a shield and a sword and stuff. Like, that's what I like to picture. He's so cute. And then Ray's first word to Quincy is literally, yo. And then Quincy replies with, you're still alive? Which is so fucking funny. Like, this is an autism plus autism conversation happening right now. And then Ray says he's surprised that Quincy and Topper are still alive too. But then Quincy asks about father. He's like, oh, you have a boreal owl of death follows you around? And Ray is like, it's a long story, not important. Which I think is interesting. So that means that Topper has been around for a long fucking time because Ray knows Topper and Quincy. But Quincy doesn't know father. So the bird thing is relatively new. But anyway, then Kuya is like, are you two done reminiscing? Because it looks like Eden is about to have a nervous breakdown. So then Quincy says that these people shouldn't be here because it's not safe in this area right now. He says that the elemental spirits across the whole forest are in chaos, especially near the wood altar where they're most abundant. So you can't get anywhere near the altar because it's too dangerous. So Eden wonders aloud, like, what could be behind all this? And Ray starts talking about how Eden just doesn't have the same amount of power that Huey had. And suddenly, when Ray mentions Huey, Eden gets a strange power in his chest that feels like it explodes out and then retracts and squeezes his heart. And a vision of Rin appears in his head from when Rin placed his mark, or whatever that is, in Eden's chest. And then the Rin vision repeats the lines where he said Eden would be fine as long as he behaves, or the mark would help him remember. And Eden starts thinking, I've been trying so hard this whole time to do well and help everyone, and I don't understand what it is that I'm supposed to remember. And it causes him to wonder if his effort will all amount to nothing in the end at all. But then before he can dwell too long on this, he gets the feeling that if his heart beats any faster, this weird feeling in his chest will crush it. So he snaps back to reality and he's like, now's not the time to be losing it. And then Quincy pats his head to calm him down. So everyone that witnessed that is concerned about Eden's little spacing out moment. And Eden says, you're right. I'm not Huey and I never will be, but I'll do whatever I can to help. I just wish I could use all this essence inside me somehow. To which Ray smiles and replies, that's right, your methods differ, but remember, the forest may be in turmoil, but the reason we came here is to find out once and for all how Huey's essence differs from our own. And so if you hadn't guessed, by the way, since I guess you can't like see all this happening, but if you hadn't guessed, Ray does not smile very often. So this was a rare like, I'm proud of you moment. And have I mentioned that I love Ray and that I'm in love with him and that I love him very much? Or anyway, Quincy is like, we should like go somewhere else safer. So they all set out to head to wherever that is. And as they're traveling, it gets dark. So they decide to stop and set up camp for the night. So then Garu says him and Topper will set up the tent, which is so cute. And Ray is like, so you have a name now? Which, first of all, I would like to point out, Ray is talking directly to Topper, which is something Huey never did. It adds more context to the fact that Ray really hates everything Huey does, because you can just see the differences in their personality and the fact that Ray actually does care a lot about the people he surrounds himself with, but Huey doesn't seem like he could give less of a shit about any of the clan members. Okay. So, Topper asks what the bird's name is, to which Ray replies that it's Father, and then Father just glares at Topper because he's a fucking freak. And then Eden realizes that if Quincy and Topper don't know Father, that means Father hasn't been around that long. But then he's in his head like, how long is long? How old is Ray? How old even are Quincy and Kuya? Which we don't know. Nobody knows. So Eden thinks they seem to have known each other a long time, so they've probably been through a lot together, which I think perfectly sums up what I love about the Quincy Kuya Ray dynamic. Like they bicker, you know, and we don't know a ton about their past, but it just seems like they would kill to protect each other, which we'll get more evidence for that in a moment here, but like it's just so ooh, like ooh. So, Ray finally gets a chance to ask Quincy and Kuya what Huey's essence feels like and how they can tell the difference between Huey's essence and theirs. And Quincy is like, the two are definitely different, but it's hard to explain. And Kuya agrees, to which Eden is like, even you can't explain it? And Kuya replies, when you reach our level, you'll understand. which really gets me because he used the word when instead of if. And he spends a lot of time talking about how Eden can't do anything and he sucks and he's useless. But now, this seems to imply that he does actually have quite a bit of faith in Eden and his ability to reach his own level, which is insane because, I mean, it's already insane, but also Kuya, like saying that anybody could reach his own level is like, he never does that. You know what I mean? And that also means he's saying that Quincy is at his level, which, like, hello? It just got gay in here. Also, it could have just been a mistranslation, and I might be thinking way too far into the when versus if situation, but like, no. Anyway, so Eden asks if there was a difference in regulating the altars between how he does it and how Huey used to do it, and Quincy says that when he regulated altars with Huey, it felt like he was being guided, and Ray is like, what the fuck does that mean? And Quincy says, sometimes it was like a dagger that cut through obstacles, other times it was like a strong thread drawing out the essence and leading it wherever Huey wanted it to go. And then Kuya says, oh my, speaking with such eloquence, it's almost enough to make me see you in a whole new light, old friend. So, like, just, can it get any gayer? And then Eden is like, that's a pretty big difference. And here I was thinking I was doing it right. To which Quincy replies, don't be discouraged. I also think you were doing it right. Your essence is almost identical to Huey's and the gemstone retained its stability after we regulated it. It's just... And then Kuya finishes his sentence for him, saying, it's just that the essence is draining from the altars much faster than in the past. You know how I just said, could it get any gayer? It just did. They're finishing each other's sentences. This is crazy. So then Ray asks if there's anything in the wood territory that would be like the wood territory version of the sacred tree that they, blew up. And he describes it as something that's existed for eons and possesses an abundance of essence. And then Garu is like, lived for eons and has a ton of essence. And then he turns and looks at Kuya and he says, wait, of course there is. He's right here. And Kuya smiles and he's all like proud. And then Ray is like, no, I'm talking about a sacred being. And then the smile falls from Kuya's face and he goes, rude. So then Ray and Eden explain the whole spirit flow thing, and Kuya says the forest itself is probably the wood territory version of the sacred tree, and Ray is like, well, that could be right, but that means we can't use the same method we did with the tree. And Kuya says, which this is crazy, Kuya says, it seems you have a unique constitution yourself, Master Ray. If you stay here long enough, who knows what you might turn into? Why not give it a try? So two things. One, remember when Kuya met Eden and he said, how about staying here and being my servant or whatever? This is one of the other two times that Kuya says that shit, but also he's saying it to Ray. It's not exactly the same, but it kind of is. Like, I think that he's pretty much saying, I like having you around. You should hang out, right? Like, right? Could I be crazy? And Kuya is actually just saying, I want to watch you mutate into a horrid creature for entertainment? Yeah, maybe. But it doesn't seem like that's the vibe right now, so, I mean... So then Ray, of course, is like, shut up, freak, no. And he continues recounting facts that they've discovered so far, and he recalls the Dark Essence shard from before and how the Fire Altar was tampered with. And then Kuya says the Dark Altar and the Dark Territory are nostalgic, and the Dark Territory is a most amusing place. And he then says him, Ray, Quincy, and Huey once all went there to regulate the altar together. And Quincy says that's ancient history, which is insane. And Eden thinks maybe the issue is that the what the fuck even word did I just say? Eden thinks maybe the problem is that the Dark Altar is the only one they haven't regulated yet, and Ray says that there's no way to really prove that, but everything is just coming back to the Dark Territory, so maybe that's where they have to go. And so then Eden starts asking everyone about the Dark Territory, and Kuya is like, it's wonderful. And then he explains that a strange power permeates the territory, which is what causes the terrain to change at will, like Aster mentioned in his letter. And Huey? Why do I do it? Brother. Okay, Quincy agrees, saying each of them have made trips to the Dark Altar with Huey both together and individually, and each time the terrain was completely different. And Ray says that that unknown power causes even the people who have lived there for generations to only live on the fringes. And then Eden is concerned for Blade, Morvay, and Aster, and Kuya says, when it comes to useless individuals entering the Dark Territory, look no further than yourself. And then Topper squeaks something to Kuya, which I have gracefully translated to mean, fuck you, freak bitch. I think I'm pretty spot on. probably. Anyway, Quincy is like, I'm gonna stay behind to keep an eye on the forest, but I'll come find you when the coast is clear. And everyone else decides to go with. So the Dark Territory field trip crew is Eden, Ray, Garu, and Kuya, which I think is a pretty good crew. I'm excited. So then they settle in for the night and they try to go to sleep. But if you remember, at the end of chapter 12, Colt was breaking into Ray's house. So that same guy, who, by the way, we don't know who that is. That's just his name. They gave him a name already. I don't know. But some guy named Colt and his 10 fucking goons descend upon the camp. So as soon as they get near the group, Ray specifically, because they are going for Ray, Kuya is like, took you long enough. I was starting to get bored. And then they're all like, oh my gosh, he's still awake. I thought they were all asleep. And then Quincy and Ray are also like, we're awake too, you dumb fucking idiots. You're not slick. And then Topper, Eden, and Garu also wake up. So the girls are fighting. But when Colt sees Garu, he's like, hold, change of plans. Go for that guy instead. And Ray is like, do you really think I'd let you get away with something like this again? Is Ray referring to Garu? Is he referring to the ambush itself? I don't actually know. But this is why I have my theory from earlier about something bad happening that Ray feels bad for. I kind of think, well, I'll explain more after this little bit of context here, Garu lore context. Colt says he's been looking for Ray for a long time, and he refers to Ray as Zero, which, by the way, the name Ray also means zero in Japanese, I'm pretty sure. And he says they still have a lot of old scores to settle, but he's changed his plans for now since Garu's here. And then Colt turns to Garu and he says that Garu looks so different and points out that his gemstone has been removed. And he says, I always knew it could be done. And then seeing Colt causes Garu to get that hard to breathe chest feeling he got back when he passed out at the mansion when he saw Ray, and he instinctively puts his hands up to protect his throat, which is where his gemstone used to be, I'm assuming. Colt says he'll tell Garu everything he forgot, and the goons block Eden and Ray from being able to step in, so Garu, in his panicked state, unable to really think straight or like resist, almost goes with Colt, but then Karu comes out and kicks Colt into the distance, and Kuya says, nicely done, the vermin are all piled up, and then he lights them on fire. So that happened. So Ray gives Colt shit for wasting his time tracking Ray down, and Colt says, a jumped up royal brat presumes to lecture me? You have no idea what it means to have ambition, and of the sheer crushing desolation when those ambitions are destroyed. This moment, by the way, is when Eden finally realizes that Ray is part of the royal family, which is insane. It took him so long. So anyways, Colt and his crew leave because they got their asses beat, but Colt says, you got lucky this time, but I'll be back. Because of course, it can't just be that easy. And of course, we need some third party to force Ray to tell us his backstory. So, So then the gang relocates to Quincy's house for safety reasons, and Ray immediately begins tending to Karu's wounds. But Karu refuses help. And while Eden watches the two interact, he thinks to himself, he's like, wow, Ray is really concerned for Garu. I've never seen him as angry as he was when those guys tried to snatch Garu back there. Plus, he wasn't at all surprised when Karu appeared. And then we get this moment where Ray is like, let me help you, and Karu is like, no. And Eden is like, let him help you, and Karu is like, no. And then Kuya is like, let him help you, and Karu is like, fine. And then Ray whispers a thank you to Kuya, which, what the fuck? Like, I'm telling you, these gays are driving me nuts. So, like I said, they argue, but at the end of the day, they can recognize when each other needs help and they will be there to step in. And I cannot survive it. Even Eden recognizes this in this moment, and he thinks to himself, I get the feeling we're witnessing something extremely rare here. So, anyway, at that moment, Quincy realizes that Eden is also injured, so he helps him, and Kuya is like getting injured despite not doing literally anything during the fight, and Eden is like, hey, didn't you see me swinging that stick? Not to mention my spoon. I did what I could, which is just, I need someone to animate that, like Eden just frantically swinging a stick around and a spoon when he's like, everyone else is like fighting, like I'm picturing like action movie fight shots where it's like, Kuya and Quincy are like jumping gracefully through the air and like fucking backflipping and like using magic to destroy the enemies and get them all up into a pile, and Ray is like swiftly dodging, and Father and Topper are like biting people, and then cut to Eden just eyes closed, arm fully extended straight out, swinging a fucking spoon back and forth. Like, I just can't. So then Eden overhears Ray and Karu whispering to each other, but he can't really make out everything, so we get a little bit of their conversation. So Ray is like, human slave number number 1, and Karu, because that's human slave number 1 is what Karu calls Eden, by the way. I don't know if I ever actually mentioned that, but and then Karu is like, that's right, he's my underling. And then Rei is like, I thought you didn't like humans. And Karu is like, this one is acceptable. So then we get like some broken bits of conversation where Rei says, last few years I've been, and then Karu is like, huh? Mighty Karu, which is what he calls himself. So I don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but Rei is being so normal right now. He dropped his edgy Sona and he's being so kind, and it's like literally gonna make me throw up. After they're done with their little moment, Karu goes to sleep, and then Kuya is like, well, I think it's time for Rei to explain this bullshit. And Rei is like, it's not important. And then Quincy says, certain matters, though troublesome, become less troublesome when properly understood. And then Rei is like, fine. So he explains that he used to be part of a research organization called the Council of Sorcery that was trying to figure out how to maintain the Klein Continent without Huey's gemstone altars, which I think is what Huey was referring to as Rei's lowly aspirations back in that flashback in chapter 12. And Rei says he resigned from the organization due to a difference in opinions, as he puts it, but he says the main reason was Colt. They never saw eye to eye, and he explains that from Colt's point of view, Colt probably thinks Rei is a traitor who ruined the experiment that was meant to be the culmination of his life's work. So, yikes. But I'm assuming Rei was in the right, given the fact that Colt is trying to like kill him or kidnap him or whatever. So then Eden is like, did Colt call you royal? And Rei says, I suppose you could say that, but I have long since cut ties with the royal family and the council. To which Kuya says, clearly you're the only one who believes that, and with the young pup, Garu, acting as bait, it seems highly likely that those troublesome rodents will follow us all the way to the dark territory. To which Rei doesn't respond. He just kind of like looks at the floor sad for a minute. And then they all go to sleep, and Eden wakes up in the middle of the night to find the fire is still going. Garu and Topper are asleep, Quincy and Kuya are gone, and Rei is sitting next to the fire scribbling in a notebook. Rei says that Quincy went to patrol the forest. Apparently, lightning struck a tree and it went up in flames, so Quincy is checking to make sure everything's alright. Eden asks about Colt calling Rei Zero, and Rei says that was his code name back in the research organization. And then Eden asks about Rei's real name, and Rei says, like I said, I haven't been able to use that name for a long time. Even Rei is just a name someone used to call me. Which someone, like, who was it? I need to know. And then he writes the name Jolion or Jolian. I don't know how to pronounce it, but he writes it on a piece of paper in his notebook, and then he says that was my original name, and then he rips the page out and throws it in the fire and says, a past I long since cast into the darkness. He's just so like middle school emo era, like edgy Tumblr post moment. But I'm gonna die. I'm gonna squish him. I'm gonna pick him up by the back of the shirt and put him gently into my pocket so he's safe. Anyway, so that is the end of the main story for now. I can't even believe that we've gotten this far. Do we have answers for most of the questions? No, literally no. But at least we're caught up. For the end of this video, which you might be thinking, the end? There's still like an hour on the, yeah, shush, okay? I'm gonna go over the initial cards. Each card in the game has intimacy rooms, which like, bitch. But of course, it's the gay sex game. They're called intimacy rooms because why wouldn't they be? But it's basically just a couple little stories that are like character specific that come with the cards when you unlock them. So the initial cards, meaning the R, SR, and SSR cards for all 11 characters that aren't exclusive to any events. So for these card stories, they're gonna be way shorter explanations because a lot of it isn't plot relevant at all or even super relevant to the characters. The stories are mostly just kind of fluff, but some of them, specifically the SSR stories, do sometimes have a lot of backstory. So especially once you get into the events, it's like the cards have their own whole separate fucking novel, but the initial cards are mostly just kind of cute vibes moment. I should also mention the different rarities of cards have different amounts of rooms. So R cards have 2, SRs have 3, and SSRs have 5. All right, so let's fucking go. We're gonna start with Aster. Aster and and Morvay both got an R and an SR card, but they do not have an initial SSR. Aster's R card is called Vampire Aster. Each card has a title, by the way. R card, so 2 rooms. Room 2, titled A Magical Tour, is Aster giving Eden a tour around the mansion and talking about kind of his lore. He talks about himself, Morvay, and Huey. So we learn that, you know, Aster and Morvay need to feed on essence to survive, which we already knew. We learn that Aster is about 100 and Morvay is about 70, which I think I also mentioned before. And we also learned that according to Aster, Huey never slept with any of the clan members, which I think puts kind of a nice like perspective on those initial main story H scenes, knowing that even the people who did know Huey, like Kuya, Quincy, etc., had never actually smashed. So also, this is when we learn that Huey used to cast spells on Aster's mansion when he was bored, so now all the doorways lead to random rooms instead of leading to where they're supposed to go. So it's kind of like portal vibes, like you walk in one portal and out the other in some random location. And Aster says not even he knows how many rooms are actually in the mansion, which is hilarious. This is mentioned a couple other times, so that's why I bring it up. And then room 5, A Leisurely Afternoon, is Aster and Eden having tea outside and chatting more about the mansion and their whole situation. Aster explains that the reason why they have so much money is because him and Huey used to collect weird items on their travels and sell them as exotic goods to ignorant nobles. That, and of course, all of Aster's other business ventures, a lot of which will be explained in later events. He's a very businessman type of guy. Also, since Aster never ages, in order to avoid suspicion, he disappears for like a few years every once in a while, and then he comes back with a slightly different appearance, claiming to be a descendant of the family. So that's kind of funny. I think it's mentioned like one other time later, but it's a little teehee moment. So that's the end of his R card. His SR card is called Familiar Aster, and since it's an SR, it has 3 rooms to read. I should also mention SR cards have 1 sex scene, SSRs have 2. R cards have none. So room 1, Otherworldly Cuisine, is Eden eating dinner and talking about how good the food is, and then Aster tells him it's meat from some beast or something, and Eden is like, what the fuck, that sounds like some sort of boss from an RPG, which is when we find out that Eden is a gamer. He's so relatable. Pogger's gamer moment. Okay, I'm sorry. This is why I mentioned back at the very beginning of chapter 1 when I said that Eden says he only ate diet supplements and drank energy drinks when he was working as a sex toy designer, and I said we'd come back to that. Well, this is why, because in this room, Eden says all he ate when he was stuck at the office was instant noodles. So that's kind of a contradiction, my boy. But I'm choosing to believe the instant noodles version because it's less eating disorder core. So then room 3, Clandestine Meal, is Eden catching Aster leaving a room after drinking some guy's blood, and Aster immediately starts apologizing, and Eden's like, why are you apologizing? You're a vampire. You drink blood, that's what you do, I don't care. And Aster is shocked that Eden doesn't find it gross. And he says that Huey hated it when Aster drank blood. He used to call it savage. So we're adding that to the list of Huey L's because that's insane. He literally invented a vampire, made a vampire on purpose, and then told him it was gross when he did vampire things. Like, what's your fucking problem? Also, in this room, we randomly learn that Eden is exactly 23. I don't know if I've mentioned that before, but he is exactly 23. And then room 5, Crimson Feast, is the sex room. It's just, they smash. This, do you remember earlier when I mentioned Aster when we've never seen his dick, right? So this room is the only room where it's ever mentioned. He's fully clothed, sitting behind Eden, and the narration mentions that Eden can feel Aster's pithriness on his back, but I'm going to choose to ignore that. And also, that could have also been a strap-on if you think about it. If you really think about it, that could have been his packer. You know what I mean? Like, anyway, moving on to Morvay. His R card is called Incubus Morvay. Starts with room 2, An Exploited Familiar, which is basically just we get more insight on Morvay and Aster's relationship, mostly about Aster ordering Morvay around and then Morvay complaining but doing everything anyway because he cares about Aster, because of course he does. Oh, I'm sick. And then room 5, the Incubus mark. The only note I have on this room is just that the mark on Morvay's stomach is an incubus mark, so I guess that's really all that they talked about in this room. I don't know. Not much going on. We need to get Morvay more lines. We need to get Morvay more lines and more screen time ASAP. And then his SR card is called Familiar Morvay, which, notice, Aster and Morvay's SR cards have the same name. Cute. So room 1 is just titled Oops. In this room, what happened is Morvay, sucked some noble's son so good that that guy couldn't do anything for 3 days, and Aster had to deal with the aftermath. So in other words, he had to smooth out relations with that noble because, of course, Aster doesn't want to be on the bad side of any nobles that give him money or valuable intel. So that's insane. And then room 3, titled Nourishment Needed, as punishment, Aster forbade Morvay from leaving the mansion for a month, but in this room, he sends Eden in to check on Morvay, and he's like, Eden, here, this is Morvay's favorite food. But then when Eden goes in, actually it turns out the favorite food was Eden, obviously. So then we get room 5, the sex one, titled A Hangry Familiar. The only note I have on this H scene is just Eden is uncut with a little drawing of the thumbs up emoji next to it. If I remember correctly, Morvay was giving Eden a sweet blowy and it mentions Eden's foreskin for some fucking reason. And then I don't think anybody's foreskin is ever mentioned again in the entire game. Did you guys want me to be talking about foreskin in this video? Probably not, but I thought it was funny. So here you go. You're welcome. Anyway, so that's it for those two. Moving on to Yakumo. Yakumo's R card, Model Citizen Yakumo. Room 2, Cold-Blooded Serpent, is Eden trying to help Yakumo harvest his grandparents' crops in their village in the Light Territory, but he gets injured. So Yakumo treats his injury and teaches him how to use a scythe correctly. And then room 5, Sweet Fingertips, is they go back to Yakumo's grandparents' house and make dinner, and Eden tries to help peel some vegetables, but they don't have veggie peelers in this world, so he has no idea what the fuck he's doing. It's very funny. Basically, this room is just like domestic boyfriends cooking together moment. It's really cute. SR, Shadow Serpent Yakumo. Room 1, Nightmares. Yakumo has a nightmare, and then him and Eden go to the market together, and Eden holds his hand to help him feel better. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Be fucking for real right now. Room 3, Cream Stew, in which they cook cream soup. Taste is Coco Loco. Sorry. Editor, you better cut that out. You better cut that part out. So turns out they were at the market to get ingredients for cream stew because Eden was like, I know this recipe, I can make this. And so they go into the middle of the woods, and Eden is trying to cook, but he sucks at it because he doesn't know how to cook without like a stove. So you may be wondering, why the fuck are they in the middle of the woods? And that is because Eden didn't want to try cooking in Yakumo's grandparents' house because he's never cooked over firewood before, and he thought he might set the whole house on fire. But instead of telling Yakumo that, he said it's because it's more romantic, which is really funny to me because of course he wouldn't admit that he fucking sucks at cooking, but he'll admit that he sucks at pretty much everything else. Anyway, room 5, the Serpent Awakens. Recall this is an SR card, so this is the sex room. They smash in a nearby abandoned building. I don't know why. Something about your boyfriend trying to cook and sucking at it really just gets a man going, I guess. So hello everybody, we're back with more ASMR New Carnival. I'm almost gonna have to add that bit to the video for real because I keep doing it. It's kind of funny low-key. Okay, so SSR Homecoming Yakumo. I know you're probably picturing football Yakumo. Can you imagine if they randomly did like a straight white boy homecoming fucking football outfit on Yakumo? I would die laughing. I need it now, actually. That would be really funny. Somebody draw that. Anyway, okay, so room 1, mealtime mishap. So they're out in the woods, visiting the tribe, them being Yakumo, Quincy, Eden, Kuya, and Edmond. So like the whole fucking crew is here, to be honest, guys. Yakumo made Snoop as per usual, but it turned out bad. So that's not good. Something's not right, you know? Yakumo always makes the best, most wonderful Snoop, so what's wrong? Kuya, of course, is the first to say anything, and he's like, it seems you forgot to add the seasoning. And then Yakumo is like, oh my god, no fucking way. So he leaves to go find better spices. Then Kuya says he still takes everything too serious. It's no fun teasing him, which I think is kind of cute, and I think maybe they should kiss. Have I said that with every single pairing in this game? Yeah. Anyway, so then Eden says that Yakumo has been acting weird ever since they got to the forest, which if you remember from back in like chapter 5, the first time they ever went to the forest, and it mentions how Yakumo didn't want to come with because it would bring up bad memories. So then we skip to the following night. Yakumo shows up in Eden's room. Room where, you might be wondering? I don't know. They are in a building because you can see the wall and like the window and stuff, but I don't know where the building is. It could be another abandoned house, or maybe the tribe is letting them stay in an actual house, which I highly doubt because they never do that. They usually have to stay in tents outside of the village, so I'm assuming it's like some sort of abandoned building situation again. I don't know what the deal is with these guys in abandoned buildings, but whatever. So he shows up and he's wearing a new outfit, and Eden is like, hey shawty, what's up with that? You're looking sexy, man. And Yakumo is like, I made this outfit myself. It's ceremonial attire worn by those of the serpent race, which he is part of, and he says he based it on cave murals that he saw as a kid. So Yakumo explains to Eden that he was born in the quote-unquote deepest, darkest parts of the wood territory, and the reason he's been acting weird is because, like I said, the memories from this place, however vague, are not very happy memories. But he says he wants to go visit the cave he was born in, which is also the home to the shrine to the Great Serpent. So Eden, of course, is like, yeah, let's go. So they make plans to go the next morning. Now, as you remember, I said SSRs have 2 sex rooms, okay? So room 2 and room 5 are sex every time, which means this room 2, Serpent Cutie, is Pathrina's time. So I don't really think I have anything to say about this. They just kind of smash. I don't know. Eden is like, your outfit is so cute and you look so good, and Yakumo is like, no way, and then they fuck. I don't know. Also, each one of these initial SSR cards has one room that looks almost exactly the same as the main story sex scene for each character, just with different context and usually less clothing. So for the Yakumo card, it's this one. Room 3, Lonesome Past. So they get to the cave and it's Yakumo lore time. Basically, Yakumo was born / grew up in this fucking cave by himself. He lived here alone because the rest of the serpents shunned him due to his relation to the feared Great Serpent and because of his gemstone from Huey, both of those things making him, of course, very abnormal. He can't remember anything about his birth parents, but there's a lot of murals in the cave about serpent things, so he learned a lot from those, and a lot of murals about the Great Serpent of destruction / disaster. I think it was disaster. So that's how he knows that this serpent even caused disasters in the first place, is by the cave murals. He talks about how he grew to be afraid that one day he would cause disasters just like his ancestor did, but now he isn't as scared because he has Eden by his side and everyone else from the clan, and it's so cute. Yeah. So then room 4, the Serpent's Shrine, is when they find, you'll never guess, the Serpent's Shrine. It's a pile of rocks that the humans made a long time ago out of fear, so they would come and like pray to it to like try to keep the destruction away, the disaster away. But everyone except Yakumo's grandparents had stopped coming to leave offerings. And so back when Yakumo was a little kid, like just got a human form little child moment, he had been watching his grandparents come to the shrine for several years, and then one time he tried to get a little bit closer, but he accidentally like tripped on a rock and they saw him. He didn't understand human language at the time though, so he couldn't communicate with them, but they kept coming back with food and clothes for him, and then he started trusting them, and then they adopted him and raised him. But he didn't trust any other humans for a long time because they would usually throw rocks at him and beat him with sticks, just because he was a serpent. So that's why he stayed in the cave and didn't trust his grandparents. But of course, his grandparents are very nice and kind and epic and cool, and now he very much values human connection, and he looks after everyone and doesn't really have any distrust of humans in general, it seems, anymore, which is nice. So that means that his grandparents did a pretty darn good job raising him. And of course now, he calls them his grandparents, but they are not related to him at all. So yeah, so his grandparents did a great job raising a sweet, sweet boy, but also apparently a horny one, because after Eden says something about how Yakumo has nothing to do with the Great Serpent and like, you're great the way you are and everything, Yakumo is like, no way, do you want to kiss about it? And then they smash in the cave. So room 5, Serpent's Lair, is the smash room. My only notes about this room are how Eden's foot looked kind of weird in the pose, and also how their side profiles looked kind of funny. So I guess there was not really anything of note plot-wise going on. I was just critiquing the drawing because I'm an asshole. So that's that for Yakumo. Edmond time. Edmond imminent. Edmond incoming. His R card is called Knight Edmond. Room 2 is titled One More Lick, which sounds crazy, but it's actually not, because this room is about sweets and candy, so get fucked. I bet you thought it was gonna be crazy horny stuff because it's the gay sex game. Well, you were fucking wrong, you idiot. You dumbass. Anyway, so Yakumo made some cakes, some sweets, some baked goods, you know, and him and Eden were taste testing them, and then Edmond comes in and he's like, whoa, can I have some? And so then they're taste testing sweets, and this is when we find out that Edmond is mad autistic about sweets. And by mad autistic, I mean that he can identify every ingredient, where they came from, and exactly how they were mixed into each cake just by the smell. And he likes his sweets really, really sweet, like really crazy sweet. This will come back later several times, actually. So that's like one of his main personality traits, actually, is that he loves sweets. So I'm not just saying this for no fucking reason. It's genuinely like his thing, which I think is really cute. So okay, and then room 5 is called Indirect Kiss. This one is where Eden and Edmond go to the market, and Edmond tells Eden about a honey-soaked fruit skewer thing he heard about that he hasn't been able to try because he's always on duty. So on duty as a knight, if you forgot. And Eden goes and he gets one, and then he's like, here, you should try it too. And Edmond is like, well, but sharing food isn't in line with proper mealtime etiquette. And then Eden just goes open wide, and then Edmond does. He just opens his mouth, no second thoughts, which I love. That shows very much that he trusts Eden, even though Eden is very much up to nefarious things most of the time. Not actually nefarious, but horny at the very least. So Eden puts the fucking candy in his mouth, and then Edmond is like, wait, oh my gosh, this was just in Eden's mouth, and his saliva is still on it. Doesn't that mean that this is like the same as kissing him? That's crazy. I love this room. It's so classic BL vibes. It's so classic like romance vibes. It's hilarious. And Edmond is a grown man, and he's yep. So they have their little indirect kiss, and then he gets all flustered, and then it ends. It ends too soon. Gone before their time, honestly. So then, okay, Edmond's SR card is called Vice Captain Edmond because he's the vice captain of the Knights of the Klein Kingdom, if you recall. I don't know why I keep saying if you recall for shit that you very obviously know. But anyway, okay, so room 1 is called Knightly Training. So Edmond and Eden are practicing swordsmanship together because Eden was like, you know what, we should get to know each other better by like doing like some daily activities, like what we do in a day together. And since Edmond practices every single day because he's a freak, no, he's not a freak, he's devoted to his job and his career, and I respect it, but like also he's a freak and he sucks. They're practicing, and Eden is trying to be all like seductive and be like, oh, I don't know how to do this very well, you should show me how by putting your hands on top of my hands and showing me how to do it. And then Edmond plays along for a second and is like, okay, so you do it like this. And then Eden is like, yes, my plan worked. And then Edmond pulls away and he's like, okay, now do it 100 more times. Also, your acting skills need work. And Eden is like, fuck. So he got totally destroyed. And then room 3, Nightly Novel. Eden is in the library in the mansion, and he finds this erotic novel about a knight, and Edmond stumbles upon him while he's reading it, of course, and Edmond is all like, that's disgusting, that's despicable, you heathen, you scoundrel, whatever. And then Eden is like, yeah, okay, and then he leaves, and then he finds Edmond later that night reading that same book in the library, which I love. Like, he didn't even go back to his room, he just went back to the library, exact same table that Eden was sitting at, picked up the same book and read it publicly. Hilarious. He's so funny. So of course Eden, being the troll that he is and the genius that he is, he takes the book and he starts acting it out with Edmond, and Edmond is like, you fucking freak bitch. And he's like, no. And Eden is like, so do you really want me to stop? And then Edmond is like, no, you can keep going though, but like stop, but like don't. So then we get room 5, which is titled Nightly Violation, which is hilarious. It's just them role-playing the rest of the scene. Kind of cute, kind of funnies. I respect it. Also, I think Edmond and Blade should bond over reading sex books. Questions? Questions from the class? Okay. His SSR is called Nightly Knight Edmond. So room 1, I actually hate this card. Okay. Not really. The story is fine, but I think his outfit looks dumb as fuck. Like, I just think it's ugly, but that's just me. I hate that shade of blue, by the way. I'm just a hater of that shade. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you why, but I just have beef with it. So anyways, room 1 is called VC's New Ceremony. VC as in Vice Captain. Thank you very much. Eden and Aster are attending an event to honor Edmond's new title, and Edmond is getting ready in a private room. So of course Eden finds a way in, and horny time ensues as per usual. Room 2, VC's new toy. I am a hater of this room because, again, his outfit looks goofy as fuck. Also, he's like, okay, he's wearing this stupid fucking hat that I hate, and the way that his pants work, I can't like show you the image because you're not supposed to share pictures from the H scenes, and also it's YouTube, like I can't show you his dick and balls, but the way that his pants, like they're still on him, but there's like this hole, like I don't even know how to explain. Maybe I'll draw like a shitty diagram or something, but like they don't make sense. I don't get it. Anyway, Eden mentions also that he found sex toy shops while he was out at the market recently, so this is our first confirmation that there is in fact a sex toy market in this world. So just some world building stuff for you, haha, just so you know. And then Edmond does his whole like, no, stop, like, oh my gosh, stop thing, and then Eden is like, stop? Should I really? And then he stops, and then Edmond is like, you bitch. And then Eden is like, you're the one that told me to stop, but if you want me to carry on, then just say so. And then Edmond literally says, I want you to keep going. So it's not even like a fine, it's like a I want you to carry on, which it's a win for the explicit consent community, which should be all of you. And then this room ends when some guy knocks on the door and tells Edmond the ceremony is ready, and they just like get dressed and then they're like, okay, we gotta go. So I think that's kind of funny when the rooms just like randomly end without completion. Dog, what the fuck, man. Anyway, so room 3, VC's new title. The new title is Lord Knight of the Kingdom, which I kind of think they just made that up for Edmond, as in the kingdom just made that up, because like they explain that he's getting this title because Edmond has been recruited specifically by the king to help Eden and the clan members with their duty of regulating the gemstones and stuff, and he's the only one that was given this title and this job, so I think it's kind of just like his thing. And then after he's done like with the ceremony itself and it just kind of becomes like a social event, some noble randomly comes up to Edmond and is like trying to set Edmond up with his daughter. Straight people jump scare, what the fuck? That's crazy. So then room 4, VC's new experience. This noble keeps talking to Edmond, but he's like acting weird, which is because like I said earlier, he didn't get to finish. So he's so horny that he can't even stand. Like he literally falls over after this noble stops talking to him. So the noble is still talking to him and Eden is like, time to distract. And so he steps in and he's like, ahem, nice to meet you. I'm the successor to the Grand Sorcerer. And then the noble is like, oh my gosh, everyone's been talking about you. I've been looking forward to meeting you and whatever. So that's an interesting tidbit too, that like the nobles and everything, like they all know that Eden is here. I thought that was a cool like little world building thing too. But anyway, so Edmond, as soon as he doesn't have to keep talking, he fucking dies of horniness and he escapes to the balcony. And then room 5, VC's new position, which hilarious because this is not a new position. This is the room that looks the same as the main story one. So it's like, it's the same position, babes. Like, what are you talking about? But anyway, they smash on the balcony and there's a garden below the balcony and there's some people out there and they almost get caught. There's like people below them that are like, oh, what's that noise? And then Eden keeps going because he's a freak. And then after they're done, Edmond is like, you are not to come within 3 meters of me for a month, which is so funny. He also tells Eden to stop calling him Lord Knight, which I'm assuming is the reason why nobody ever calls him Lord Knight again for the entire rest of the game. He just stays vice captain. So that concludes the Edmond section. On to the olivine section, which starts with his R card, Sacred Teacher. This one is kind of cute. So room 2, bizarre fairy tale, question mark. Eden is reading some fairy tales to the kids at the water temple, but all the stories are like weird as shit. So as it turns out, Olivine writes these stories in his free time, and I have a note here in my physical book of notes that says, I'm thinking about Olivine writing erotic novels for Edmond to read, so there's some food for thought. It just seems there's a lot to be done with this whole Edmond reading porn situation. He could also write books for Blade. The 3 of them should perhaps get together sometime. I don't know, maybe they could have a book club. Anyway, so Eden offers to help with the illustrations for Olivine's books because he knows how to draw, because he's a weeb, and also because, you know, he would draw sex toy designs when he was doing that. So then room 5, Once Upon a Time, is Eden and Olivine working on a new story that's like very obviously an allegory for Olivine's life. The story is about a fish that was really lonely at the bottom of the ocean and wanted to leave the ocean, so he made a contract with a sorcerer or like a witch or something so he could be human Eden, and then he fell in love with a prince. So of course the prince is Eden. And then he can't decide on an ending, and so they're talking about that. And then at the end of the room, Eden is like, well, have you decided on an ending yet? And Olivine is like, well, you know, I haven't, because their story is just beginning. And it's like, okay, bitch, like, relax. It's so funny. So cute. SR, man of God, Olivine, because he's just a man of God. Room 1, study hard. Olivine helps Eden study religious texts because Eden has been doing a lot of research about this world since he got here, but he still needs help sometimes with words he doesn't know, and right now he is looking into the religions. And Olivine, of course, is teacher core, and he loves preaching and talking about religion and teaching people new things, so he helps. And room 3 is titled Gold Merit Badge. This one, Olivine, so Eden like finishes this really hard assignment, and he's like, so like, do I get a super special reward? And Olivine is like, yes, of course, wink wink. And then he gives Eden a hand-sewn gold merit badge as a reward, and he says that he used to give these badges to kids at the temple, and Eden is like, bruh. But then also, once he really thinks about it, he's like, he thinks about Olivine working hard to hand sew this. Then he's like, actually, I'll treasure this forever. And then Olivine like leans in and is like, also, as for the reward you really wanted, let's leave that for later tonight. Wink wink. And then Eden is like, were my naughty thoughts too obvious? Was I not slick? And Olivine says, I'm sharper than I look, you know, but it was fun teasing you a bit. I enjoyed seeing that desperate look on your face. He's crazy. So then room 5, time for class, it's horny time. I don't know, that's the sex one. Nothing really of note happens here, just the sex. So then SSR, Holy Confession, Olivine. You're not gonna believe what happens in this room, bitch. Actually, you probably are. Anyway, so room 1 is titled Holy Idol. Olivine has gone back to the temple for a few days, and when he goes to the market to shop, a whole bunch of the vendors are like, oh my god, we miss you so much, and they give him all this free stuff, because remember, everyone in this town is obsessed with him. And so he buys some gifts for his younger siblings, and then he sees some of these little multicolored gemstones for sale, and he ponders them silently. He doesn't say anything, but it's kind of like one of those moments where he like looks at them, and then he just goes, ... So it's like, you know, he's thinking something, but you don't know what. So room 2, crystal playtime. Eden noticed Olivine looking at those crystals earlier, so he bought some himself and used them to make a Pathrinus ring. A Pathrinus accessory. And as it turns out, Olivine wanted to use them to make new nipple rings, which I'm realizing I don't think I have actually mentioned this yet, but Olivine's nipples are pierced. How? I don't know. Do they have piercers in this world? I mean, maybe piercings. Piercings probably go back farther than I thought they did, but like, who did that for him? I'm assuming he did it himself. With everything I know personally about Olivine, I think he pierced his own nipples. There's no way he would go have somebody else do that. And he says that he makes all of his nipple jewelry, so like, this is just a little secret for him and Eden, and anyone that Eden tells, which is probably the entire clan. But anyway, okay, so then room 3, Holy Tour. Eden is looking around the temple and thinking about how beautiful the architecture is, which causes him to get a burst of inspiration to design a sex toy, because duh, that's his creative outlet, which I think is a really fucking iconic creative outlet. And then Olivine sees him and he's like, what's that? And Eden is like, oh, I'm just a workaholic. I was just designing. I was just, you know. And then they have a conversation about how leaving your job for a while can make you realize it wasn't actually as bad as you thought it was. And Olivine says, I used to long to leave this temple, but coming back to where everything is so familiar and seeing all these familiar faces has me thinking maybe it wasn't so bad. So he's kind of cute. We're seeing a little bit of character growth there, which do I personally think he should just leave the temple forever? Yeah, but I get it, whatever. And then room 4, confessional chaos. Do not get me started on the insanity of these next 2 rooms. So Eden notices the confessional booths and asks what they're for, and Olivine explains that they're for confessions, and Eden is like, oh yeah, I think I've seen that in a movie before. And then he thinks to himself that they're so small and hidden, he's like, I bet you could get up to some real naughty things in there. And then Olivine is like, technically we're not allowed to go in there, but I don't think there's anyone else coming because it's like the middle of the night, so sure, go ahead. And then of course Eden goes in there and brings Olivine with him, and then shit gets crazy. Room 5, titled Covert Testing, they freak it in the confessional booth, but the problem is somebody actually does show up to confess, and Olivine just takes the confession as if nothing else is happening in this booth. So it's crazy. So I think Olivine's like public sex kink thing really is cool story-wise. Like, it makes perfect sense because all he wants deep down is to be able to be his true self around everybody that he knows. And so of course he would get excited by the thought of being found out, you know what I mean? But personally, I'm not really a fan of that whole situation. So there's a few Olivine rooms, this being one of them, where it's just too wacky. But at the same time though, this is definitely camp and it's fucking hilarious. Would I want them to not have put this in the game? No. Do I want them to stop doing this? No. So that's that for Olivine for now. Moving on to Quincy. His R card is called Hermit Quincy, which I love. I'm picturing him as like a little hermit crab. It's a little crab. Room 2, titled Sweet Slumber. Quincy invited Eden to his house for the day, but he's just been sleeping. So Eden is like, I'm bored. And Quincy is like, but I'm not bored. So if you want something to do, you can talk if you want. And Eden is like, oh, you're gonna chat with me? And then Quincy says, no, I meant talk to yourself, which is so real of him. And then that plan does not go very well. So Quincy grabs Eden and drags him into the bed with a hand over his mouth, and he's like, go to sleep. But then Eden, the freak that he is, starts licking his hand. And then Quincy says, even he isn't as persistent as you. And then Topper is like, me? And Quincy says he wasn't talking to him. So who exactly was Quincy talking about? Who exactly is him, huh? Kuya? These guys? These divorced gays? Anyway, so Quincy then calls Eden Little Devil, and Eden is like, huh? Me? So I think this is the origin of the nickname, which Quincy calls Eden Little Devil like for the entire rest of the fucking game. So this is the OG. And then room 5, which is titled There's a Good Boy. That's crazy, by the way. That's crazy shit. Quincy leaves Topper in Eden's care for a day while he's off on some dangerous mission, and Topper gets all sad. And then as soon as Quincy returns, Topper runs over to him and starts yelling at him for leaving, or I'm assuming that's what he's yelling about because I don't know Topper language. And then Eden is like, maybe you should console him a little bit. And Quincy says, I don't know how to console. He's just like me for real. He is just like me for real. And then Eden thinks to himself, this must be what it's like looking after a kid. So they're looking after their kid, is what I'm saying. I mean, they're just a couple of dads. I can only imagine how good of a dad Eden would be. Oh my god. Dude, I usually don't give a shit about like people that are like, imagine this character with kids, because I don't want to imagine kids ever. But so anyways, that's the end of the R card. So SR, Forest Guardian Quincy. Room 1, Life in the Wild. So Eden brings Quincy and Topper some food, and Quincy says, on what condition? Which is kind of sad. And then Eden is like, what do you mean there's no condition? I just wanted to bring you food. And then Eden, Quincy, and Topper check Quincy's animal traps in the forest and eat dried meat together, which is cute. Room 3, Hunting in the Wild. Eden tries to fish, but he sucks at it, so Quincy teaches him how to. And then the second Quincy gets done explaining how to fish, he goes and lays back down. And Eden thinks to himself, how the hell is he so muscular if he only lays around? Good thing I'm not a gym bro, because if I was, I'd be feeling so inferior right now. Which is interesting because Eden is literally shredded. He has abs. So like, he's another victim of the yaoi body curse. And so is Quincy, to be honest. Like, you're telling me Quincy doesn't have hair? Like, you're telling me Quincy is completely fucking hairless except for the hair on his head? Like, that's crazy. He lives in the woods and he's all about doing things the natural way, and you're telling me he shaves his balls? No. I don't believe you. Anyways, so naturally, Eden falls into the fucking water, and then Quincy is like, well, you better take off your wet clothes before you get a cold. Guess what happens next? Room 5, Surviving in the Wild. They smash in the wild. What do you know? SSR, Ancient Ceremony Quincy, Room 1, Ceremonial Dance. Eden visits Quincy while he's dressed in ceremonial attire for some ancient ceremony, and Quincy asked if Eden wants to stay, and Eden is like, really? I get to take part in the ceremony too? And he's thinking it's like the whole tribe dancing around in a circle or whatever, but Quincy explains that he does it the original ancient traditional way, except the ancient traditions usually require 2 people, and he's never done it with 2 people, so he's just been like making do by himself all this time. But he explains that normally there's 2 people that compete in 5 contests, and the loser becomes the winner's slave or something, but Quincy doesn't want a slave because that would be too troublesome, of course. So Eden says, how about the loser fulfills 1 request from the winner? And then Quincy's like, okay. So room 2, titled Those Who Concede. I guess the 5 contests can just be kind of whatever you want them to be. So of course the first contest is they smash, and whoever moves or nuts first loses. So guess who loses? Yeah, it's Eden. And Quincy does this little smirk of victory, and then it's on to game 2, which happens in room 3, titled 3-leaf clover. Competition 2 is called Dodge the Clover, which is like there's 3 cups of leaf water, and whoever drinks the one with the clover in it loses. They just have to guess. Guess who loses? Yep, Eden loses again. And then Quincy says, when it comes to this game, I don't think I've ever lost. This fucking guy. Be for real. I should mention too, before every competition, Eden is like talking this whole big game, you know, he's like, I'm totally gonna win. And then Quincy like purposefully doesn't engage, and then he wins without batting a single eyelash, and it's so funny. And then he's like, okay, well, Eden, you can choose the next round. And Eden picks rock, paper, scissors. Guess what happens? Quincy wins. And then room 4, drinking contest. They do a singing contest in between room 3 and room 4. Eden loses again. And he says, you may have a nice speaking voice, but when the hell did you get so good at singing? And in case you're wondering what Quincy sounds like when he's singing, there is a song actually with his voice in it. It's in the very last event that I'm going to be covering, which takes place almost 2 years after this card came out, which is hilarious. And then Eden chooses the last contest to be a drinking game, and Quincy says he's only drank alcohol a handful of times, so Eden is like, I got this in the bag, bitch, like I'm gonna win, I'm gonna fucking smoke you. However, he then realizes that no matter what happens, he lost anyway, because he lost literally all the other games, so he wonders if Quincy is just going along with this for fun, which I'm sure he is. And then Eden, of course, loses again, and then they get all horny from the alcohol, so they smash in room 5, which is titled Boozy Desire. I have no notes other than just that they are drunk and they smash. So on to the Kuya cards. His R card is called Enchanted Fox Kuya. Room 2 is called Wicked Devil. In this room, Eden is going around freeing all of the forest animals from the traps that Kuya sets just for fun. He's not like eating them or anything, he's just setting traps for fun because he sucks. And Eden is like asking Kuya to stop terrorizing the poor forest animals, and Kuya is like, if you can show me a more interesting toy, maybe I'll agree to that. Which leads to room 5, titled The Best Toy of All. The toy, of course, is Eden, but I know you might be thinking, oh, it's like a sex thing? No, not entirely. It's actually just that Kuya thinks Eden is so interesting, and like he's never met anybody quite like Eden because he's not like other girls or whatever, so he likes watching Eden just like try to do stuff, which I think is really cute. He's like, I'm just gonna observe you, and it's gonna be the highlight of my day. Like, that's so cute. He doesn't say that, but that's what this is. Okay, trust me. So then SR Foxy Rogue Kuya. Room 1 is called Seeking Materials. I love this card, by the way. It's not often that I love an SR because they're kind of more, you know, they've got less going on usually than the SSRs, but bro, I love this card. Let's get into it. So Eden and Kuya are walking through the woods looking for ingredients for some type of ointment, and Eden gets tired and he sits down to take a break, and Kuya is like, you're so fucking weak and scrimpy, you pampered little baby freak boy. But then he kisses Eden out of nowhere to replenish his essence a little bit, which is so, I'm going crazy. And then they find that ingredient they were looking for, and it has pain-killing properties, but also aphrodisiac properties. So Eden is like, I'm getting ideas. I'm getting ideas for an invention. Also, on the topic of Kuya going out of his way for pain-killing ointment, I like to think he's chronically ill or has some sort of chronic pain, just because me too. There's literally like a long-ass fan fiction on AO3 where it's a modern AU and Kuya has POTS, which is what I have, and then Quincy takes care of him. And so when I read that, I was like, oh, no fucking way. So that's my headcanon, is that Kuya like has some sort of chronic pain. Anyway, so then room 3, titled Product Development. Eden, of course, uses that ingredient to make flavored lube, and Kuya is like he's like trying to flirt, being like, you should test your product before you sell it, right? Haha, wink wink. And Eden is like, oh my gosh, yeah, you're right. I can try to find someone later, I think. I can like go back to the mansion. And then Kuya is like, what? Maybe you could, I don't know, test it on yourself? And then Eden is like, wow, what a great idea. And he like looks around in Kuya's house, and remember Kuya's house is full of like random little knickknacks and stuff. He also just has dildos like sitting around, like just mixed in with all the other stuff, which I think is so relatable. Not really, but it's iconic and hilarious. So this leads us to room 5, which is titled product testing. And this is what drives me crazy, among the other things that I already explained. But this room is just Kuya uses his magic on the item that Eden is using to like make it move or whatever. But he's sitting behind Eden and he's completely clothed, and Eden never like touches him at all. Like it's literally just Kuya helping Eden, and that's it, and then they're done. And I just think that's cute because Kuya doesn't seem like the type who would be okay with not really getting anything out of sex. So there's that. And then SSR Fallen leaves Kuya. Room 1, Transformation Banquet. Kuya gets an invitation to a transformation banquet, which is banquets that are held for young yokai when they transform into their human form for the first time. And Kuya thinks they're incredibly boring and he doesn't want to go, but Eden, of course, is really curious and he's like, can we please go? And Kuya is like, well, if you pick an outfit for me to wear, I'll consider it, which is so boyfriend coded. I'm gonna puke in the good way. And then, of course, when Kuya starts changing, they go horny time, horny mode. So room 2, outfit selection is the sex room. It's the main story one, so it's like not really much to discuss. Not that I discussed much with his main story one either, but you know. Kuya also agrees to take Eden to the banquet in this room. So then room 3, titled Fox on Guard, is them getting to the banquet, and Eden notices that the other yokai all talk to Kuya like they're scared of him. Eden gets curious about Kuya's ears and tail and asks if he can see them, and he asks if it was hard for Kuya to transform the first time, like into human form, because I think I mentioned before, animals that turn into yokai, like they start as just like a regular animal. So Kuya was once just a fox, I think. So then Kuya is like, why are you asking so many questions? Are you trying to find something you can use against me? Which, don't even get me started on the implications of that question. But then Kuya gets mad that Eden is asking too many questions and calls him an imposter, and then Eden is like, maybe it's time to go home. So they head back to Kuya's house. And room 4, titled Fox Revealed, Eden says he doesn't want Kuya to stick around just because he's part of Huey's clan, and he doesn't like being compared to Huey, and then he tells Kuya that to him, the clan members aren't just clan members, they're friends. And Kuya says, well, you're not getting an apology from me. I haven't apologized to anyone in years, but I guess I can show you my ears. And he says, watch closely, because this is the only time I'll be doing this. Me when I lie. Imagine this was the only time he did this. That's crazy. So Kuya, lets his like ears and tail show, and he explains that he thinks his ears and tail are indecent, which, based on just Huey calling Aster's vampire traits gross and savage, kind of sounds like something Huey may have caused, but it's not confirmed or really alluded to at all past that, so I can't really count this as a Huey L, but just know that it's a Huey L in my heart. And then Kuya, being the freak that he is, puts Eden into an illusion to convince him that he's a yokai too, and Eden like forgets who he is, and he's like, I don't even, like, who am I? And then Kuya is like, you're Eden, Kuya's little vixen, which is fucking crazy. And then room 5, horny illusion, which literally is what this is. It's just a horny illusion. Kuya is like, I don't think I can explain this without just saying it. This is the room where we first find out about Kuya's breeding kink. I'm sorry. But he's all, oh my god. This is one of those moments where it's just hitting me how absurd of an interest this is, and the fact that I'm talking about it so seriously right now. But if you're not a fan, it's not my problem if you're too lame to understand that this game is so good. So Kuya is all like telling Eden, I'm gonna get you pregnant and you're gonna have all my kids and stuff, and oh my god, I can't talk about this. Jesus Christ. There's some amount of chance that my mom is watching this, so I just want you all to know that. Anyway, is this the worst of the kinks in this game? Absolutely not. So then Eden snaps out of the illusion due to post-nut clarity, and he's like embarrassed about the role that Kuya tricked him into, but otherwise he says he had fun, so in case you were concerned. And then Eden asks Kuya how many leaves of approval he has now, and Kuya says, hee, that's a secret. Moving on to the Garu cards. Garu and Karu both are always referred to as Garu in the cards. Just so you know, when I'm saying Garu for the cards, that means both of them. For the titles anyway of the cards. So So R is human conqueror Garu. Room 2, titled Conquering Humanity. Karu hears the phrase, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, and he asks Eden what it means, and Eden says something about enslaving someone's stomach with good food. And then of course, upon hearing the word enslaving, Karu is like, this is it, this is my ticket. So he cooks Eden a bunch of food to therefore attempt to enslave him, but Karu's food was disgusting, so Eden ran away holding his stomach, and then Karu was like, wow, a success. Cut to room 5, feeding humanity, where Garu, upon finding out that Eden is sick because of Karu's terrible cooking, decides to make this soup with a bunch of healthy ingredients because he apparently knows the best ingredients for humans to be like super healthy or whatever, but he ends up overloading the soup with a ton of these crazy ingredients, and then Eden ends up sick again, and that's the end of that. And then SR Wild Wolf Garu. Room 1 is literally called I Love Balls. That's what the title is of this room. Of course, they're talking about an actual like rubber ball, because in this room, Eden catches Garu sleeping with one of his shirts, and as a bartering chip, he gives Garu a ball to play with, and then Garu is like, oh my gosh, this is so much fun. Like, they literally play fetch. So room 3, titled A Magic Ball, they go to a market and end up buying a quote-unquote magic ball from some suspicious guy, but it turns out it's a vibrating love egg, which is exactly what they call it, but it's just like an egg-shaped vibrator, I guess, or a ball-shaped vibrator, I suppose. And room 5, titled Let's Take Turns, is kind of crazy to me. So they smash with the love egg, and then Garu, like partway through this, switches to Karu, which I think is crazy, because then like Karu comes out and he's like, oh my gosh, like what are we doing? Why am I on the bottom? But then of course he like comes around and he's like, actually it's fine, keep going. But it's just like weird for a moment, like kind of crazy. Also, that's the only time that they do that, I think. Usually there's, in the SSRs, there's like one room for Garu and one for Karu, but I guess since SRs only have one H scene, they just had to like figure it out and just combine them, but I don't know, man. So then SSR, Master's Gift Garu, room 1, Delectable. Aster and Morvay get Garu a new outfit as a gift for Eden, which I think is so cute, and I've talked before about how this game is like polyamory moment, but I think this is one of those moments too, because Aster and Morvay are like, we know y'all be fucking, so we're gonna get this cute, hot little outfit as a treat. They're so supportive of each other, and it makes me ill. It makes me mentally unwell. So they're preparing this gift in like a room that I think it's like the dining room or something, and there's a bunch of food on the table, and so Eden comes in, which by the way ruins the surprise, but whatever. And then he's all like, oh my gosh, you're so cute, after Eden is like done swooning. Garu asks if he can eat the food, and then Aster and Eden are like, yeah, sure, eat whatever you want. So Garu eats like all the food, and he ends up with some cream on his face from a cake or something, and Eden's first instinct is to literally lick it off of his face. Like, be so serious right now, be so serious right now. Which of course leads directly into room 2, which is titled A Tale of Sensitivity. So of course, horny time ensues. Garu's tale is sensitive, in case you couldn't tell from the title. At the end of this one, Garu passes out like after they're done, and Karu wakes up, and then he's mad again that Garu was bottoming. So then room 3 is titled Karu's Revenge. So they wake up like the next morning or whatever, and Karu tries to pretend to be Garu and ask Eden what his greatest weakness is, which is so fucking funny, but of course Eden notices immediately, and then Karu's like, how did you know? And then he runs off to think of a better revenge plan, and he finds a bunch of Aster's maids discussing this yaoi book that they're reading about a wolf and his master. What a coincidence. So Karu is like, why does this wolf guy in your book have to be on the bottom all the time? And then one of the maids says something about the master trying his best to please the wolf, and then Karu is like, you know what? Actually, maybe being on the bottom isn't so bad after all, because he loves thinking of it as Eden trying his best to please him, which is what it is, to be honest. And then room 4, titled Vengeful Advice, Karu goes right back to square one, and he goes and asks Kuya for advice. So Kuya gives Karu terrible advice, which Karu of course believes without a second thought. So he goes and tries to hypnotize Eden again, just like he did in the main story, to which Eden plays along, and then Karu starts tickling him, but Eden is of course awake, so Eden is like, not so fast. And then he like tackles Karu on the bed or whatever. And then room 5, titled I Want to Be on Top, starts, which is the one that looks like the main story one. So Karu is bottoming, and he's all like, this sucks, and then Eden is like, really? And Karu's like, no. So this is the consent moment. But like with Karu, it just always takes a little bit longer than it does with Edmond, so it's like just a little bit more uncomfortable, but you know that he's enjoying it, especially in the later cards. But it's just like, you know, it's a little weird. Anyway, okay, moving on to Blade. So our mystic humanoid Blade, room 2, new game. Blade wants to do an exchange diary with Eden, which is like when you share a diary and like one person writes in it and then you pass it to the other person and then they write in it, you pass it back and forth. But Eden thinks it's embarrassing, middle school vibes, and then Blade explains that he read about it in a book that Aster gave him that also conveniently had a blank notebook with it, which I think is really cute. Aster is going full wingman mode and I think that's adorable. So then room 5, exchanging secrets. They agree to do it, but everything Blade writes in the exchange diary is just exactly what Eden's been doing for the past few days, and Eden tries to explain that that isn't how you do it, but Blade doesn't really understand. And then that's the end of that card. SR, E-Droid, Blade, room 1, E-Droid chow time. So everyone's eating dinner and Kuya is shitting on the chef's food and Quincy is like, this old fox can't handle strong flavors in his old age, which has nothing to do with the story, but I just thought it was funny, so I included that. But Blade is also eating a bunch of food, even though he doesn't actually have to eat to survive, and Eden is worried that he's forcing himself to eat so he can seem more human. And then in room 3, titled A Taste of E-Droid, Eden asks Blade if he's copying human behavior again, and Blade explains that the reason he wanted to eat so much of Eden's favorite foods was so he could taste like them when they smash, which is crazy. And then Eden is like, why can you even do that? And Blade explains that he has this feature because it's a good method of disguise. So yeah, whatever. Room 5, titled E-Droid's Sweet Kiss. Sure enough, Blade's skin and his saliva taste like a certain type of fruit he was eating, and that's all you really need to know. And then his SSR is called Explosive Recall Blade. Room 1, titled Essence Anomaly. They're back at Blade's house because moving from the dead zone to Aster's mansion so suddenly made Blade's essence a bit weird, so Eden brought him home to recover for a while. And this is how we find out that Blade sleeps and dreams when his essence levels get low, but his dreams are just random memories that get pulled up from his memory bank, so it's not like how humans dream and they can like create weird shit. So room 2, full of energy. Eden knows that if they smash, it would help Blade feel better, but since Blade is half out of it, he feels like that would be taking advantage of him, which is so true, king shit. But Blade is like, I really want to do it, and so Eden is like, okay, bet, and then they smash. And then room 3, Blade's past, is about, guess what? Blade's past. So they get back to Aster's mansion, and Aster says something about how different Blade used to be when they would regulate altars with Huey, and then we get a Blade flashback moment. The flashback is of the moment that Blade became a clan member, which basically he was looking for Huey and he killed a couple of guys in the Hall of Sorcerers, but he got injured during the fight. And then Huey found him while he was recovering in an empty building, and Huey was all like, I've been tracking you down since I found out you were trying to kill me. And he says he's used to assassination attempts, which, like, why? I don't know. And then he realizes that Blade is an E-Droid, and he's like, I wonder what would happen if I forcefully transformed the essence in your core into my essence. And then he does just that while Blade literally begs him to stop. So I'm absolutely counting this as a Huey L, because that's crazy, and fuck that. Which, of course, if you remember in chapter 8, I think it was, when Blade was talking to Eden about Huey, he was saying that Huey gave him the ability to think about things other than his mission, which he seemed happy about, but still, it's like, you know, he was like begging for Huey to not do that, so I'm counting it as an L. So room 4, longing for company. This room is still in the flashback era, but like way later. We get to see the first time that Blade reads a book about sex, which he does all the time, but this is the first one. And so of course he's all by himself in the dead zone, and he's like bored and reading books, and he finds this one, and he looks at one of the pictures, and he's like, these people are holding each other and they look like they're having fun, but I'm all by myself, which is literally so fucking sad. And then he jorks it, and by it, let's Jester say his peanuts. Okay. Room 5, Darling is the Cutest, is kind of a crazy room. Basically, Blade is still jorking it, so he's all like sad and lonely and stuff, and then suddenly Eden fades in, and he's actually smashing, and for a second, he doesn't remember who Eden even is, but then he calls him Darling, and he's like, oh right, this is my darling, and then he remembers stuff. So it turns out he was like half awake, half dreaming because his essence was low or something, so that's a thing that can happen, and it's kind of uncomfortable and sad. So that's that for the Blade cards. So moving on to Dante. His R card is called Vernal Successor Dante. Room 2, Cool Redemption, is kind of funny. So Eden is in Solaria and he passes out due to heat stroke, and then some Solarian guards bring him to Dante, and Dante, being the strong, masculine, hard-ass meanie that he is, tenderly nurses Eden back to health with a cool washcloth to the face and some ice cubes, which Eden uses for shave ice. Also during this room, Eden tries to explain the concept of air conditioning to Dante, and since electricity and gas and stuff doesn't really exist here, Dante is like, that's absurd. The amount of ice elemental spirits you would need to keep that up is insane. And the only reason I'm mentioning this is because I thought there was only 5 types of elemental spirits based on the 5 elements: wood, fire, water, light, dark. Where's ice? Also, this is the only time so far in the whole game that this is ever mentioned, so it's like just such a random fucking like, what do you mean? Anyway, room 5, titled Dante's quote-unquote little pet. This is when Dante introduces Eden to his pet leopard tiger named Suli. He's been raising Suli since he became Sunlord, meaning like several years at least, and then Dante teaches Eden how to pet Suli, and Eden thinks that Suli and Dante are similar, meaning they both look scary, but they're nice when they want to be. So then SR, Sunlord, Dante, room 1, beast fodder. Dante catches a bandit and tells him he has to beat Dante in a sword fight or else he's gonna feed the guy to a liger, and the guy wins by slicing at Dante's arm while Eden has Dante distracted because Eden was like yelling at Dante being like, what the fuck are you doing? You're gonna kill this guy? And then Dante is like, well, you won, so you can leave. And then Dante also leaves, and Gyro tells Eden that those ligers were trained with magic to be repulsed by human meat, so Dante was just trying to scare that guy. Plus, Dante is in a bad mood because it's the anniversary of his parents' death. So, lol. And then Gyro tells Eden to go check on Dante, and Eden is like, fine, since you asked nicely. Room 3 is titled Drunken Confession. So Eden brings flowers to Dante's parents' graves, and Dante's like, what the fuck are you doing here? And then we get a bunch of Dante lore. So basically, Dante's father, the previous Sunlord, hated war, so he never took any action against people who were causing problems for Solaria, and Dante's mom was the same way. So Solaria became overrun with criminals, which culminated in a riot that surrounded their house, resulting in Dante's parents dying. And Dante doesn't respect his parents because of this, and he thinks that being nice is like a weakness. So Eden responds to this lore by saying, I can listen to what you have to say. It's better than taking all your fury out on your soldiers. Clearly, your parents meant something to you, but you're refusing to admit it and being a total brat. You act like a tyrant and get overly angry for no reason. You're excessively harsh to your underlings, and you're terrible at sex. To which Dante says, you dare criticize my sex skills? You have no idea how popular I really am, and doesn't even mention any of the other shit that Eden said because priorities. And then Dante is like, I've never been criticized for my looks, and Eden is like, there's more to sex than just looks. Then Dante is like, okay, well, tell me where you think I need improvement, and I'll prove to you that I most certainly don't. So this is a win because he's at least asking for constructive criticism. And then they freak it in the graveyard. So it's giving Astarian final romance cutscene. So then room 5, titled Room for Improvement. During this room, Dante thinks to himself that in the past, he always used to want to get this sort of thing over with as quickly as possible. So first of all, that's very sad. But second of all, he's so whipped for Eden, like, because the way that he said in the past kind of implies that he no longer feels that way. So SSR Blazing Coliseum Dante, room 1, butler for the day. So Eden is filling in as Dante's butler for Gyro because Gyro is sick, and Dante has some important guests coming for a tour of the Coliseum. So Dante makes Eden practice his butlering skills by making him do a whole bunch of shit. They spend the whole rest of the day doing random like butler training shit, and then at the end of the day, Dante asks for a massage, and then Eden pulls his horny menace face, and we cut to room 2, which is titled Butler's Rub Down. Like, what? So then we get, horny massage moment. So then, okay, room 3, Butler's Playtime. They get to the Coliseum to wait for said special guests, and Eden notices that kid that tried to rob him back in chapter 9. So it turns out Dante has given him a job at the Coliseum, but he made sure the kid would never be anywhere near the beasts, which, by the way, the Coliseum is where they like watch beasts fight each other, because why not? So they have beasts like in cages and stuff. And the kid comes up to them and he asks them if they'll teach him how to play beast chess, which is a game he acquired that, if I remember correctly, is like basically just three-way chess. So Eden recalls that he used to play chess alone as a kid in the orphanage because everyone else wanted to play soccer or hide and seek. He's such a relatable little nerd kid and I love him so much. So anyways, Dante is like, yeah, of course I know how to play beast chess. It's such an easy game. It's so simple. Yeah, so it turns out he's never played it before. He's just lying because he's a piece of shit. So they all have to figure out the rules together and it's actually really cute. Eden and Dante hanging out with their kid, you know, like just being dads, just fathering our child, you know? And then we get a little bit more Dante lore, which is that Dante also never had anyone to play with as a kid either, which is for reasons that I will get into in a later video. And then room 4, butler in danger? Question mark, exclamation point. So after the guests leave, Dante shows Eden a special like exclusive battle between a couple of beasts, and then afterwards one of the beasts escapes its cage and goes running at that kid, and Dante steps in between them to save the kid, and then the beast goes running at Eden instead, to which of course Dante saves Eden as well. And then Eden brings Dante back to their carriage to check Dante for any injuries, and during this of course Dante goes horny mode and initiates the smashing. And I always love when the clan members initiate instead of Eden always doing it, because it just shows that this is all reciprocal and consensual and it's so slay. So room 5, butler at your service. They smash while the carriage is taking them back to Dante's house, which is crazy. Now we're down to the final character, Ray. Time for the Ray cards. This is really home stretch, guys. We got this. So his R card, histologist Ray. Room 2, stimulative research. This one's funny. Okay, so Eden goes to Ray's house to ask about gemstones and stuff, and he finds Ray panting and sweaty. Like, so there's a box of toys on the floor in the middle of the room. So Eden is like, well, when it comes to this, I'm a bit of an expert myself. And they talk about sex toys and such, and it's actually so dope how casually they talk about this. You know, I'm always an advocate for making these conversations normal and less like taboo and weird. So Ray asks to experiment with Eden's gemstone, and Eden says, sure, but only if we go back to Aster's mansion to make sure that there's people around in case anything goes wrong, which I also love. Like, Eden is so down to help with Ray's experiments, even if it kind of comes at the cost of his own safety sometimes. And I just think that's so cute. Like, they're so boyfriend. I don't know, something about Ray and Eden together hits different than like the rest of the pairings for me. Like, I love Eden with everybody, of course, but it's just like this one really gets me. So room 5, a horny misunderstanding. So they go to Eden's room in the mansion, and Ray is like, how am I supposed to get anything done in such a messy room? Which is hysterical, because if you recall, his house is chock full of bullshit. And then Eden offers to give Ray a tour of the mansion. He's like, oh yeah, like I forgot to show you around. And Ray says, I probably know this place better than you ever will. So that hasn't really come back yet, but like it seems important for something someday. So then Ray sees some of Eden's sketches for potential sex toys, and he's like, you don't know shit about essence, but you seem to have a knack for designing tools. And then Eden is like, hold on. And Ray says, we've been talking about the properties of essence utilization this whole time, right? And Eden says, no, I thought we were talking about sex toys. And Ray is like, so the reason you took an interest in my tools is because you thought they could be used during sex? Which, like, what does he use them for? I don't know what that means. So then Ray is like, well, let's try it then. So then it's implied that they smash, but as you remember, our cards do not have H scenes. So SR, gemstone expert Ray. Room 1, experiment or prank? So Eden gets lost in the woods, and then Ray sneaks up behind him and pulls a smack cam and fucking throws cream all over his face, which is just so funny to me. Like, Ray usually moves so like elegant and whatever, and I'm just imagining him with a handful of cream fucking chucking it at Eden's face. It's so funny. So then Eden goes to a nearby stream to wash it off, and then Ray steals his clothes. Classic fucking like 80s prank. And then Eden chases him down, gets his clothes back, and then Ray gives Eden shitty directions back home. And then when Eden gets home, Ray is already there, and Eden is like, oh, what, you've got another stupid prank lined up? And Ray says, nope, that part of the experiment is over. And Eden thinks to himself, what experiment? Seeing how long it takes to give me a goddamn aneurysm? Which is so good. He's so funny. So, room 3, an essence expert's observations. Eden gets home after a noble banquet, like however long later, and finds Ray in his room, and then this exchange happens. Ray says, "You're just going to bed? You didn't even bring anyone home from the banquet? You haven't even played with yourself once in the last few days. It's obvious you're pretty experienced in the bedroom. Are you having some problems down there?" And then Eden thinks to himself, "You're the one with the problem," which is so like, what the fuck is Ray doing? It's so funny. So turns out Ray has been following Eden around for several days to observe his essence levels and how they change during sex, meaning he was trying to watch Eden smash, meaning we can now add him to the list of clan members that could theoretically always be watching, which means that list is now Ray and Kuya. So they have one thing in common at least. So then Ray explains that his smack cam moment was also to observe Eden's essence levels, but the independent variable that time was Eden's emotional state. And Eden says, "If you want to observe my essence levels, couldn't you fuck me yourself, you freak ass bitch?" And then room 5, of course, the H scene, titled Satisfactory Results. That's exactly what they do. And Ray randomly stops right before the climax, and he explains this theory he has where if you don't actively exchange essence, it instinctively flows from the stronger side to the weaker side until a balance is reached, or they both separate. But then he's like, actually keep going. And then Eden says, "So we've reached a conclusion. Stopping drives both sides crazy until they can't hold back anymore." And Ray says, "You're not totally clueless. Why do you think I started observing you in the first place?" Which is so funny to me. Like, how is that a scientific conclusion? I don't know, but also like, whatever. And then Eden thinks about how hot Ray is when he's talking about science, which I also love. Like, I don't know, like I said, something about this pairing hits different for me, but the fact that Eden thinks Ray's fucking special interest is hot, like, I just, yup. Okay, so SSR, Midnight Owl, Ray. Room 1, dirty transaction. So Eden is visiting Ray's house, but this time he asked Garu to teach him how to hide his tracks and his scent, to try to help conceal the location of Ray's house. Which, like, how many times do I have to point this shit out? There in love. Like, Eden is so thoughtful, and he's like, "Oh my gosh, okay, so I remember Ray was like sneaking around and taking this really convoluted route to get here, so I'm gonna go out of my way to try and help and make sure his house doesn't get discovered." Which also is funny because his house does get broken into at the end of chapter 12. Lol. So when Eden gets there, Ray is like, "You got better at stealth." And then Eden is like, "I asked a friend who used to live in the dead zone for help." And then Ray like looks off into space and he's all like, "Oh, the dead zone." And he's got this like sad look on his face. So Eden is asking about the altars again, and it seems to be the first time Eden is here asking about this. So this also takes place before the events of the R card. So Eden says, "In exchange for info about the altars, I'll help you in any way you need." And Ray is like, "Okay, bet." So he starts kissing Eden and then tells Eden to shove this little capsule thing he has up Ray's booty hole. So Eden, as he's like holding it, he feels the capsule react to his essence, but he has no idea what the capsule is used for. And then room 2, titled Tools for Penetration, which like, So this room is actually kind of insane. They smash, and while Eden is putting the capsule in Ray's booty hole, he accidentally moves his fingers too wide, and then he sees Ray like zone out for a second. He straight up disassociates, and I need to give him a hug right now. Or maybe not a hug, I need to give him some sympathetic listening. Where's that drawing? The fucking Tumblr post? Can I get you anything? Respect for your boundaries? Sympathetic listening? A smoothie? So it's so good. I think about that all the fucking time. Anyway, so this kind of shit is what I'm talking about when I say that the sex is so important for the character development and like the plot, because like if you didn't see this, you just wouldn't be as invested, you know what I mean? Like this moment, I was like, I'm locked in. I need to know. I need to see him get better. You know what I mean? So anyways, the other thing I have to mention about this room is that once that capsule thing is inside, the essence disappears. So just keep that in mind. And then afterwards, Eden says, "Whenever we smash, it's never just for fun, it's kind of a shame." And Ray is like, "A shame? Sex is just a means to an end." I'm mentally ill about this as well, as you probably could tell. Okay, room 3, hidden movements. So Ray takes Eden to some shady alleyway on the border between the light and the water territories, and he says that they're going to infiltrate a private tavern where all essence containing items are banned, which is why Ray cast that essence blocking spell on the capsule. The spell works in such a way where as long as the capsule is inside him, the essence won't be noticeable. I don't know why Ray couldn't just cast a spell on it so the essence wouldn't be noticeable ever, but like, I mean, it's the gay sex game, so. And then Ray also casts a spell on both of them so that they're disguised, but they can still see each other normally. As they head in, they pass a guard that asks what faction they're from, and Ray makes a specific bird noise, and then the guy is like, oh, a raptor? Okay. And Ray explains that each faction has a secret signal, and he's memorized them all to make things easier. So he's a weird black market regular, I guess. Room 4, titled Special Hobby. They almost get caught sneaking around when Eden jumps from a random rat coming out of nowhere, and then he's like, oh sorry, did I blow our cover? And Ray is like, your breathing slowed when you dodged that rat, but you're doing pretty well for a stealth beginner. Plus, it's unusual for such an experienced hunter to be on patrol. So this is another one of those moments where you're like, see, Ray isn't like a total asshole. He's just dark and mysterious. He's like if Kuya was normal, which I appreciate. Anyways, they keep walking around and they find a vendor selling sex toys that Eden thinks of as the scariest sex toys he's ever seen, which obviously is saying a lot. Of course, Ray, being the freak that he is, replies to the vendor's sales pitch with, this product is an outdated version and isn't as good. Like, bruh. After this, Eden gets lost in thought about the toys or something, and Ray starts just guiding him around the alleyways without saying anything, and then suddenly they're at their destination. And Ray is like, turns out you're pretty good at being stealthy when you're distracted, which is so funny. He was just like dragging Eden around by the arm. So Eden asks about the sex toys, and Ray says, while I was investigating you, I heard you mention that you design these types of tools. And Eden says, I guess I'm not surprised you investigated me. And then Ray explains that these crazy sex toys are made mostly for nobles with a shit ton of money and a shit ton of free time, meaning they therefore have a lot of kinks. So Eden is like, since you know so much about the models, that means you have experience with the black market. And Ray is like, yeah, I have experience with all of these tools. And Eden thinks about how earlier when Ray was looking at the toys, he didn't look very excited, and he recalls that dazed look on Ray's face when he moved his fingers too wide, and he says, but you don't like using them? To which Ray responds, it doesn't matter. As I said, sex is just a means to an end. If I can get the outcome I want, it doesn't matter whether I like it or not. You're a lot sharper than I first thought, but there's no difference between me and people who have torture kinks. We both go to extreme lengths to get what we want. You think you're any different? And Eden says, no, I agree with you. And then Ray is like surprised by that, and Eden says, I get you, but I'd prefer more of a win-win situation than a lose-lose one. And Ray says, where both people can come out on top? How idealistic of you. It's more of a dog-eat-dog situation. And Eden says, think of it like this. I get what I want, but my partner gets hurt. So now my partner is hurt and I'm upset about that, so it's a lose-lose. Life already contains enough suffering. I'd rather not cause any more. Plus, I get the feeling you're not totally inconsiderate to others. I've never gotten hurt while being around you. And Ray says, that's not totally true, before he drags Eden into the tavern and says, who knows? You might get hurt sooner than you think. And then we get room 5, which is titled Sex Party, because it's literally a sex party. There's straight up an orgy going on in here. And Eden says, it's not my first time at an orgy, but we always at least wore masks. Like, he's crazy. Like, he's wild. Anyways, so they smash, and then the capsule releases a large-scale illusion, and Ray explains that it needed a large amount of essence to release the illusion, which is why they smashed. So then, while all the orgy goers are passed out from the illusion, Ray grabs a thing off the bar that was emitting an aphrodisiac, like, scent type of thing. So Ray just used Eden to get this item easier, since Eden happened to show up at just the right time, which I think is what Ray meant by you might get hurt sooner than you think. He was referencing like emotional hurt. But then after Ray leaves, Eden thinks to himself, he always has some ulterior motive when he asks for my help. But I didn't end up getting hurt. In fact, I got to have sex with a super hot, open-minded guy, and I learned a bit more about essence. I'd say I came out pretty good. I can't wait until next time. Which just like, oh my god, like Ray is trying so fucking hard to be like, I'm actually an asshole, and I don't care about your feelings at all, and you should stay away from me because I suck. And then Eden is like, actually, you're pretty cool and thoughtful and considerate, and I'm kind of in love with you. It's just crazy. Anyways, I cannot even believe this, but that is gonna be the end of this video. Holy shit. If you watch this whole thing, I'm in love with you, by the way. I'm gonna give you a kiss. I genuinely, this has already been such a journey. I haven't even like edited any of this. Just for some idea of how long this is taking, I started this back in October. I started reading all of the plot and taking notes, and it took me 3 months to take all my notes on the plot. I have literally 4 notebooks, 4 physical notebooks full of plot. Currently, it's the middle of February, so October, November, December, bitch, that's 3 months. It's been 2 more months, well, like a month and a half since I finished the notes, and I'm just now getting this recorded, and the main story and the initial cards are only about a third or a fourth of all of the stuff that I'm covering, so it's a lot. At least drop me a like, you know, drop me a subscribe. Tell me some kind, reassuring words in the comments, please, bro. Stay tuned for the next 2. Anyway, Jesus Christ. Surprise! You thought it was over. It's not, bitch. So what happened is, it's been a couple months since I recorded all that other shit, and chapter 14 part 1 just came out, so it felt kind of wrong to not include it in this video, but I don't want to do the whole thing of reading it and taking notes and writing a script and yada yada, so what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna read it right now and live react, and just put that in the end of the video as a secret little thing. So, here we go. Okay, there's only 6. Okay, nice. There's only 6 chapters, so shouldn't be too bad. There's only one that's like a fight, so I haven't played it, but I'm assuming it'll be easy because my team has like, my attack number is like 250,000 or some crazy shit. Okay, so chapter 1 starts, or like chapter whatever it is, 14-1, it starts with Edmond saying that after he helped Dante fight off the invading monsters, he received an urgent order from the royal capital, so he led the troops back from the fire territory. He's in Aster's mansion, by the way. So he says, aside from dealing with the aftermath in the water territory, there have also been urgent requests for help from the wood territory. Meanwhile, we have to keep an eye on the monster movements in the dead zone near the light territory. Fortunately, the temple and olivine can help with the reconstruction and placement in the water territory. We can depend on Yakumo and the villagers to defend the villages on the edge of the light territory. As for the wood territory, Quincy has offered timely assistance to help defend against monsters. Okay. Oh, Eden is here. What? This is weird. Why is Eden here? Shouldn't he be in... What? Okay, so Eden shows up and he's like, or he was standing there the whole time that Edmond was talking, I guess. And they're talking about going to the dark territory to figure out the altars. And Edmond says that after he received Eden's message, he immediately reported to the king that Eden is going to the dark territory. And the king asked Edmond to stay in the royal capital instead of going with. Okay, so everybody's here. So Ray is also here. I'm assuming everybody is like, you know, Edmond, Eden, Ray, and then Garu and Kuya probably as well, the gang that was supposed to be going to the dark territory. I just realized this is the first time Ray and Edmond have ever met. So Edmond is like, the king told me to stay in the royal capital in case of emergencies, and Ray says emergencies, meaning he's worried something might also happen to the light territory altar, and Edmond says, and you are? And then Ray says, that's not important. So then Eden introduces Ray, and then Garu jumps in, and he's like, oh my gosh, Edmond, Ray knows a ton about essence and magic. So he's like, oh, this is so cute. And then Ray gets flustered again. Garu tells Edmond about Ray saving olivine and the water territory and such. Oh my god, Garu's being so cute. And then Ray is like, oh, that was nothing. You don't need to bring that up. What a fucking asshole. Oh, and then Kuya creeps in the background, and he says, why so shy? You did something good, did you not? That's so funny. Oh my gosh, this is reminding me. Okay, so then Edmond has that like soft smile .png on his face, and he's like, okay, excellent. Like, if you're here to help, we'll be fine. Oh my gosh. So this is reminding me of the post I made on Tumblr a little while ago where I said, I love how Ray tries so hard to be a mysterious asshole with no friends, but the second he meets all the clan members, they're all so nice to him and they love him. And it's like, get loved, idiot. Get cared for and accepted, loser. Uh-oh. So Kuya is like, if you're so worried, you should just come with us, right? Talking to Edmond. And he's like, no, I have to stay in the royal capital. And Ray is like, the light altar is gonna be fine. Like, they maintain it, whatever. And Edmond is like, well, I think so too, but the king is worried because accidents have happened back to back in the water territory and the wood territory. And then Kuya says, simply put, that old fogey of a king lost his trust in the new grand sorcerer. That's so sad. And then Eden thinks to himself, before the king can lose his trust in me, I'd have to first gain his trust. Oh, Okay, so Eden thinks back to in, I think it was chapter 13 or chapter 12 or something, when him and Yakumo were getting to the water territory and Yakumo was talking to that knight that was talking shit on Eden. And then Eden thinks, maybe I never got their trust in the first place, which is very sad. Aw, he's all sad and like making a sad face, and then Garu pulls on his sleeve and is like, are you okay? I'm crying. Edmond goes to apologize for the king not having faith in him, in Eden, and Eden is like, no, it's okay, like we just go on our different missions like we did before. Ugh. Sadness and pain. Also, we get another little tidbit of lore about the Dark Territory. Not lore, but like Edmond says that not even the royal family can get reliable intelligence from the Dark Territory, so that's interesting. And that's the end of the first one. On to the second one, yay! So it says, after quick preparations, Eden and the others board the carriage and depart for the Dark Territory. And Eden opens a letter that arrived in the morning from Dante. Ooh, we get to see Dante's signature, hey! What? Oh my god. Basically, Dante says that the fire territory is fine, they got the darting lizards figured out, and the fire altar is almost completely fixed. And he says, okay. He says, as I've mentioned before, I once felt a special power different from essence on the elemental spirits of fire. When I was maintaining the fire elemental gemstone, I felt something similar in the dark impurities that flowed into my body. If we can control this power, we should be able to learn key information about the elemental gemstones and elemental spirits. That's fire. Whoa, the interior of this carriage looks kind of sick. And just cut back to Eden. So Eden is like worried about Dante treating himself like an air purifier with the gemstone again, but he's like, we'll deal with that later. And Ray says that that special power that Dante mentioned is probably the same thing as the spirit flow, which I think I said before. So Ray says it's probably the spirit flow, and Eden says, but doesn't that only appear within old, strong, and sacred living things? How could Dante sense it in the essence left by Rin? And Ray is like, well, just because I've only found it in old sacred things doesn't mean that it only ever appears there, but we don't have enough data. We need more facts. The narration says, the ashen-haired youth sinks into introspection, only speaking uncertainties while a smile appears in the corners of his eyes and mouth. So I think, which first of all, youth, that's funny, but I think it's like implying here that he's happy that he gets to do more investigating. I don't know. Or he's smiling about, maybe he's just being a fucking weird, creepy freak. I don't really know. And then the carriage suddenly stops. And looks like it's Colt and the goons, because they just got to the dead zone, so they are getting jumped. So Ray tells Garu to stay in the carriage and not come out. And Garu was like, but if there's enemies? And then, oh my god. And then Kuya says, just be a good wolf yokai and listen. Oh my god. What the fuck? It's getting crazy in here. Okay, so Garu and Eden stay in the carriage. Garu is about to jump out, but then Eden grabs him and is like, no, stay here. Leave those people to them. And Garu is like, is it those same guys that attacked us before? And Eden is like, yeah, probably. And then Garu starts crying, like sobbing. And that's the end of that one. So moving on to the next one. This is the one, oh, this one's titled Colt's Speculation. Don't know about that. But this is the one that's a fight, so I have to real quick kill these dudes. I'm one-hitting them. Absolutely fucking destroyed. Do I get to kill Colt? That'd be cool. But no, I don't. I feel like there will be a Colt boss battle at some point. And another Rin one, I'm sure. Here we fucking go. Okay, so Colt and his black-clad squad members are blocking the carriage with a magic barrier they put up together that prevents the carriage from moving on. Kuya says, this weak magic barrier you wounded little mice threw up is laughably ridiculous. Oh my god. Okay, so Colt says, I have no intention of doing anything this time. I just wanted to share my speculation with you. Maybe you're interested in carrying out an experiment, seeing how you love research more than I do. So he says that he visited the water territory. Colt says he visited the water territory and found some fragmentary traces remained by the sacred tree. And he's like, this is called spirit flow in your records, is it not? And Ray is like, great, he's looking through my shit. And so he says, the power of this so-called spirit flow, I wonder what vessel it's most likely been stored inside. And then Ray is like, oh, and Colt says, maybe if the vessel is destroyed, that abundance of spirit flow can return to the earth and put a stop to all the disasters. I'll leave it at that. Since I gave you this morsel, there's no harm in doing an experiment, is there? An experiment like this shouldn't have any disadvantages. If you can't do it, I could do it as well. Maybe we can then settle the grudge between us. Ha 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 ha. And then Kuya lights them on fire. I think. Well, he destroys the magic barrier, and then Colt lets out a manic laugh, and then they leave. And Ray is troubled, looking troubled, but they get back in the carriage. And Eden is asking questions because he, of course, heard the whole thing. Ray is like, you heard? And Eden is like, I stuck my head out to check the situation. Ray is fucking stressed out. And he's like, everything he said is nonsense. You should just forget it. And Eden is like, well, but he seemed to know what's what. And he says, Ray, didn't you once say that the goal of that Council of Sorcery was to find some mechanism that didn't depend on the altars and gemstones? If so, and Ray is like, what about it? Don't tell me you want to cooperate with Colt, that guy's a lunatic. Theories and knowledge only make his ambition grow, and with his love for cruel experiments, there's no way he remembers the original goal. And then Eden is like, hello? And Ray is like, nothing. So then Garu is like, what are you talking about? Like, what does all this mean? And Ray says it has nothing to do with you, which is funny because it seems like it does actually have something explicitly to do with Garu. But then Kuya butts in and he says it won't be long before the most comfortable part of this journey will come to an end. Rather than this mindless bickering, how about we calm down and take a break? Especially our young wolf yokai here. Aw. I'm gonna cry. Eden says they're gonna count on Garu to lead the way once they get into the dead zone. And Garu is like, oh my gosh, I'll do my best. I'm gonna puke. Okay, that's the end of the third one, so moving on to the fourth one. Still in the carriage, Garu falls asleep in Eden's lap, and the adults are talking. This keeps happening where it's like Garu fall asleep, and then everyone else talks without them, like hello. So Eden asks Ray about where he knows Garu from, and then Ray just is like, ugh. And then Kuya says, young master really touched a sore spot, cutting straight to Master Ray's shameful deeds with a single question. And then Eden is like, his shameful deeds? And Kuya says, look how he tries to avoid the topic. What else could it be if not shame? And then Ray says, I'm not trying to avoid anything. Me when I lie, me when I'm lying. So Eden says, it's fine if you don't want to tell me, but since it concerns Garu, I think he has the right to know. And Ray says, even if he doesn't remember anything? And Eden says he should know exactly because he doesn't remember. And then Ray says, since he doesn't remember, there's no need to remember. Besides, I have an agreement with Garu. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna be sick. Wait, I'm actually gonna cry. So Ray made an agreement with Garu to not tell Garu anything. Oh my god. So Eden is like, when did you guys agree on this? And Ray says the answer to that question also falls within the scope of the agreement. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking... Oh my god. Oh no. So Eden is okay. So Eden says, or he thinks, Garu's going to feel hurt if he finds out Garu's been hiding things from him. Who would you listen to when two people share one body? I don't think the solution to the problem is as simple as just drawing straws. Oh, this is a whole thing. So Kuya says, Master Ray's worries are complicated, but isn't the young wolf yokai the same from head to tail? And then it fades to black, and they go into the dead zone. Cuts to them in the dead zone, and Eden is like, man, this place smells like shit. Basically, there's too many monsters for the horses to go through, like from the carriage, so they have to go on foot, I think, is the situation. So Garu is leading the way. They randomly get to a place where Garu stops, and he's like, oh, this is... And Ray is like, did you spend time here before? And Garu says, yeah. Before Gramps passed away, we used to live around here. Stop it with the... Okay. And then, oh my god, what the... And then Garu says, later when Gramps died, I buried him here. I was afraid I'd get sad, so I never returned. What the fuck, dude? Oh my god, I'm sick. So Eden says, since it's your first time back here, do you want to go check your grandpa's grave and tell him how you've been? And Garu's like, oh my gosh, can we? Oh my god. And Eden says, of course we can. I haven't introduced myself to your grandpa yet. I'm gonna... So what the fuck? Oh my god. Ray says, I also want to see the place my old friend has been laid to rest. Oh my god. Okay. Dude. So, back in the day, do you remember in rainy season? Nope, you wouldn't remember in rainy season because this is the first video. Right. I've been doing a lot since I recorded the chapter 13 thing. So, in rainy season, as you will come to find out 2 videos from now, there's a part where we go into one of Ray's memories, and he's standing outside a house in the dead zone, looking sad or whatever, and then he makes some comment when Eden asks him about it. He makes some comment like, yeah, people grow old and die, it happens all the time. So, I was like, is there any way he could be talking about Garu's Gramps? Turns out he was, I guess. Can you fucking shut up? So Garu is like, oh my gosh, you were friends with Gramps? And Ray is like, yeah, I knew him for a long time. I'm gonna kill. Oh my god. Okay, we find out Gramps' fucking name. I don't know how to pronounce it, but Ray says his name was Cashel or Cashel. I need to stop with this. I need my microphone to stop with this bullshittery right now. It's spelled Cashel, so. And Ray says he was a good person, very loyal and candid. Oh my god. And then Eden says the Gramps that raised Garu is someone you knew for a long time. How does this thing called age work again? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so that's the end of the 4th one. Moving on to the 5th one. Oh, there's only 2 more. It's gonna leave us on a terrible cliffhanger. I can't do this. Oh my god, we get to literally see Gramps' fucking grave. This is terrible. Garu is like, I'm back for a visit. Like, I found an awesome master, right? And Eden is like, it feels a bit awkward, but I really am Garu's master. I'll take good care of him. And then Ray in the background is like, Garu's the one taking care of you. Cashel doesn't like being lied to. And then Kuya says, you're so unkind, Master Ray. It doesn't happen every day young master finds someone who can't respond. So why not let him fool himself for once? I'm crying, bro. Aw. So Garu is like, Ray, you said that Gramps' name is Cashel? And Ray is like, just call him Gramps. He probably likes it when you call him that. And Garu is like, yeah, but I still want to remember his name. Can you teach me how to write it? I want to carve Gramps' name on the biggest rock here. I'm gonna... Oh my god. Ray teaches him how to write it and he carves it into the rock. I'm crying. This is terrible. Every time it fades to black, I'm like, man, the chapter's gonna end and I'm gonna cry. Okay, we get a Garu flashback. Okay. Why does his collar look like that? So the flashback is Garu being sad because some monsters stole some of their food and Gramps is like, are you hurt? And Garu's like, no, but I lost. And he's like, are you unhappy because you lost? And then he gives Garu a hug and he says, when you're not strong enough, the most important thing is to protect yourself. Even though you lost, you did great not getting hurt. That's cute. And then they go look for food together. And then it cuts to a different flashback where Gramps is saying it's time to move because it'll soon be impossible to live here. And Garu's like, we're moving again? And Gramps is like, remember to leave some marks for travelers who wander in here by accident to point them the way out of the dead zone. That way we won't have to come back and save people. And then Garu asks if they're leaving the dead zone and Gramps is like, huh? You want to leave? And Garu's like, no, I'll go wherever Gramps goes. You want to stay here until it returns to the way it used to be, right? I'll keep you company. God. I'm gonna cry. Oh, this is after the Gramps falling into the water incident, which I haven't mentioned. Oh my god. There's actually so much like really plot relevant shit that happens in the event stories that I keep forgetting it isn't mentioned in the main story. So I think, when was that revealed? In Garu's SSR from Mystical Banquet. Yeah, so that's like the third event, I think. So you'll see that in the next video. But basically Gramps fell into the river and got really sick from almost drowning in a cold river. And then that's what caused him to later die. So we get a Ray flashback. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, so the Garu flashback ends, we get a Ray flashback. Oh my god, this is crazy. We don't get Ray flashbacks to when he was still living with his mom. What is going on? Hey, I have to record this while I'm editing. I just realized that you guys don't know about Ray's mom yet either, because that is also not revealed until rainy season, so I'm gonna quickly explain that. Basically, Ray used to live with his mom, and, well, I mean, we kind of figure out more about his mom in this chapter as well, but she died. I think she might have died protecting him or something, and then Ray was also on the brink of death afterwards, and that's when Father comes in, and saves him, or whatever happened with Father. It's not like explicitly stated, this is sort of all implied in Ray's rainy season SSR, but yeah, so that's what I'm talking about with flashbacks to when Ray was still with his mom, because that was of course a long time ago, and he doesn't like talking about it because he doesn't like talking about any of his past because he's a mysterious bitch. So there's that. So Ray says, oh my fucking god. Okay, so Ray is talking to Cashel, right? And he's like, your mother's new helper? How old are you? And Cashel is like, I'm 10. What the hell? Oh my god. Oh, I'm not well. Oh my god. Oh, this is bad. This is bad news bears, you guys. Holy shit. So Ray says, you don't look 10. Is Mother's council really so short on people? And Cashel says, it's the Council of Sorcery. The queen, the head of the council, said she allowed me to join because I have aptitude for learning magic. I'm very diligent when it comes to studying and researching, and I'm very healthy. I eat more than the other children. And Ray says, you got a hard and thankless position. And then Cashel says, please don't say that. I really admire you and the queen, the head of the council. It's an honor to be able to work for you two. I'll give it my all. I'm actually sick. So do you think Ray... Oh my god. I'm gonna start crying again. Dude, okay. So do you think Ray got into this whole experiments and science and shit just because of his mom, and now he's carrying it on to that extreme because his mom is dead? It's like a Dante situation? Oh no, dude. And then it cuts to another flashback of Ray's where Cashel is like, Zero, do you really have to go? Where are you going? What about the research for the head of the council? And Ray says the council has long since been forced to disband. Don't mention that name anymore. As for the research, I'll continue it on my own. And Cashel says, haven't those members of the royal family suppressed you enough all these years? Believing they can take things easily just by relying on the Grand Sorcerer, not even leaving any place for the Council of Sorcery. So this is years later, right? And Cashel is crying, and Ray is like, it's my mother who passed away, yet you're crying worse than I am. Bruh. Oh, this is so fucking sad. Ray says, aside from you, no one else is close to me. I give you my word, wherever I go, I will let you know. That is so terrible. Oh, so Cashel says, I'll also write you letters to exchange intel. I will remain in the Royal Hall of Sorcerers, and I won't abandon my research. Oh, this is so terrible. This is so terrible and sad. I can't be here. Oh my god, dude. That was so much content. That's crazy. Usually in like the first half of a two-part main story chapter, you get basically nothing. So that's the end of the 5th one. On to the 6th one. Also, I just realized the backdrop for the level selection of this chapter is fucking the grave. So it cuts back to the present while they are at the grave, and Ray says, I didn't think that Cashel would turn into the person you call Gramps. The last time I saw him, he looked very healthy. I thought he'd live a long life. And Garu's like, yeah, I also wish he could have lived longer. Jesus Christ. And so Ray asks Garu how they used to live in the dead zone, and Garu tells him. We don't see it because we already kind of know, so it just kind of fades to black and cuts back. And Ray says, I see. Cashel used the knowledge and techniques he learned at the Hall of Sorcerers and the army. This way he wasn't just able to survive in the dead zone, he could even drive off monsters and save lost travelers. That's Cashel alright. Dude, I'm gonna cry. So Ray asks what Cashel told Garu about his gemstone and his transformation, and Garu says, I don't remember much about my transformation. Gramps said that I was already like this when he found me. Same with the gemstone, it was already separated back then, so Gramps made this collar for me to wear. And then it cuts to Eden, thinking to himself, Ray's expression got super grave the moment he brought up the transformation and gemstone, but the look he's giving Garu is full of concern. You can't fool people with that. And Kuya walks up behind him and he says, as I said, Master Ray is hiding something shameful. But they're both like quietly observing the conversation. Garu asks if Ray has met Karu, and Ray says, he like hesitates and then he just says, I've met him. And then, oh Jesus Christ. And then Garu says, great, though I have no idea what's going on these last 2 days. Karu's not asleep, but unlike usually, he's not trying to come out. There's some things I want to ask him, but he's ignoring me. And then Ray just looks sad. And then Garu asks Ray how he knew Gramps, and Ray says, Cashel was a servant of my mother. We once did research together. Although we didn't spend much time together, he was my most important friend. Ugh, I'm gonna puke. Oh, it's game fucking over, dude. Garu says Gramps was also really important to me. If Gramps hadn't found me back then, I might not have found Master and become friends with you, Ray. And then Ray gets this shocked look on his face. Oh my god. And then he can't say anything back. He's like stunned to silence. So then it cuts back to Eden and he's like, man, whatever Ray is hiding, it must be difficult for him as well. Why can't he just say it? And Kuya says, because it's his shame. And then Eden is like, don't give yourself permission to read my mind. So I don't know if there was really confirmation before that Kuya could read minds, but now we have confirmation of that. And then Garu says he wants to look for flowers to put on the grave, and they can leave after that. Oh, what is going on? Okay, and then, oh my gosh. So Eden and Garu end up kind of separated from the other two, I think, and they're picking flowers or looking for flowers. And he says, oh god. Okay. And Garu says, there's something I want to tell you. It's about my past before I met Gramps. And Eden is like, you remember it? And Garu says, not yet, but so many things recently make me want to learn more about my past. And he says, last time we ran into that bad guy in the forest, and recently when talking to Ray, although they give me different feelings, I feel this isn't the first time I've met them. And so Eden asks what Garu thinks of Ray, and he says, he gives me a very close and nostalgic feeling. I don't know why, but I feel he'll be very nice to me. Although it's not the same as meeting Master, I do like Ray. Also, Ray knew Gramps, so I think that I may have forgotten something important, something that might have to do with Ray. And then Eden is like, you thought of all that yourself? Which I feel like is kind of underestimating Garu, but fair. And then Garu says, yeah, also that day when we were resting in Quincy's home, Ray talked to Karu, right? Though I was asleep at that time, so I only have a vague impression, but I later asked Karu what they talked about, but Karu doesn't want to tell me. He just said it wasn't important and that I should stop asking. And I don't like that. Karu and I don't just share the same body, we used to be one whole. What is there that he can't let me know? Oh my gosh. Okay, and then Eden thinks, I used to think Garu created Karu because he was lonely, but now it seems that's not the case at all. Karu must have appeared before his grandfather passed away, which I forget when. God, when was it? There was some event or something, I think, where we got Karu flashbacks where Karu was hanging out with Gramps, so we did know this already. Eden didn't, but this is just the main story confirmation of that, I suppose, of Eden changing his mind on his theory. And then he continues by thinking, a second personality is usually created in response to pain that's too difficult to bear. If it's not because of loneliness, it would mean something unbearable happened to Garu that led him to create Karu's personality. And right now, Karu still judges those things are impossible for Garu to bear, so he and Ray agreed they couldn't be revealed. God. This is terrible. So Eden is still like troubled on whether or not he should, oh my god. So Eden is still like, man, what do we do? Like, should we tell Garu or not? And then it ends. Fucking chapter 14 part 1 ends there, so stay tuned. Usually I think the 2-part chapters, the second part usually comes out kind of like a month after the first one. So honestly, I might end up also including that in this video depending on how fucking long it takes me to edit these shits. So stay tuned for that, but if not, this is goodbye for real. See ya.